This is Terradox Beyond, written by Craig A. Falconer, narrated by Stephen Barnett. Part 1. Chapter 1. "Watch out for your cake," Viola Ospinoff called. Her daughter Katie heeded the warning and stopped as abruptly as she could, mere inches from the multi-tiered birthday cake which dominated their dining room table. The cake, carefully crafted to resemble a castle more medieval than fairy tale, bore 4 tall candles. "Patch, keep that ball away from the table, okay?" Kayla Hawthorne chimed in. Like Katie, Patrick Hawthorne was 4 years old. And just like Katie, he was also the sole reason that his parents no longer lived on Terradox. Viola and Kayla, 2 mothers bound by a common situation no one else could relate to, had become best friends since their simultaneous pregnancies necessitated a shared and unplanned one-way trip back to Earth. Their husbands had already been close even before then, with Vic Hawthorne having worked for Peter Ospinov during the latter's time as Terradox's head of security, and their children were now almost inseparable. During what occasionally felt like a drawn-out purgatorial period between life on Terradox and what was coming next, the Hawthornes and Ospinovs were endlessly glad to have each other for company. The children playfully ambled over towards the couch at the other end of the Ospinovs' expansive living room, remaining utterly transfixed with the only gift Katie had opened so far. This was understandable, given that the gift in question was the most technically advanced toy ever produced. A prototype so cutting-edge that it didn't even have a name. It came courtesy of Robert Harrington, Katie's grandfather and the Terradox colony's head of habitat management, who'd had to pull all kinds of strings to gain authorization for the gift. The gift itself hadn't actually been sent to Earth in a technical sense. Instead, the precise instructions for its fabrication were sent to Earth's Romotech production zone, where the toy was being fabricated before being transported to the Ospinovs' New London home by a maximum security courier. Some of the security-related hoo-ha struck everyone as overkill for what was, after all, a children's toy, but there were good reasons that powerful Romotech was kept under close guard. The toy would never be commercially available on Earth due to restrictions on invisibility cloaks, for one thing. And the best Robert had been able to do was secure authorization for a manufacturing run of one sole item. The toy was a ball like no other, capable of not only vanishing and reappearing on command, but also of being directed by the mere flick of a finger. As with all other items which could be rendered invisible by a Romotech cloak, the ball's surface was surrounded by a multitude of omnidirectional cameras. Coupled with the presence of tiny screens, in layman's terms, this allowed the observer to effectively see through the target. This worked particularly well for items as small as the ball in question, no larger than an apple, and the cameras performed a dual function in also tracking the movement of the user's finger to determine which direction it should move. The ball's touchless throw technology was the most evidently groundbreaking aspect of its design, but the romokinetic propulsion which enabled this feature had implications stretching far beyond the field of children's toys. Katie, far too young to think or care about anything other than how cool her new toy was, once again lifted her index finger and drew slow circles in the air. The ball danced to her tune before following the backwards movement of her finger and moving gradually towards her face. "Make it disappear again," Patch suggested, impatient in his excitement. With a look of anticipation on her face, Katie brought together the tips of her middle finger and thumb. Immediately, the ball disappeared. This was less impressive to the adults in the room than it had been the first few dozen times, but Katie and Patch gasped in excitement all over again. The ball hovered in the air and couldn't be moved via a touchless throw for as long as it remained invisible. This was a built-in safety feature, like the fact that the ball couldn't be used at all anywhere other than inside the address it was registered to. A pile of unopened gifts remained untouched as the children played with the ball for another 5 minutes. The game came to a sudden end when young Patch, overexcited, thrust his index finger forwards far too quickly and sent the ball hurtling towards a decorative vase on the Ospinov's mantelpiece. Fortunately for the vase, it was protected by a Romotech cloak of its own, Not a visual cloak, but rather a physical barrier which prevented anything from passing at high speed. A human hand would have been allowed through to pick the vase up, of course, but the cloak guarded against any accidental impacts from other objects. This kind of Romatech childproofing wasn't yet publicly available, but was expected to hit the market soon. It wouldn't be cheap, and the cloaks would be installed only by trained professionals, but many hoped this would be the first step in the democratization of a technology with almost infinite potential to make life easier for all kinds of people, in all kinds of ways. In the Ospanovs' living room, meanwhile, Patch's errant, touchless throw collided with the protective cloak in front of the vase and bounced back as though it had hit a wall. Viola reacted quickly to catch it before it might have collided with something that wasn't cloaked, then put it down and told the children that was enough for now. They complained, predictably, but soon relented when Viola pointed them towards the still unopened gifts under the table. The unusual custom of placing gifts under a table rather than on open display had begun just over 2 years earlier, on Katie's second birthday, when she had insisted on carrying each gift to the table in her own home before opening it, so that she was the first to see what was inside the wrapping paper. Patch had followed her lead on his own second birthday a few weeks later, and their parents had all found it so funny that they saved the children the trouble of carrying the gifts to the table next time round and placed them there themselves. The original pattern now worked in reverse. Katie would collect the gifts from under the table and bring them into the open before unwrapping them, as Patch would on his own upcoming birthday. But it was an amusing little custom their parents wanted to hang on to for as long as they could. "Katie," her father Peter said from the far side of the room, "why don't you start with the gifts from Terradox? That way we can all watch the recording before I leave for my flight." He glanced at his wristband. "I don't have long." Katie's eyes lit up. "Did they make a new message for me?" "They sure did," Peter smiled, heading towards the viewing wall to get everything ready. "Okay, I'll need you all to gather around the table. The 3D projection won't work if you're too close." After pressing a button on the wall, he then disappeared behind a jet-black, floor-to-ceiling screen. This would have been startling if they hadn't seen it before, but no one batted an eyelid. Peter, meanwhile, worked quickly to set everything up for the recording to be played. He stepped back through the opaque cloak and joined the others at the table just a minute or two later. "Here we go," Viola said, bouncing Katie on her knee. The black cloak then faded, revealing an uncannily convincing 3D backdrop on the viewing wall and 4 unbelievably realistic human figures between the wall and the now transparent cloak. The projection technology was truly remarkable, and made it seem as though the 4 people in the recording truly were present in the room. Katie had never met these faraway friends and family, nor anyone else residing on Terradox. She was also too young to fully understand why the woman she was named after never sent an annual recording of her own. Too young to understand that a sad twist of fate had seen Ekaterina Rusev succumb to a mercifully short battle with an untreatable illness just hours before Katie's birth. Viola had sensed that something wasn't right in Peter's demeanor, or that of the doctors, but at his insistence everyone agreed to keep the news from her until after the birth for obvious reasons. Peter put his unusual quietness and paleness down to the excitement of becoming a father, and the doctors were all professional enough to let nothing show, and the strength of Viola's understandably emotional reaction to learning of Rusev's passing had proven Peter wise in his decision to hold off on breaking the news until their baby was safely in his arms. Peter had traveled to Rusev's funeral on the Venus station at Viola's absolute insistence while she remained at home with Katie, who, having been born several weeks early, was far too small to travel such a distance. And that had been the last time he had seen any of Holly, Grav, Robert, or Bo in the flesh. The fact that Katie's birthday shared a date with Rusev's death made it a difficult time of year for the Ospanovs, since public attention on the grand Cosmosphere project Rusev had set in motion in her final year always peaked on this anniversary. As public figures with so much history with Terradox and Rusev more generally, both Viola and Peter typically had to attend events on Katie's birthday as representatives of the Cosmosphere project, and this year was no exception. In fact, this year was a very special one. Each previous anniversary had brought into sharp focus the relatively imminent launch of an embryonic romosphere, similar in many respects to Terradox itself, which would expand to something approaching a planetary scale before carrying a large and varied human population outwards on a one-way trip to the stars. More of a mobile Earth than a spaceship in any kind of traditional sense, the Cosmosphere would be powered by a large Romotech reactor in its core and propelled via similar principles, albeit massively scaled up, to those which propelled the toy ball Katie and Patch had been throwing around all morning. Today, however, marked a very special day. For today wasn't just any day. Today was launch day. In a matter of mere hours, Ivy Holly Wood would officially launch from Terradox the painstakingly developed embryonic romosphere, which would ultimately become the Cosmosphere. All being well, the Cosmosphere would expand slowly as it ventured outwards to the orbital position where it would remain until its ultimate departure 3 years after launch. The expansion would pick up pace once the Cosmosphere reached that orbital position, before stopping exactly 2 years after launch, by which point it would be considerably larger than Terradox. As the four figures before her suddenly appeared large and lifelike, Viola tried to imagine what must have been running through Holly's mind as the launch arrived. With the physical development of the embryonic romosphere having occurred on Terradox, Holly was ultimately responsible for its success. And given the level of public interest in the project, and just how much hope for humanity's future was wrapped up in it, the pressure was without precedent. "Uncle Bo!" Katie yelled, delighted by the projection. "Granddad!" "And Holly and Grav," Viola added, fighting back a tear. They were almost too real, even before they began to speak. It saddened her greatly that her brother and father had never seen her 4-year-old daughter in the flesh, and the convincingness of their projections, along with Holly and Grav's, only made this feeling stronger. "Happy birthday, darling," Robert Harrington said, waving across the room. The distance between Earth and Terradox made live conversations impractical due to the unavoidable communications delay, but when recordings were this immersive, no one felt like they were missing out. "Thanks, Granddad," Katie smiled. "Hi, Uncle Bo," she added, temporarily forgetting that they couldn't see or hear her in the same way she could see and hear them. Birthday greetings followed from Bo, and then from Holly and Grav, who continued to run day-to-day operations on Terradox, and who missed Viola and Peter just as much as was true in reverse. "I asked your daddy to make sure my gift was the first one you opened," Robert continued with a smile. "So I think you'll already have seen it. I wanted him to see it before he has to head off to do his speech. I hope you liked it." "I love it," she replied, again either thinking he would hear her or too happy to care that he wouldn't. Bo stepped forward next and told Katie that his gift was in blue wrapping paper. She hurried under the table and emerged with a large blue box, which she opened to unveil a complex-looking model rover building kit. The recommended age was 12 and over. "Vintage Bo," Viola laughed. "He tries," Peter said, trying not to laugh along. "Which one is from you, Holly?" Katie asked, this time confirming that she really had forgotten that they couldn't hear. The projections were so convincing that no one could blame her. "The next one is from both of us," Grav said, his staccato and contraction-free Serbian accent bringing a wide smile to Peter's face. "The paper has rocket ships on it," Holly added. Katie dove under the table again, this time asking Patch to help in her search for the right gift. Viola took the opportunity to wipe away a tear that had escaped upon hearing Holly's voice. It was always an emotional date, but the imminence of the Cosmosphere's launch amplified everything even further. The Ospanovs and Hawthorns, previously sent home from Terradox, were all going to the Cosmosphere as soon as it was ready, and Viola took solace in the fact that she would be reunited there with her brother Bo and her father Robert. But just like the date inevitably reminded her that she would never see Rusev again, the sight of Holly and Grav, who were both staying on Terradox, rather than venturing starward on the Cosmosphere, reminded Viola that she would never see either of them again either. Peter, noticing Viola's sadness, held her hand and whispered that he had something that would cheer her up. "Trust me," he said. "You'll love it." "Got it!" Patch yelled from under the table. He handed the wrapped gift to Katie and watched on as she ripped away the rocket ship paper. "What does it say?" she asked, holding a t-shirt towards her parents. Both laughed. "Commander in training." "Commander in training," they said in unison, reading the words from the center of a design which faithfully imitated that of a standard-issue Rucentra EVA suit. "That's the closest she'll ever get to wearing one of those suits," Viola said quietly to the Hawthorns, as they sat to her left, chuckling along. Having remotely paused the recording while the kids looked for the present, Peter was keen to get it going again. He had to leave for his annual public appearance much earlier than Viola did for hers, since he was once again set to lead the world's main Russian language ceremony, which appropriately took place in St. Petersburg. Born in Kazakhstan, Peter had grown up fluent in Russian and was received as a returning hero at these events, during which the late space pioneer Yuri Gardev was always honored with particular emotion. Peter smiled as he saw Katie and her best friend Patch looking back under the table at the rest of her parents. This Ospanov family home in the sedate environs of New London was a far cry from the one Peter had grown up in during the turbulent days of the Global Union's much-resisted reign, and he was only too happy to see his daughter grow up having all the things he hadn't. He had, however, raised a concern to Viola a year or so earlier that things could be in danger of being too comfortable for everyone, and he felt that this might be more of a concern in the future, and particularly if they were to have a son, quoting the age-old mantra that luxury and comfort could breed weakness and complacency. He made it clear that he wasn't suggesting a preference for raising a child Spartan style, leaving it on a mountaintop to see if it would make it home alive, but instead that he worried that insulating children from any challenges, or even temporary moments of lack, was something to be wary of. Having grown up seeing things he would never wish on anyone, Peter said these concerns weren't just about character building for its own sake, but rather regarded readiness, because however safe and friendly a place might seem, he knew only too well that trouble could be closer than anyone thought. Viola understood these and other related fears, but she considered them more broadly in terms of the Cosmosphere's future society. The free availability of food, shelter, and other essential resources, for adults as well as children, would create a post-scarcity society of a kind untested for any great length of time. The Terradox colony was the closest analog, but researchers and their families moved there knowing that they would be sent home if they didn't contribute productively. On the Cosmosphere, moving further and further from Earth on its one-way course, such an incentive wouldn't be present. 5 seconds, Peter said quite loudly. Until what? Viola asked. She counted down in her head. There's one more, her father Robert called from the projection area in front of the viewing wall. Viola turned to Peter and mocked an angry expression. You weren't supposed to watch this before the rest of us. Peter shrugged. I like to make sure things are working as they should. Katie, Robert said, his voice firmer. I have one more present. He then held his right hand forward, moving it from behind his back, and held out a small box wrapped in green paper. Katie looked on, confused. Look under the table for a green box, Viola said. Granddad means that he wrapped another one in that kind of paper. It must be in there with the others. I'm not so sure, Peter said, looking away from Viola as he delivered a signal in the form of a wink. Over in the projection area, Robert reached backwards and touched the viewing wall. In an instant, the backdrop of Terradox vanished, and the projected figures disappeared. At least 3 of them did. As Viola's jaw hit the floor and Katie's confusion doubled, Robert Harrington stepped forward. Happy birthday, darling, he said to Katie, echoing his initial greeting. Peter looked around the room at the shocked faces. Vic and Kayla Hawthorne were almost as stunned as Viola, then tapped Katie on the shoulder. Go and say hello, he encouraged her. Katie still didn't quite get it, but at this point Viola leapt from her chair and ran towards her father. Almost frightened to believe it was real, she then tightly hugged him for the first time in more than 4 years. How are you here? She asked through tears of joy, parting only to let Katie in as the little girl finally realized that Robert wasn't a projection after all. I came in on a cargo ship last night, he explained. When Katie reached him, he crouched to her level. He kissed her on the forehead and handed her the small gift in his hands, resisting the strong urge to tell her she had her late grandmother's eyes. As true as that was, and it was the truest thing he had ever known, saying it out loud would likely have unnecessarily upset Viola on what was already an emotionally charged day for everyone. Little Katie was lost for words, too surprised to be as talkative to Robert as she had been minutes earlier, back when at least part of her mind had known that he wasn't really there.
"I can't believe you pulled it off," Peter said to Robert. "I was struggling to keep a straight face."
Vic and Kayla Hawthorne rose to their feet beside Peter, waiting their turns to greet Robert, having known him during their own time on Terradox. Viola shot a look of faux rage at Peter for being in on the trick, then turned back to her father. "So how long are you here?" she asked. "When are you going back to Terradox?" At that point, Robert Harrington surprised everyone one more time. "I'm not." Chapter 2. After 4 years of intensive flight training, Chase Jackson could dodge the countless obstacles in the sky over Terradox without batting an eyelid. His hands and eyes were one, like a pianist delivering a note-perfect concerto. The narrowing pathways and pop-up obstacles were randomized during each test flight, with all of them digitally projected rather than actually present. Their convincingness was total, however, and the consequences of any physically harmless crash could be grave for Chase's career progression. Speed was of the essence today more so than usual, with only a few minutes remaining until a much-anticipated ceremony began at Terradox's revamped Romotech production zone. This ceremony at the RPZ would conclude with the launch into orbit of the embryonic romosphere, which had been painstakingly designed over the last few years, and which would ultimately expand to a colossal size. The cosmosphere, as it would remain known only until Holly revealed its name at the ceremony, would become Chase's home in just 3 years' time. Chase didn't know if it would be his home forever. Like many others, he held deep hopes that the cosmosphere would become a launching point for greater and grander exploration of the solar system and beyond, but he knew there would be no coming back. He would miss Terradox and those who stayed behind, just as he already missed Earth and the overwhelming majority of humanity who remained there. But Chase Jackson was not a man to shy away from adventure. His punctual presence at the launch ceremony was crucial, given that he had been advertised as the guest of honor. Holly was going to be the one to initiate the launch, as Ekaterina Rusev had explicitly insisted, but Chase's position as the best-known public figure who was currently on Terradox, but set to depart for the cosmosphere, made it symbolically important for him to be at Holly's side. Viola, Peter, and now Robert Harrington were all on Earth, leaving only a few well-known faces who had remained on Terradox to date, but would depart in 3 years. Everyone knew by now that Holly herself was far too attached to the Terradox colony to quite literally jump ship, but she had nothing but support for the Cosmosphere project. All eyes were on the launch ceremony, on Earth and the Venus station as well as on Terradox, and symbolic continuity was important. That was what Chase had been told, anyway, but even without such an invitation, he wouldn't have missed the launch for the world. His aircraft, a small 2-person plane known as a Wasp, had a considerable distance to cover in the next few minutes. Timekeeping had never been Chase's strongest suit, and a stubborn determination to score a flawless run in a training flight through Terradox's most challenging conditions was in danger of making him late. Wasps like this were often used on Earth for flying low over population centers where regulations, archaic regulations in the eyes of many, prohibited autonomous flights. Human-piloted planes and spacecraft were now few and far between in any other non-training scenarios, but everyone understood that the endless possibilities of what the Cosmosphere's pioneers might one day face in terms of missions or technology-related challenges meant that retaining the ability to manually perform complex flight-related functions was crucial. There was extra oomph in the movement of Chase's Wasp today due to its race against the clock. Even through the joyous rush of acing his Hell Run, he now wished he'd put it off until after the ceremony. The hardest part of a flight through the so-called Hell Run was always the almost impossibly strong winds which had been created to push trainee pilots to the limit. Despite their intensity, however, Holly never hesitated to tell Chase that these winds weren't a patch on what her carrier had faced during its unplanned manual descent on the out-of-control Terradox romosphere. Going by what he had heard from others who were with Holly during that mission, he didn't doubt this statement for a second. Regardless, Chase had today achieved his target of his first flawless hell run, and wore an appropriately wide smile as he dodged the final few comparatively unchallenging obstacles that littered the sky in his present position. He was currently passing over the Primosphere, one of the colony's largest research zones, and one which was now covered by an enormous dome. Few had much of an idea what went on inside, but Chase's position in the colony's hierarchy, not to mention his ongoing relationship with Nisha Kohli, whose father Ramesh now ran the whole Primosphere division, meant that he knew a lot more than most. He knew that Ramesh had overseen serious breakthroughs which were rewriting humanity's understanding of some core biological and evolutionary truths, and he knew that at the core of it all lay a mysterious organism known only as Nancy. With a name originating from the fact that the third variation of a ninth experiment was the first to bear fruit, Experiment 9C was quickly corrupted into the near-homonymous Nancy. Nancy was the point of sometimes contentious interest among those with a say in the colony's administration. Ramesh dodged direct questions even from his immediate family, but Chase knew enough to feel one part intrigued and one part troubled every time he flew over the domed Primosphere. For within that artificial atmosphere designed to mimic primordial Earth, Nancy had supposedly come into being via abiogenesis, and had since proceeded to develop into an increasingly complex and unfamiliar life form. Chase wasn't quite sure if develop was the best word, or if something like evolve or mutate may have been more appropriate. And nor did he know how much of Nancy's development had occurred autonomously, and how much had been prompted by Ramesh's deliberate manipulation of its surroundings. Its surroundings, Chase pondered as he watched the Primosphere pass underneath his feet. Or should that be her surroundings? All Chase knew was that Nancy was by now a mature organism, having been closely monitored since his own days as the subject of an experiment, way back during the ill-fated isolation test conducted in the Little Venus training zone he was about to fly over. Though much had changed in and around Little Venus, the site of a near disaster 4 years earlier, the zone was still used for its initial purpose of training astronauts. Although currently empty while everyone attended the launch ceremony, the entire area was typically teeming with both trainers and trainees. Of late, Chase had worn both hats, and although he still had a lot to learn from Holly before any trainee would look at him the same way they looked at her, for the last year he had been assisting in passing on his own knowledge of what was needed in an astronaut. While he had never participated in a real exploratory mission, a point some raised, albeit quietly, Chase had logged far more training and simulation hours than anyone else in a position to offer such assistance. It also wasn't as though anyone else was more qualified, due to decades of non-investment into space exploration from Earth's governments, to say nothing of the dystopian global union which had reigned for too long until fairly recently. There quite simply were no other experienced astronauts to assist in this way. There were 2 missing generations rather than just one. And this meant that the astronauts of the future weren't being trained by the astronauts of the past like Holly had been by Yuri, Spaceman Gardev. Because of the incredible immersiveness of modern simulation technology, however, it didn't mean that their trainers lacked what it took to mold them into formidable candidates for whatever future missions might lie ahead. One such candidate, surprisingly to some, was Bo Harrington. This development was entirely of Chase's doing, as he had relentlessly badgered Bo to enroll in basic training for one very specific purpose. In the past, Bo's knowledge and experience of transport rovers had proven crucial. Chase made the case to Bo that if a dangerous mission ever presented itself and needed a micro-sized crew of just 2 or 3, a rover specialist might well be among them. Chase also made it clear that he would be on the front line of any such mission, just as his mentor Holly always had been in the past, and that he would always want to have Bo by his side over anyone else. What ultimately pushed Bo into enrolling was the news that, unlike in the past, he wouldn't be allowed to so much as set foot in any small spacecraft until he had successfully completed basic flight and fitness training. Bo's flight training was, of course, far less extensive than that of Chase, who was, after all, aiming to position himself as the best young pilot on Terradox and the obvious choice to lead future exploratory missions. Chase would have felt sure of being chosen for future missions if Holly had been traveling to the Cosmosphere. But the as-yet unagreed specifics of the Cosmosphere's governance structure strengthened his resolve to grow into so outstanding a candidate that no one could ever overlook him. Not altogether unexpectedly, given the time, an incoming call notification filled Chase's ears via the WASP's speakers.
"I know I'm late," he said, preempting Holly's understandable frustration.
"Where are you?" she asked.
"On the way."
"That's not what I asked. How far away?"
Chase glanced down. "I've just passed Little Venus. But listen, Holly, I aced the hell run." She sighed.
"Well done, but we'll talk about that later. You do realize that literally everyone is waiting for you to get here, right?"
"I'll only be another minute, but you can start without me if you want." Holly was quiet for a second. If Chase had a weakness besides his timekeeping, it was surely this kind of innocent naivete in not understanding how important his own presence was.
"There's no way we can start without you, so just get here quickly, okay?" she eventually said. "Alive, but quickly."
"On it," Chase replied. "See you soon." He would have sped up if there had been any further power to call upon, and in the absence of that option, he continued flying straight and true.
Chapter 3. After several delightful hours spent with her father, the most welcome of all surprise guests, Viola left her home with more than a hint of reluctance as the time came for her annual public address outside New London's City Hall. On what was known worldwide as the annual Day of Gratitude, designated as a day for remembering and commemorating everyone who had played a part in resisting the evil plots of Roger Morrison and David Boyce, Viola's speech was always the most watched single event. Until Robert's recent arrival, Viola had been the only one of Terradox's original 7 saviors present on Earth. This made her the focal point for the entire English-speaking world's adulation and necessitated frequent travel to far-flung locales for some ceremony or another. She didn't mind this, but the understandable scheduling of the Day of Gratitude on the anniversary of Rusev's death frustratingly meant that Viola was always busy on the one day she wanted to spend with her young family more than any other. Peter, meanwhile, having been born and raised in Kazakhstan, was responsible for conducting all primary media duties from Eastern Europe to the Far East. Viola didn't envy his traveling schedule and wished it wasn't necessary, but both were glad that this year he had at least been able to remain at home for the first few waking hours of their daughter's birthday. As well as this welcome change, Robert Harrington's revelation that he was staying on Earth for good, or at least until they all left together for their new life on the Cosmosphere in 3 years' time, had sent Viola off in a happier mood than would otherwise have been the case. Robert's position as the Terradox colony's head of habitat management had been voluntarily passed on to the highly capable Marcel Platt, a well-liked veteran of the isolation test which had ended without a significant loss of life, thanks only to a risky last-minute intervention from Viola, Peter, and Holly. Viola now ventured outside alone, leaving Katie with Robert as well as the Hawthorns, who had been set to look after her before any of them knew Robert was coming. Peter was, by now, already well on the way to St. Petersburg for his own annual speech, which, unlike Viola's, would come after Holly launched the nascent Cosmosphere from Terradox, rather than before.
"Did it work?"
a voice called as Viola walked towards the gate at the edge of her property.
"Did he get you good?"
She recognized the voice as belonging to Pavel Mack, one of several security guards who took turns to diligently watch over her family's home. There were 4 guards in total, all of whom came personally recommended by Grav, having worked alongside him in years, and in some cases decades, gone by. They were well paid, but also honored to do the work of guarding the Ospanovs, and all were on the list of names set to travel to the Cosmosphere when the time came. "I'm going to get you all back for that," she said in jovial reply, knowing that Pavel and the other guards had obviously been in on it. "You'll see."
"Just make sure to keep your cloak in place until you get home, okay?" Pavel replied in a suddenly serious tone. No handshakes, no stopping for photos, no risks. Understood?
Understood, Viola said, opening the gate and continuing into the waiting taxi. It was self-driving, of course, but unlike the transport capsule she had grown so used to on Terradox, it was rooted to the ground and frustratingly subject to traffic congestion. There were no airborne vehicles at all within the densely populated and extensively built-up city of New London, but pilot schemes were in place in other areas where long journeys were often required and where space permitted a multi-layered transport network. Viola knew that congestion wouldn't be an issue today since the roads along her route to City Hall had been closed to public traffic as part of the security operation around her speech. But it was difficult not to long for the convenience she had taken for granted before her time on Terradox was cut short. The biggest thing she had taken for granted was personal security, since Grav's careful pre-arrival vetting of all colonists had kept the colony so safe that no one even thought about it. Life on Earth came with no such assurances, despite the friendliness of almost everyone, and it was for this reason that Viola and the rest of her family never left their home without a personal Romotech bubble to protect them. This was the cloak Pavel alluded to, and Viola had ensured it was in place long before his reminder. The cloak could stop a bullet as well as keep Viola safe from any potentially corrosive liquids and indeed any projectiles, blunt objects, or debris from nearby explosions. It also had some less important but welcome side effects such as keeping her dry in the rain, essentially acting as a kind of full-body umbrella, and the clouds overhead suggested that this bonus function might well come in handy sooner rather than later. To the best of Viola's understanding, the sub-microscopic romobots which composed the cloak lived inside her wristband until called upon, at which point they formed a barrier to safely envelop her body and keep the aforementioned threats at bay. This kind of technology was unavailable to the overwhelming majority of Earth's inhabitants, including heads of state and other political leaders. This sometimes led to conflicted feelings for Viola, who didn't consider herself worthy of such special treatment, largely because she still struggled to fully appreciate how highly she was considered, and just how deep the cult of personality around Terradox's original Seven Saviors truly ran. Viola's renown went far beyond the realm of reluctant celebrity, and at times bordered on a kind of hero worship that made her more than a little uneasy. People on Terradox had always looked at her and the others involved in key moments very differently than they looked at everyone else. But on Earth, everything was dialed up to uncomfortable levels. She thought this might have been because the Terradox colony was a small world where she'd brushed shoulders with pretty much everyone at one point or another, whereas on Earth she was out of reach for all but a lucky few. The reception she tended to get from members of the public who lined the streets wherever she was set to appear went beyond anything she had ever seen, easily surpassing the way popular royalty would have been greeted in years gone by, and often approaching an almost messianic fervor. The streets between Viola's home and City Hall were empty, with a huge crowd already gathered in the central square where she would address them in a matter of minutes. A memorial parade was scheduled for later in the day, as was tradition, and the metal railings to keep the crowds off the road were already in place. The physical railings were for show, of course, with Romotech cloaks set to do the real crowd control work when the time came. The stillness of these streets, soon to be packed, was an odd thing for Viola to experience as her self-driving taxi continued on its way. After the taxi turned a corner, an enormous poster of a young Ekaterina Rusev came into view on a building up ahead. Rusev's striking portrait stared into Viola's eyes like something between a benign dictator, a freedom-fighting revolutionary, and a religious figure. This certainly wasn't the first time Viola had noticed a religious undertone in such tributes, and she knew she wasn't the first to have thought about it. Although she had been too young to fully understand it at the time, Viola now knew that Roger Morrison's Global Union had made a conscious effort to subvert belief in all religions across the world. This mirrored and expanded upon similar efforts of the past by totalitarian governments who had been keen to establish themselves as the sole source of moral as well as legal authority. The GU had learned from every authoritarian regime that had gone before it, and applied all kinds of tried and tested tactics from several of their playbooks. The use of mass surveillance and secret police to keep people in line was an obvious example, as was rewarding citizens for snitching on their friends and family while simultaneously threatening harsh reprisal for anyone who failed to promptly report any infractions, no matter how small. Breeding resentment for intellectuals and turning students against teachers were similarly effective, with a reworked global curriculum carefully designed to indoctrinate children into believing that prior generations had selflessly and recklessly caused a swath of problems, which had in fact been caused by deliberate and concerted environmental manipulation. This manipulation, and the engineered famine that went with it, ultimately brought the world to its knees, and allowed Morrison to position his breakthroughs in romotechnology as the panacea for all of Earth's many ills. Perhaps most insidiously, particular efforts were made to begin weakening, and as far as possible eliminating, parental autonomy in all aspects of reproduction and child-rearing. Once again, this served as a means of ensuring that the GU would come to be seen as the sole source of any legitimate authority, and that the citizens of tomorrow would grow up loyal to the GU rather than to their potentially subversive parents. Despite their best efforts, however, Morrison and his cronies were ultimately left dissatisfied in this regard. Unparalleled propaganda made sure that his own cult of personality became a formidable one, but his final goal of establishing the GU as the sole authority in people's lives by chipping away at religious and family structures hadn't been quite so successful. Spirituality and biology, the greatest enemies of any tyrant, proved harder than expected to eliminate. Frustrated by his failure to remold humanity to his will, it was at that point that Morrison had begun to question why his global union was wasting so much time and so many resources supporting billions of people who, to his mind, lived lives of no consequence and did nothing but consume. Several volumes had since been written regarding the true extent and roots of Morrison's sociopathy, but at the time his true nature had been completely unknown to the public, despite his wicked views of that public being widely shared by those in his inner circle. These sycophantic henchmen nodded approvingly when the decision was made to go ahead with a great reset and to restart humanity with a clean slate, hiding out on Terradox while Earth was effectively fumigated by means of a sonic pulse powerful enough to kill everyone left behind. That most demonic of all schemes didn't go to plan, of course, and now, almost a full decade clear of the GU's abrupt collapse, national traditions and cultural beliefs around the world had recovered to a considerable extent. But while regional diversity returned, no longer quashed by ruthless GU policy, the world's population remained absolutely and voluntarily united in one regard: their undying reverence for the seven saviors who had bravely stopped Morrison's plan and quite literally saved humanity in the nick of time. One compounding factor was that although Morrison's concerted plan to weaken all major religions had been far from a full success, it had been fairly effective among those young enough to have grown up knowing no life other than life under the GU. For that young demographic, as Viola's psychologist friend Gillian Jackson explained, the Seven Saviors now served a kind of dual role, filling the position of mythical heroes once reserved for deities, and also the more pop-culture-oriented position of universally recognized and admired celebrities, which was once the domain of elite athletes and entertainers. Prior to Viola's departure from Terradox, Gillian had warned her to expect to encounter a kind of performative gratitude, like in the old videos she'd seen of citizens of one country or another fawning over a passing dictator, each trying to raise their own level of adulation so they weren't questioned for being the least adoring. In reality, however, nothing could ever have prepared Viola for the reverence that came her way. And unlike on the Terradox colony, where there were no statues or murals of any living persons, countless monuments to Viola and her fellow saviors had sprung up. The publicly funded monuments were unquestionably the grandest. From the 7 gargantuan obelisks at the Queensland site from which Morrison had planned to launch his escape ship to Terradox, all the way to the 7 Rushmore-like portrait carvings in the so-called Valley of Heroes in North America, governments around the world went out of their way to show just how highly their countries regarded the heroes in question. Performative gratitude, indeed. Governments around the world also made the most of the annual Day of Gratitude festivities in more self-serving ways, such as using the day to bury bad news or to distract from any troubling local issues. Nearing her destination, Viola looked around solemnly as her taxi turned another corner into a street full of posters in memoriam of the other individuals who had resisted Morrison and Boyce, but were no longer around to be thanked. The largest 2 such posters featured 2 people Viola had known well, and still missed dearly: Yuri, Spaceman Gardev, and Sakura Otsuka. Yuri had been the first of the 7 saviors to die, departing for good at the end of a long, full life. Sakura, a relative latecomer to the cause who took great personal risks during the Netherdox fiasco, on the other hand, died far too young of tragic but ultimately natural causes. 24 more posters, slightly smaller but still extremely large, paid tribute to the loyal security guards who were killed on Terradox by David Boyce's infiltrators during the final days of the ill-fated and ill-managed Terradox resort. It was only right that these young men and women were remembered, but their haunting faces couldn't help but make Viola think of the other innocent man who died that day: Remy Bouchard, who was also the only victim of either Morrison or Boyce whose death she had witnessed up close and in person. Remy's absence from official memorial services came at the request of his wife Cherise, who had asked for him to be completely excluded from such events for the sake of their twin daughters, who had been too young to process his death at the time, and who would have gained nothing from being carted out at annual memorials, as would inevitably have been the case if Remy was part of them. Viola was one of the very few people who knew that Remy had died at Holly's reluctant hand, necessarily killed as she forced herself to pull the trigger to save every other man, woman, and child whose lives were on the line. She also knew that Holly struggled to live with that memory every single day. For this reason, while she always took a moment to remember Remy, Viola wasn't disappointed that there was no public memorial, or indeed that the circumstances of his death had never been publicly revealed. Further back in the recesses of Viola's mind, thoughts of another individual stubbornly rattled around. Dante Parker, the treacherous 8th member of the original Terradox landing crew, who met his demise at Grob's enraged fists rather than via Holly's reluctant trigger finger, had been utterly airbrushed from history. The general public didn't even know that he had ever been born, much less that he had been the first person to die on Terradox. But the depravity of his actions and intentions made it difficult for Viola to think he deserved anything else. This time every year, she wished it was as easy as that to airbrush Dante from her own mind. After what seemed like too long, the last of the memorial posters passed into the taxi's rearview mirror. These posters, intended to further stir emotions of gratitude in an already grateful public, had the effect of turning the final stage of Viola's journey into something of a somber procession. She tried to think of Katie waiting at home, probably still chasing the invisible ball around with her best friend Patch, and also to focus on the fact that she would only ever have to deliver 2 or 3 more Day of Gratitude speeches. That depended on the exact date of her family's departure for the romosphere in around 3 years, and framing things in these terms helped her to keep a level head. The speech itself was nothing to worry about, given both how thoroughly she had rehearsed it and how comfortable she had become addressing large crowds. This comfort came via the brute force of massive experience, with each major public appearance having become easier and easier after her first few abortive attempts to get through a speech without constantly and nervously reading from her notes. Destination reached, the taxi soothingly announced as it slowed to a halt. Viola opened the door and instinctively closed it straight away, amazed by the level of noise outside. It was a general cacophony rather than a sudden burst of focused cheering or chanting, because no one knew she was there yet. The incredible level of this general hubbub made her wonder about the size of the waiting crowd, and she couldn't even imagine what level the noise would reach when she finally stood before them. A matter of seconds later, before she had finished psyching herself up to step out, a serious-looking man in a long black coat and dark black sunglasses appeared at the side of the car. He removed his sunglasses before opening Viola's door, then smiled relatively warmly as he introduced himself as her bodyguard for the speech. At least a dozen uniformed police officers were watching on, assuring her that the man was who he said he was. "Thanks," she said, stepping out. "But if I needed a bodyguard, I would have brought Pavel."
"Well, my name is Lance, and I'm going to be taking Pavel's place. The crowd is considerably larger than expected, and the police weren't able to screen everyone at the checkpoints as thoroughly as they would have liked. All I'm here to do is stand at your side for the duration of your speech and ensure you make it back home safely. Pavel can pick up his duties again as soon as that happens." Although Lance spoke in a fairly soft tone, his words were tinged with insistence.
I'm cloaked, Viola said. I really don't need anyone to stand beside me.
Mrs. Ospinov, my orders are very—
I know you're doing your job, she interrupted. And I'm not trying to give you a hard time here. I know you're trying to keep me safe, but I am safe. And when I spoke to Holly last night, she was very clear about how she wanted this to go down. Only me on the podium, and only me in the shot. No one else.
Lance nodded, unflustered. I understand your position, but like I was saying, my orders are crystal clear.
Viola pointed to the police-guarded steps which led to the stage. Lance, I don't know what to tell you. One of us is going up there. Either I'm going up there alone to give this speech and send everyone home happy, or you're going up there alone to tell everyone that the speech isn't happening.
That's not how this is going to go, Lance said, standing his ground both literally and figuratively.
I'll personally make sure you don't get in any trouble for this, Viola reassured him. Who's your top-level boss, anyway? Are you with the city or the police?
RESC, he replied with a brief shake of his head. Viola's shoulders loosened.
Rucentra Earth Security Corps?
Precisely. So, ultimately, I suppose my top-level boss is Dimitar Rusev.
One of my best friends, Viola said with a smile. She patted Lance on the shoulder like he was an old friend himself and walked away. Don't worry about anything. You won't just not get in trouble for letting me go alone. I'll ask Dimitar to make sure you get a raise.
Viola, wait, Lance called after a few seconds. He walked towards her and she stopped to hear him out. Instead of more money, do you think you could put in a word with Dimitar to move me up the list for the Cosmosphere? I have a kid, but only one if that helps. Suddenly, tremendously uncomfortable, Viola racked her mind for a response.
I really can't get involved in the list-making, but I'll definitely tell him that you helped me out.
Thanks.
No problem,
Viola said, turning again to walk up the steps. But only a few paces later she paused once more and looked back over her shoulder.
It's not the end of the world if you don't make it onto the final list, though. Whatever breakthroughs we make on the Cosmosphere, they can and will benefit everyone on Earth. Just like the breakthroughs from Terradox.
Lance didn't react. His blank expression prompted Viola to turn around fully in an effort to reassure him.
If you don't make it, I want you to know that we're not abandoning Earth, she went on. I need you to know that. We're not leaving you all behind.
Still, Lance said and did nothing. It looked as though he had a thought in mind, but didn't want to speak it given his present company.
We're not abandoning you, Viola repeated with 95% conviction in her voice, trying to swallow away all doubt as she turned away from Lance for the final time and climbed the steps. These words echoed in her mind and overpowered what would otherwise have been a positively deafening roar that greeted her emergence on the main stage. She looked out at a crowd that seemed to go on forever and was certainly well over 1 million strong. Inevitably, given the topic of recent conversation, she wondered how many of those everyday people might make the list. A few hundred at most, she guessed, trying not to let her solemnity show. The rest will be left behind.
Chapter 4. Only 40 seconds from his destination at full speed, a large arrow appeared before Chase on the ground up ahead, digitally superimposed by the Wasp's reactive windshield in the same manner as the obstacles he had overcome earlier. He asked the Wasp for a closer look and was immediately shown a close-up from one of the plane's excellent exterior cameras. On the small inlet screen that appeared on the windshield, he then saw a boy running around 300 meters ahead of a grounded and open transport capsule, evidently having had some kind of problem with the capsule, and evidently trying to make it to see the launch before there was nothing left to see. Although the launch site at the RPZ was well under a minute away by Wasp, it would have been a considerable journey on foot. With Holly's words echoing in Chase's mind, "There's no way we can start without you," he changed the Wasp's course and rapidly descended for an impromptu landing. The boy stopped in his tracks and turned to face the Wasp.
When Chase got low enough to make out the boy's face, he recognized him as a 15 or 16-year-old trainee communications officer named Bradley Reinhardt. The unplanned pickup would doubtless earn Chase a private dressing down from Holly later in the day, but a relatively mild inconvenience for him would make all the difference in the world for young Bradley, who would otherwise have had no chance of reaching the RPZ in time to witness the launch. Bradley walked towards the Wasp as it touched down, confusion etched on his face. Chase wasted no time getting out and instead beckoned Bradley inside with a hand gesture. The boy was only too glad to oblige. Shouldn't you already be at the launch? He asked as he climbed in the open door.
Holly said they won't start without me, Chase said, assisting Bradley with his safety belts. What happened to your capsule, anyway? Why did you have to run?
Bradley held his arms aloft, totally unfamiliar with the safety belts. All he could do was let Chase take care of it. I just left it too late, he said. I knew the transport system was being disabled for an hour. Everyone did. But I was playing chess with my cousin on Earth and I completely lost track of time. My dad called to ask where the hell I was, but it was too late. The capsule cut off maybe 3 minutes before it would have arrived. On foot, I would have been lucky to be there before everyone else started to leave. Chase nodded in understanding after securing Bradley to his seat. It was very rare for the transport system to be disabled, but the reasoning for today's pause made sense. All research and education was suspended for the rest of the day so that everyone could attend the launch, and it was both deemed unnecessary and unfair for those who normally watched over the colony's extensive network of transport capsules to have missed it themselves. The necessity of their oversight positions had been called into question on multiple occasions, with some voices insisting that the system could manage itself and avoid collisions or traffic bottlenecks. But Holly's entrenched reluctance to depend entirely on automation for such a core function meant that those voices would never have their way so long as she remained president of the Colony Council.
It's Bradley, right? Chase asked as he began the takeoff procedure. You're training to be a communications officer?
Wow, the boy said. It's just Brad, but, yeah, that's right. But we've never properly met, so I really didn't think you'd know my name. There are thousands and thousands of people here. Do you know every—
They're not all on track to make the cut for the romosphere, Chase said.
You pay attention to our work? Bradley asked, sounding even more surprised.
Certain disciplines more than others, Chase explained, lifting off more gently than normal for the benefit of his inexperienced passenger. Comms knowledge saved all of our asses back when Holly and the other 6 of the original landing crew managed to contact the station from here. Thinking outside the box to solve communication problems in a tight spot was crucial again when they took down Boyce, and then again when Steve was trying to get out of the compound 4 years ago. We need people who think like that, outside the box. People like you.
A lot of us are doing well, the boy said, humbly if somewhat awkwardly searching for the right words to downplay his position.
Glad to hear it. After all, we need a lot of good people. And, just a heads up, this thing goes pretty fast.
The boy nodded, thinking he knew what fast meant. So who else is on track? How many disciplines do you follow?
Pretty much all of them, Chase said,
speaking over the sudden noise that came with his rapid acceleration. He looked at Bradley and saw him leaning back with an expression of borderline horror. Late was late, so he slowed down very slightly to a less unsettling speed. Keep talking, Bradley panted, short of oxygen, not directly because of the Wasp's pace, but more so because of how utterly unaccustomed he was to it. About anything. Just keep talking, okay? Chase looked at him again and saw that he was smiling very slightly, as though part of his mind was amused at his body's reaction to the flight.
We'll be on the ground again in a minute, dude. But if talking makes it easier. What did you ask earlier? Something about which disciplines I was paying attention to? Yeah, well, practically all of them, like I said. Everyone cares about the makeup of the romosphere's population. But I think I probably care even more because I was inside that isolation compound when Steve flipped.
Bradley nodded again, this time as though he was really focusing on Chase's words, and as though the conversation was succeeding in distracting him from the flight. That makes sense, he said,
making Chase grin momentarily since this reply came many times louder than it had to be. The topic at hand saw Chase's grin fade quickly, though, and he continued his point as the RPZ drew ever nearer. Right. And the thing is, Steve wasn't a bad guy. He just wasn't psychologically fit for the mission. You know the story as well as I do about how the rest of us were trapped inside there with him. But here's the thing. When Steve lost it, we only had a week left. My goal at that point was to keep Steve stable until the mission ended. But that's the difference. Because on the Cosmosphere, the mission never ends. There's no time limit. No one gets out. Whoever we take, we're stuck with them. And when the idiots who used to be in charge of security for the old Terradox resort somehow let David Boyce come here under an alias, look at how that problem ended up being solved. Holly, Rusev, and all the others were able to come here from the station and deal with it quickly, because the station is so close to here. But the Cosmosphere is going to get further and further away from Earth, Terradox, and the station every single day. If something goes wrong, there's no one else to help. So we need to do two things. We need to bring a lot of smart people who can and will help whenever they have to. And we also need to bring 0 bad eggs. Because if we take a single bad egg to the Cosmosphere... Bradley remained silent as Chase trailed off. His hands were still gripping the edges of his seat, knuckles whitening thanks to the intensity of his grip. But Chase's words and tone were now breeding an altogether different kind of concern. As the RPZ came into view, revealing an enormous crowd on the temporary grandstands that had been fabricated for the launch ceremony, Chase began to descend. He glanced at Bradley and noticed that the nature of his expression had changed from fearful to deeply contemplative. "I hope I'm not talking you out of applying," he chuckled. "Everything is going to work out. The best people are doing everything possible to make sure only good people get in. And we're going to have Peter Ospinov back in charge of security once we get there. You've been here since before Peter and Viola had to leave, right? You know no one is ever going to be stupid enough to mess with Peter, just like no one messes with Grav." "I guess so," Bradley said. He then breathed the deepest sigh of relief of his young life so far as the Wasp touched down just a few hundred meters from the grandstand. But his mind was far from soothed. His fear of the flight was gone, but a frightening seed had been planted in his mind. Chapter 5. Light rain began to drip on the ground around Viola's feet just as she took to the stage in front of New London's City Hall, standing alone before an intimidatingly huge crowd who had been waiting for many hours to see her. She was kept dry by the personal Romotech cloak which was in place to protect her from potential attackers, but the crowd had no such protection. She saw a number of the better-prepared spectators raising umbrellas, which understandably irked those further back whose views were obstructed. Several of those who raised umbrellas lowered them within seconds after generally polite requests from their fellow spectators. But Viola knew that arguments could break out if the rain got any worse. Keeping the New London crowd peaceful and maintaining a positive tone were absolutely crucial factors in how well her speech would be received elsewhere, so this was a real cause for concern. "1 second," she said to the crowd, holding up a single finger. "I forgot something." Viola ran down the steps and glanced around in search of Lance, the Resentra security officer she'd spoken to moments earlier. Fortunately, she spotted him very quickly and was at his side within a few more seconds. "How long would it take to put a roof over the crowd?" she asked, urgency in her tone. "Just a basic single-layer cloak with runoffs or guttering or whatever we'd need?" Lance blew air from his lips. "Once we had authorization? Seconds. To get the authorization for any kind of weather manipulation, even as localized as this? Hours." "Even if it's me who asks for it?" Viola asked. She knew how this sounded, dangerously close to, "Do you know who I am?" But the fact that she was trying to use her position for the benefit of others rather than herself made the words less uncomfortable to utter. "Unfortunately, yes. The time delay is built in and can't be overridden. We're not on Terradox, Mrs. Ospinov. Everything has to be cleared by the committee, and even then it's subject to the delay." Viola rubbed her chin in frustrated thought.
There's already a square barrier around the stage, right? A high but ruthless four-sided cloak to stop objects from being thrown onto the stage? That's what they told me would be in place.
That's right, Lance said. But that doesn't really solve the rain prob—
Don't worry about it,
Viola replied as she ran back up the steps, a fresh idea in mind. The crowd cheered once again as she reappeared.
It's literally impossible for us to put a cloak over you guys while I talk, she said into the microphone. So we're just going to have to stick this out.
The rain was growing stronger, now bouncing around the base of Viola's cloak rather than dripping.
You can probably see that I'm not dressed for rain, she said, gesturing to her long black dress and lightweight shoulder-covering cardigan. But if we're all going to get wet, we're all going to get wet.
She then pressed a few buttons on her wristband to disable her cloak, feeling momentary regret when the cold rain suddenly hit her. The crowd roared as she cleared her eyelashes with her thumb and adjusted her long blonde hair.
Do your worst,
she laughed at the sky, drawing further cheers.
You think us New Londoners are scared of a bit of rain?
The few remaining umbrellas in the crowd now went down, and Viola saw amused expressions as far as she could see. Her plan, carried out more in hope than expectation, had worked perfectly. Her use of the term us New Londoners wasn't calculated, but rather came out naturally, since the first 17 and latest 4 of Viola's 27 years had been spent in the city. These were her people, and they knew she was one of them. Viola then took a few moments to gather her composure, knowing that as well as the enormous crowd before her, she was also being watched live on giant screens at gatherings across the globe and in hundreds of millions of homes. No one wanted to see her stumble over her words, and the crowd was as supportive as they came. But Holly had repeatedly stated that a confident delivery would go a long way to winning over the small minority of people elsewhere who had doubts as to the value or utility of the Cosmosphere project.
In less than an hour,
Viola began, using a well-practiced and resonant speaking voice which still didn't come naturally.
Years of planning will come to fruition with the launch of the Cosmosphere. In approximately 2 years, a small crew of humans will walk on the Cosmosphere's surface for the first time, once it has safely expanded to its final size. Just 1 year after that, 3 years from now, the Cosmosphere will depart its holding orbit to set course for the stars, expanding humanity's reach, and decisively ushering in a new and exciting era of deep space exploration. Work is ongoing in preparation for that momentous day of departure, not only here but also on Terradox and the Venus Station. We all have a lot to look forward to, and final information on residency applications for life on the Cosmosphere will be made available very soon. But while this is very much a day for looking forward, it's no accident that the launch is taking place on our annual Day of Gratitude. Without the sacrifices of the individuals we are here to honor, none of this would be happening. None of us would be here at all without the sacrifices of these individuals, and that is why we continue to dedicate 1 day each year to looking back. The Day of Gratitude is a day for looking back at the lives, the legacies, and the sacrifices of those who stood up to tyranny so that we could all be free, with particular remembrance of those who are no longer with us to reflect upon the darkest of times they helped see us through.
Viola paused to avoid speaking over a sudden and rancorous applause. When it died down, the voice of a child near the front of the crowd broke a momentary silence.
"You helped too,"
the young girl shouted, genuinely unprompted as far as Viola knew. Viola smiled awkwardly and nodded.
"I appreciate that," she said. "I assisted when I could, sometimes by being in the right place at the right time. But I count myself lucky to have known Spaceman, Sakura, and Rusev. I can understand why some of you look to me and my family and see heroes, or saviors, as it's more commonly put. But I look up to those 3 and the other survivors in the same way. Holly and Grav in particular. Without them, my family would have died on Terradox, and Roger Morrison would have had his way."
With the most emotionally challenging part of her speech out of the way,
Viola shifted gears and moved on to providing some new details about the Cosmosphere's imminent launch. She was at least as keen to watch the events on Terradox as her audience were, and there was no need for her to exaggerate her excitement or enthusiasm for the project. One of the parts of the remainder of the speech she'd had to rehearse most was the part intended to stress that those left behind would benefit from the work conducted on the Cosmosphere. She dived quickly into this point, keen to get it out of the way. I won't stand here and pretend that Earth has already become a technological utopia thanks to the work that's been done on Terradox or the Venus Station, and I won't say that a perfect world is coming. What I will say, and what we should all be proud of, is that there has been major progress. Food scarcity is a thing of the past, Viola said, pausing for a few seconds to let this statement linger exactly as Holly had suggested. And future breakthroughs will help humanity in other, equally important ways. That's not just a promise, it's a guarantee. The crowd applauded as expected, but Viola knew she was preaching to the converted. She dearly hoped that her words would also get through to those less positive about the project. The rest of the speech passed easily as Viola spoke honestly and openly about her hopes for the future of not just the Cosmosphere, but humanity as a whole. After 4 years on Earth, Viola Ospinov was itching to move on. And on this third annual Day of Gratitude, she was growing tired of looking back. As far as Viola was concerned, it was time to look forward. Difficult missions had been completed and difficult battles had been won to reach this point, and the prize for those often costly victories was the safety and comfort of Earth, Terradox, and the Venus Station. Now, with all 3 of humanity's population bases safe and secure, it was high time to look further afield. Now, it truly was time to look to the stars. Chapter 6. While the crowd in Terradox's Romotech production zone were all absorbed by Viola Ospinov's recent speech as it was relayed to them on an enormous screen, the rapid approach and landing of a Wasp aircraft broke their focus. Better late than never, Grov muttered, standing with Holly in a small square surrounded by 4 temporary grandstands. These grandstands were packed out with spectators eager to see Holly initiate the Cosmosphere's launch, with the only single seat currently unoccupied being the one with Bradley Reinhardt's name on it. Unlike everyone else, Holly and Grov weren't overly surprised to see Bradley step out of the Wasp with Chase. They knew how far away he'd been 4 minutes ago, and they knew it didn't take 4 minutes to get from there to here. Bradley's absence had been noted. It was easy to see a space when it was the only space going. And Holly's mind had put 2 and 2 together and already concluded that Chase must have flown over and on the way Bradley. Though it wasn't quite a weakness, Chase's inability to not help whoever he could had led to lateness in the past, so this really was no surprise. Chase hurried over to Holly and Grov's side where he had stood during rehearsals. He was too late to say the few lines he was supposed to have said and would later learn that his good friend Marcel Platt had stepped up in his absence. The crowd reacted to Chase's obviously late arrival with some light-hearted, ironic cheering, which he acknowledged with an embarrassed wave. Bradley, far less used to the spotlight, was even more embarrassed as he made his way up the stairs of one of the grandstands and sidestepped along the row to his seat. Chase watched as Bradley's parents quietly asked the obvious questions, but he knew that those questions would be easier for the boy to deal with than those that would have come his way if he hadn't shown up at all. Chase then turned to another of the grandstands, where his mother Jillian and his father Christian were sitting. Jillian waved, glad to see him, but Christian's anger at his lateness was obvious. A few seats further along, Chase saw his long-term girlfriend Nisha Coley and her family. Nisha looked halfway amused and halfway annoyed that he was so late, somewhere between his 2 parents' conflicting reactions, as he might have expected. But the annoyance faded into laughter when he embarrassed her by exaggeratedly throwing a kiss her way. Holly nudged Chase in the arm, prompting him to face the screen and stop distracting people. "Sorry," he said, quietly but honestly. "And I'm sorry I'm late. I saw Bradley trying to—" "You were already late before that," Holly cut him off. A few seconds of silence passed between them. filled by the words of Viola's stirring speech, as Chase searched for something to say in his defense. "But good work acing that hell run," Holly said, saving him the trouble as she broke into a brief smile. Not long later, and as soon as Viola's speech ended, Holly stepped forward to address the eager crowd. "First of all, I want to thank you all again for coming out to witness this momentous occasion in humanity's history," she said, before glancing back at Chase and Grav. "And Chase, it was very kind of you to join us." "I wouldn't have missed it," he replied after the crowd's good-natured laughter died down. "You almost did," his friend Marcel yelled. Even Grav cracked a smile at this. "Anyway," Holly said, segueing into the important matter at hand. "We all know why we're here, so I won't go back over familiar ground. Before we go ahead with the launch, though, I think it's time to reveal the given name of the romokinetic sphere that will be inhabitable in as little as 2 years' time. Cosmosphere was the name of the concept, a concept generated by Yuri Gardev himself. But while that name has become familiar to us all over the last few years, Yuri would have been the first among us to say that a new, purpose-built human settlement needs a name more befitting of its grandeur." The crowd was truly silent now, very keen to hear the name. Many had been suggested and debated in recent years, with some naturally having gained far more support than others. Popular proposals included names like Celestia, Xanadu, and Elysium, along with similar variations of the same theme, words meaning something close to utopia or paradise. Cosmosphere, used as a publicly known placeholder during the planning and development stages, clearly lacked the desired punch. Vesura was one potential name Holly took a liking to, as it sounded relatively pleasant and held meaning given that its spelling was Rusev backwards with a prettifying A on the end. The less meaningful but equally pleasant Avalon was another she considered very seriously. One group of proposed names Holly took a distinct disliking to were a group of dox suffix names favored by some high-ranking Rosentra board members on the Venus station. Novadox, Chaladox, and Astrodox were all presented as viable options, but the working group behind those suggestions ultimately threw their collective weight behind the name Asterodox, with Aster being more faithful to the ancient Greek inspiration than Astro, and with the name containing the full Terradox sound, Asterodox was viewed by many as an excellent choice. Despite Dimitar Rusev having been as unconvinced by this name as Holly, the lack of a popular alternative meant that Asterodox had looked very much like the winning name for a prolonged period of time. Following a Greek theme which seemed to have struck a chord with many, and simultaneously holding true to the group of paradise-themed names favored by those on another side of the argument, Dimitar himself eventually came to Holly privately with a suggestion of his own. Arcadia. He argued that it ticked all the boxes and rolled off the tongue better than the alternatives, particularly if people came to think of and refer to the Cosmosphere as a ship, and hence added "the" before its name. The Greek spelling even had a K in place of the typical English C, continuing a theme common in Rosentra-designated names of the past, seen in everything from carrier to compound and even Cosmosphere itself. It also contained the word arc, which was a word that had been thrown around in relation to the Cosmosphere given that it would, after all, carry an extensive variation of human and animal life on its travels through space. "The Arcadia is a perfect name for a sphere like this," he had told her. "It works better than anything else, and even more so when the name follows the RKS prefix denoting it as the first romokinetic sphere. RKS Arcadia. Say it aloud, Holly. RKS Arcadia. Even if everyone ends up considering it as a place and not as a ship, ditching both the RKS and the prefixes and just calling it Arcadia, that still works really well. What do you think?" Holly's reaction was one of immediate support, and she was relieved that the name pleased almost everyone else who had a say. Dimitar's will would ultimately have been done, and he would have pushed ahead with any name Holly supported, even if the rest of the board didn't like it. But it was much better for everyone to work from a position of consensus. Arcadia wasn't everyone's first choice, but it was more people's first choice than anything else, and placed overwhelmingly as the most common second choice. It would have won a vote under any system had a formal vote been conducted, and no one felt strong enough opposition to argue against it. Although the name was common knowledge among the Venus station's relatively small population, it had not been more widely announced as an option, let alone as the final choice. Indeed, with just seconds before Holly's announcement, not even Chase Jackson, standing just a few feet from her side, knew the name of the new world that he and many others would call home in just a few years. With Chase being the only future inhabitant standing separately from the crowd and RPZ team, Holly turned to address him directly before she spoke her next words. "I christen your new home the RKS Arcadia." As the words settled, the crowd's initial murmurs of reaction had a decidedly positive tone. Needless to say, this relieved Holly greatly. "Arcadia?" Chase echoed, nodding slowly as he automatically ditched both prefixes as everyone else would likewise come to do. "I like it. I like it a lot." Holly knew that Chase was far too professional for there to have been any question of him publicly voicing disapproval for the name, but she was glad that he sounded very genuine in his support. "If I could ask for a quick hand for our team here in the RPZ," Holly said, pointing to a group of 20 or so uniformed men and women who had toiled over every detail of the imminent launch for the last 4 years of their lives. The audience obliged, raucously applauding as the somewhat shy staff members in question offered humble waves of acknowledgement. "Over the next 2 years, our excellent team here in the RPZ will spend some of their time designing and developing a second and far smaller romokinetic sphere, a mini-sphere, if you will, which will eventually travel through space in Arcadia's wake. This mini-sphere, to be named at a later date by the Arcadian population, will at all times remain exactly halfway between Earth and Arcadia. It will be unmanned, at least to begin with, and will be used as a point for emergency in-person rendezvous of all kinds. The mini-sphere's midpoint position will self-evidently have the journey time required for any emergency physical contact between citizens of Earth and Arcadia, should a situation requiring that arrive. It is our longer-term intention to place mini-spheres of this kind at frequent intervals, each serving as a kind of interplanetary pit stop. Each could quite conceivably house a Romotech production zone of its own, enabling long-distance travelers to fabricate any replacement parts needed for their vessels or equipment. By developing the mini-sphere here on Terradox, via the embryonic process that's familiar to everyone by now, we will ensure that it can be launched from Arcadia very shortly after the population's arrival. Some of our current RPZ team will be among that population, ensuring that the mini-sphere's launch from Arcadia will be just as seamless as Arcadia's launch from Terradox. Continuity and cooperation are 2 core tenets of this ambitious multi-site project humanity has recently endeavored to undertake, and those tenets are at the heart of this mini-sphere sub-project. Holly didn't intend to pause for applause, but the next few seconds she spent considering her next words proved long enough to invite one. Unlike Terradox, Arcadia has been equipped with 2 independently functioning Romotech production zones. The first will function much as our RPZ did for the first few years of its life, focusing on the fabrication of relatively small items for both personal and research use. The second, however, will focus on the kind of large-scale sphere development that our RPZ has conducted over the course of Arcadia's design and creation. This second zone will be known as the Shipyard, and it will be from that shipyard that Arcadia's citizens ultimately launch spheres of their own design to venture off in new directions of interest. The potential is limitless. Before long, Arcadian shipyard staff will doubtless design other spheres with their own shipyards, ultimately allowing careful, deliberate replication throughout our galaxy. The applause was a lot louder this time, with many people looking at each other in surprise and nodding approvingly at the exciting-sounding possibilities. Holly beamed from ear to ear as she stepped towards the launch console, not even trying to hide her delight that 4 years of near-endless work was finally about to come to fruition. And now, without further ado, the time has come for Arcadia to soar. She pressed the console's small green button and stepped back. As everyone knew, The embryonic romosphere, which would ultimately become Arcadia, was being launched from the canyon beside Terradox Central Station. Incredibly dense and almost as large as a regular 6,000 capacity Farrier, its launch had required the development of an enormous super Farrier capable of hauling it into orbit. Terradox's zonal nature had made the logistics of a launch like this easier than would otherwise have been the case, since the habitat management team were able to reduce atmospheric gravity within the launch zone to simultaneously reduce the force required to initially lift such a massive object. A highly experienced pilot was ready and waiting in the super Farrier, prepared to begin takeoff procedures just as soon as Holly pressed the button. Everyone also knew that the nature of a Farrier's takeoff meant that there would be no explosive rocket-style fireworks in the sky, but they didn't care about that, and were unanimously eager to see the prodigiously sized super Farrier soar through the sky overhead. It wouldn't pass directly over them, of course, but the point where it would cross Terradox's Romobot cloak had been chosen as one which would be visible from the RPZ. When Holly pushed the green button and the super Farrier initiated the takeoff, the image on the large screen behind Holly switched to a live feed from the launch site. The crowd cheered, understandably, and Holly turned away from them to catch a glimpse. The camera capturing this sight had evidently been placed at the cliff edge from which she and Viola had first discovered their crashed carrier 10 long years earlier. It was incredible to see the scale of the spacecraft that was about to launch from that very spot, let alone to consider what it was hauling, and Holly had to make a conscious effort to restrain her emotions. The embryonic romosphere, which most people already thought of as Arcadia, appeared jet black thanks to the opaque cloak which would remain around it until the 2-year expansion was complete. Teams on Terradox, Earth, and the Venus station would all have access to imagery from cameras on the inside of this cloak, but the first time the general public saw Arcadia's surface would be in 2 years' time when the cloak was lifted. Arcadia's external gravitational cloak would remain in place for even longer, right up until the enormous sphere reached a sufficient distance from Earth that its presence would have no discernible gravitational effect. Cloak or no cloak, there would have been nothing to see at the moment, in any case, and the colonists surrounding Holly were all more than satisfied to catch a glimpse of the perfect black sphere. Only 20 seconds after she pressed the button to order the launch, Holly felt a lump in her throat as she gazed at the screen and saw the super Farrier successfully lift its most precious of all cargo. Woohoo! Dozens of the crowd yelled. Yeah! Within another minute or so, both the super Farrier and black sphere became directly visible at a great height in the sky. Up there! Someone yelled, drawing everyone else's attention. That way! Sure enough, there it was. There she goes, Chase said, beaming the widest smile of his life. Holly said nothing, only wiping a stubborn tear from her joyous face. Chase briefly glanced beyond her to Grav, whose expression, as ever, gave a lot less away. Go well, little sphere, Grav said, looking directly at it and speaking his first words since Chase stepped out of the Wasp. Go well. 2 years later. Chapter 7. No. Peter, I don't want to mess up your home. Pavel, enough, Peter insisted, guiding his friend and bodyguard out of the taxi and trying to usher him towards the front door of the Ospanovs' new London home. No one is in, and if there's any mess, I'll clean it. I'm not sending you home across the city looking like that. Not after all you've done for me. Pavel sighed in acceptance. Seconds later, he was following Peter inside, at least until Peter stopped dead on the spot. Daddy! Katie yelled, excitedly jumping to her feet. It was already too late. Daddy? Viola's voice parroted, as surprised as Katie. She appeared from the living room seconds later. Upon catching sight of Pavel, she gazed intently at Peter. Their eyes silently asked each other why they were home at this hour, with Viola's unspoken question understandably carrying a significant level of concern along with the healthy measure of surprise. She looked beyond Peter at Pavel once more, but before she could ask anything out loud, and before Peter encouraged Katie to go upstairs, the child beat them all to it. "Is Pavel covered in paint?" she asked, the words full of all the innocence in the world. "That's right, Angel," Peter said, pulling Pavel into full view by his side. "Some bad people tried to throw paint on me and Pavel stepped in the way." Katie looked puzzled. "But you must have had your bubble switched on," she said, halfway to a question. Too smart for her own good, Peter often thought. Viola often told him that some of Katie's mannerisms and unusual speech patterns reminded her of how her own younger brother Beau had been at 6 years old, and Robert had said similar things with more conviction. She had, quote, her uncle's brains and her mum's looks, in Robert's grandfatherly words, the best of both worlds, in Peter's. Pavel cleared his throat. "I wasn't 100% sure that the paint wouldn't get through," he said. "I've never seen paint hit a cloak before." Peter bit his lip, but he knew this explanation would last a few seconds at best. "How could paint get through?" Katie pressed. "I thought nothing gets through." "It doesn't," Pavel said. "It was just that in the heat of the moment, things aren't always clear. My job is to keep your dad safe. I would do it for free, but that's how I'm earning my family's tickets to Arcadia. You remember Sophie from your birthday party, right?" Smart move, Viola thought. "Baby Sophie?" Katie asked, her suspicious inquisitiveness dying in an instant, and quickly replaced with a wide-eyed smile. "Are you and Sophie coming to Patch's birthday party too? It's tomorrow." "Of course they are, honey," Viola said. "But why don't you go and make an invitation for them now, just in case Patch forgot to give them one? Daddy will help you with the scissors while I help Pavel clean up all of this silly paint." Katie happily took hold of Peter's hand and pulled him into the living room, too excited by the thought of seeing little Sophie again to reason that there was no way Patch would have forgotten to invite her. Peter glanced at Pavel as he went and held a firm finger to his lips. "Nothing," he mouthed, as forceful as a silent word could be. As soon as Peter pulled the living room door closed, Pavel's expression changed immediately. "Don't ask," he said, incongruously weakly for a man of his size and build. "Please." Viola looked deeply into Pavel's dark eyes. There were no tears, but they were bleary. "Come to the bathroom and get cleaned up," she said gently. "I'll get you some clothes from Peter's wardrobe." Pavel nodded in thanks and followed her up the stairs. Viola opened the bathroom door and turned on the shower, telling Pavel not to worry about staining any towels while he washed away the worst of the stains. It wasn't paint, as everyone over the age of 6 knew only too well, and clean linen was the least of anyone's concerns. Viola wasted no time in fetching a change of clothes from Peter's wardrobe. Pavel was several inches shorter than Peter, but similarly built, so they would do the job until he got home, but she didn't take them straight through to the bathroom. Pavel was in the shower anyway, so she sat down on the bed and pressed a button on her wristband while holding it towards the viewing wall on the far side of the bedroom. A live news feed filled the wall. Its content filled her with fear. They were only talking about one thing: an assassination attempt on Peter Ospinov, the second in 11 days. Viola saw the city streets behind the reporter, locked down, and listened carefully to the headline version of the story. "No casualties other than the 2 foiled assassins who were deflected by Mr. Ospinov's bodyguard." Viola instinctively looked in the direction of the bathroom, as though 2 walls weren't in the way. She thought of Pavel, covered in more blood than she had ever seen in her life, and couldn't help but think that deflected was one hell of a euphemism. "I think it's time we start holding to account the politicians who have legitimized the brain-dead conspiracy theories that lead to this kind of radicalization," said a talking head in a news studio as Viola stared blankly towards the bathroom. "We had already seen knives and bombs, and today we've seen machetes on the streets of New London. How long until more sophisticated methods rear their heads?" Viola tapped her wristband to kill the feed. She sat in silence until she heard the shower turn off, then carried the clothes to the bathroom door and knocked. Pavel opened it no more than necessary, revealing only his head. His face was clean, but he could clearly see that Viola's now bore the weight of knowing what had happened. "This house is the safest place in the world," he said, solemnly but firmly. Viola handed him the clothes and nodded distantly, hoping he was right. Chapter 8. It was difficult for Chase Jackson not to feel slightly embarrassed as he gazed up at a large screen playing a 3-minute montage of the significant training progress he had made over the last 6 years. More than anything else, the footage made Chase realize how much he had aged. The fresh-faced 22-year-old who had excitedly stepped into the isolation compound was still the same on the outside, but his hairline had receded young and the skin under his eyes had darkened. Holly, standing before him, put this down to the stress of the incredible pressures that had been put on Chase, the face of a generation who had seen unprecedented attention and hope dumped on his shoulders. He had borne this weight selflessly, and as well as anyone could have expected, but the last 6 years had very clearly taken their toll. The gathered audience of around 100 onlookers was far smaller than the crowd that had packed the temporary grandstands at the RPZ when he last stood in this spot, as Holly launched Arcadia into orbit. Every one of them knew that he himself was set to blast off from Terradox the very next day and travel to Arcadia, now fully expanded, to conduct a thorough mission involving the delivery of recently developed instrumentation and the gathering of detailed atmospheric data which was only possible with such instrumentation. He would be back before too long, and many of them would join him for the final one-way trip in a year's time, but today they were gathered for a formal graduation ceremony. Chase wasn't the only individual whose progress was being recognized in this ceremony, but his graduation was unquestionably the highest profile. 7 years had passed since Holly handpicked Chase for participation in an isolation test she hoped would prove his viability as a future mission captain, and in those 7 years he had done nothing but justify her faith. Having already spoken extensively before introducing the montage, Holly needed few words to symbolically pass the torch to Chase. "Arcadia and its citizens will be in safe hands," she said, placing a cap on Chase's head to go along with the rest of his formal uniform. "The hands of Commander Chase Jackson." The families and friends in the audience applauded as Chase shook the hands of the 3 stalwarts at the podium: Holly, Grav, and the rarely present Dimitar Rusev, who had insisted upon flying in from the Venus station for this ceremony. Grav's handshake was the firmest and most prolonged by far, and a slowly spreading grin confirmed that he wasn't going to let go without a fight. "That's how you want it," Chase laughed. Holly rolled her eyes. Grav put his left hand behind his back, challenging Chase to do the same, and the two proceeded to engage in a minute-long squeezing contest, for lack of a more established term, in which each tried to force the other to quit before their own hand gave way. Chase gritted his teeth and tried to block out the pain, feeling like his hand was a berry and that Grav was a gorilla trying to crush it. "Come on, boy. I am an old man," Grav said, displaying an unsettling lack of effort. Just as it started to look very much like it was only a matter of time until Chase's hand fell, the tide rapidly turned. Grav let out a grunt as his right arm grew shaky, then waved his left hand in surrender just seconds later. Chase looked down at his own bright red hand, which felt extremely raw, and he was more than a little surprised when Grav used his own reddened right hand to pat him on the back twice. "Credit where it is due," Grav said, loudly enough for everyone to hear. Chase stood momentarily conflicted, suddenly sure that Grav had let him win, and feeling simultaneously patronized and thankful that Grav, a man's man if ever there was one, had opted to publicly humble himself for Chase's benefit. As the audience jovially cheered both competitors and Holly introduced the next graduate, Chase lingered momentarily at Grav's side. "You gave me that win," he said. Grav didn't deny it. "I have only ever lost once," he whispered in reply. "To Peter?" Chase asked, confident in his guess and struggling to think of anyone else whose grip could compete with the force he had just felt. Grav gave a barely perceptible half-nod. To Peter. Chase quietly made his way to his parents and Nisha to watch the rest of the ceremony. His father Christian congratulated him on the win. I knew ye had it in you. While his mother Jillian was congratulatory of his well-earned commander designation rather than his victory in the after-show. Nisha, meanwhile, was more than a little concerned about the deep imprints that Grav's improbably thick fingers had left on the back of Chase's hand. "Why would you do that when you're flying to Arcadia tomorrow?" she asked, her tone one of concern rather than nagging. "Look at your hand." "You should see the state of his," Chase joked, feigning machismo. Nisha laughed under her breath. Holly, looking up at them, was happy to see Nisha look happy. It hadn't been plain sailing for her over the last 2 years, and everyone knew that she and Chase were back together rather than still together. For the sake of collective morale, their split had initially been kept under wraps, with Nisha having long struggled with Chase's accidental position as a media figurehead and her own restless discomfort with life on Terradox. Nisha had gone through a very tough time for several months, coming very close to asking her family if they would be willing to return with her to Earth rather than stay on track for a move to Arcadia. Fortunately, a strong support network had stepped up to the plate. One individual who had since contributed greatly to rebalancing Nisha's mindset was none other than Chase's mother, of all people, Jillian Jackson, the colony's leading psychologist. Even when Nisha temporarily moved out of the home she shared with Chase, a move which came out of her general need for space rather than any specific disagreement or argument, Jillian remained a neutral figure, confidant and sounding board. It was Jillian who argued that covering up the split would have been a terrible idea, disagreeing with the experts who insisted that it was crucial to protect the good news story of a relationship that had blossomed in the hellish confines of Little Venus's isolation compound. There was no denying that many on Terradox, and even more so on Earth, were hugely invested in Chase and Nisha, or Chisha, as elements of the media had come to know the pairing. But Jillian was firm in her insistence that the couple's mental well-being was infinitely more important than the vicarious feelings of their distant fan base. When Chase eventually had to publicly comment on the growing rumors, in words that were his own but which had been cleared by PR experts, the tearful reactions of fans on Earth mirrored those which had greeted the news of the breakup of successful boy bands and other music acts of the past. On Terradox, meanwhile, Chase threw himself further and deeper into his work. Despite this, he still couldn't help but notice that people were treating him differently, as though someone close to him had died. He didn't see much of Nisha for several months, their work tasks rarely overlapped, and he never pressed his mother for an insight into what Nisha was telling her during their increasingly frequent sessions. Holly and other high-ranking colonists did all they could to help Nisha through her rough patch, primarily because they cared about her in a personal sense, but also because they were desperate to ensure she'd remain on track for Arcadia, where her peerless knowledge of the propulsion system she'd helped to design would be much needed. But one person more than any other was responsible for Nisha's continued presence, her emotional stability, and most recently for her grudgeless and seamless reunion with Chase. That person, not even present on Terradox, had been recommended by Jillian as a useful point of contact. And through long, written communications and occasional voice messages, Viola Ospinov had tapped into the similar feelings that had almost derailed her own life on Terradox 6 years earlier, ultimately succeeding in keeping Nisha's head above the water. No one else would ever know exactly what Viola said, but Nisha was open in telling her close friends and family that it had been Viola's words that made the difference. Everyone from Dimitar and Holly to Chase and Jillian took turns to thank Viola profusely for her intervention, but she knew that they would have all done the same and more for her. That kind of teamwork and mutual assistance was what made Terradox great, and it was why Viola herself couldn't wait to travel to Arcadia and start building a society around the same principles. Next to graduate during the ceremony, which was more symbolic than anything, was none other than Viola's brother, Bo Harrington. As requested, Bo wore a lightweight pressure suit without complaint, and didn't feel at all awkward despite being surrounded by a crowd of smartly dressed onlookers. That was Bo to a T, Holly thought. Always willing to do what was asked, and often oblivious to subtle social conventions. Bo had completed his basic flight and fitness training almost a year earlier, but he understood why the public recognition had been held off until today. Always a man of few words, Bo collected his cap, a different color from Chase's commander cap, and returned to his spot in the audience with minimal fuss. He stood beside Lisa Croft, his own long-term partner of almost 3 years. But when Holly looked up at them, her thoughts were far less cheery. For unlike Nisha and Chase, Bo and Lisa were doomed by circumstance. The Croft parents, both employed in the colony's medical research division, had opted to stay on Terradox. Lisa couldn't even consider leaving her young twin brothers behind, and her parents wouldn't consider a change of heart. But she and Bo had decided to make the most of the year they had left, rather than cut their relationship short to make his departure easier when the time came. At no point had Lisa even asked if Bo might change his mind. It had been made up since the moment Dimitar first mentioned the idea of a cosmosphere, and he had long since come to see Arcadia and the opportunities it presented as the reason he'd been born. Bo and the rest of the audience stayed for the rest of the relatively short ceremony, applauding at all the right times. The penultimate graduate was Bradley Reinhardt, the young communications officer who had made an unplanned, spectacular entrance to the launch ceremony at the same site 2 years earlier. Holly made reference to that moment, drawing laughter as she reminisced, and Bradley took the playful ribbing in the intended spirit. His training would be put to good use in the coming days when he was set to lead the team communicating with Chase during his flight to Arcadia. Last up was the only individual who had joined Chase on his imminent trip, and one whose future had led to a prolonged and spirited debate: Rachel Berry. Rachel, a quietly hyper-effective and greatly respected engineer, had begun her recentral career working under Robert Harrington way back when he led the Venus Station's Habitat Management Division. Robert's recommendations soon helped her to earn a highly sought-after position in the station's Craft Management Division, and Rachel's good work led to her promotion to head of that division within just a few short years. Shortly after the plans for a cosmosphere were formally approved, Holly recruited Rachel to lead a new Craft Management Division on Terradox. Many individuals on the station hadn't taken kindly to this, and in more recent times Holly had come to understand just how it felt to have such an excellent worker snatched away. This was because Robert, from his temporary home on Earth, had since talked Rachel into signing up for a one-way trip to Arcadia. Holly did her best to convince Rachel to stay, and when that course of action failed, she shifted her attention to Robert and all but begged him to recruit someone else in Rachel's place. Having already lost Robert, and with Nisha and Bo soon to follow, Holly knew that Terradox would be without many of its keenest minds in just a year's time. Adding Rachel to that list would leave an even larger hole to fill, she said, but Robert was not for backing down. Unrelenting, Robert argued that Holly would always have access to billions of potential Rachels on Earth, just a few 100 million miles away from Terradox. Arcadia, on the other hand, would only have whoever made the trip, at least until the next generation was born and raised. Arcadia needed the best of the best, he insisted, and nothing else would do. Holly bore no grudge towards Robert, and certainly no ill feelings for Rachel, who had always been a model professional and remarkably quick to learn and apply whatever was asked of her. "You earned it," Holly said, handing Rachel her cap. Robert and the rest of the future Arcadian population were getting a top-quality recruit in Rachel. But Holly knew that the challenge Robert had experienced in securing her services was absolutely nothing compared to what he was having to deal with on Earth. Chapter 9. At long last, the provisional list was out. Everyone who had applied for a place on Arcadia now knew their fate, with the vast majority left disappointed, but nevertheless pleased for the lucky few of their friends or family members who had been more fortunate. No precise selection criteria had ever been published, and while this had done nothing to prevent certain accusations being levied at the committee, it at least ruled out any drawn-out appeals or complaints for those unsuccessful applicants who saw themselves as more qualified than some who had made the cut. Despite enjoying broad support from governments and public bodies of all kinds due to the overwhelming benefits of applied romotech, the Arcadia project was ultimately a private one, and thus Rucentra was under no obligation to justify its selections. Cynics claimed that the list reveal had been tactically held back until after the latest Day of Gratitude, so as to avoid the potential for angry or even violent scenes caused by jilted rejects, as some unsuccessful applicants had termed themselves. This theory was so obviously true that no real effort was made to deny it, but even this sensible decision to delay the announcement hadn't been completely successful in preventing protests during Viola's annual Day of Gratitude address. The number of protesters was tiny, but their voices were loud, and over the last 2 years such anti-Arcadian sentiment had become background noise that the content and excited majority had learned to tune out and live with. The Day of Gratitude had passed with no major violence, in New London at least, but the acute tension of the day had led to Katie Ospinov stating out loud for the first time that she wished her birthday was on a different day. "Me too, sweetheart," Viola had said, seeing no sense in lying. 2 weeks later, the family were all present at Patch Hawthorne's 6th birthday party. Both children had grown many inches taller since Arcadia was launched, naturally enough, while Arcadia itself had expanded to many thousands of times the size of the embryonic romosphere that was carried into orbit by a superfarrier as all of humanity watched on. Pavel Mack, a loyal security guard who was by now a friend of the Hawthornes as well as the Ospinovs, was present with his baby Sophie, a child who hadn't been born or even conceived at the time of the launch. He certainly looked a lot more presentable than he had just a day earlier when he turned up in a bloody mess at the Ospinovs' front door, mere minutes after dealing with 2 would-be assassins who failed in an attempt to take out Peter. The assassination attempt had since been illuminated to the extent that all of the adults in the room, and pretty much everywhere else, had seen clear video footage of the incident. The footage showed Peter and Pavel being jumped by a pair of self-styled radicals who opposed the Arcadia project and had never even applied for places, although public decency laws saw to it that the messiest moments were blurred out. What remained clear in the video was that Peter vehemently resisted Pavel's calls to make himself invisible via his protective cloak, and Viola had been furious to see that Peter actually disabled his cloak for a few seconds in order to disarm one of the assailants while Pavel dealt with the other. In the end, Peter's cloak was remotely re-enabled and his entire body rendered invisible against his own wishes in a move that infuriated him. He had since made it clear to Rucentra's on-Earth security supervisors that he would kill anyone who ever again stepped in to stop him assisting Pavel or anyone else in a life-or-death situation, and the fact that he had made this vow in a calm voice many hours after the incident left all of those who heard it in little doubt that he was serious. Viola, meanwhile, begged Peter to think of her and Katie if any similar situation ever reared its head, although she did acknowledge that she understood his drive to help Pavel in the heat of the moment. "People talk about fight or flight," he told her. "But let's just say that where I grew up, they didn't teach us to fly, and neither did Grav."
"Well, let's just say that you've got a wife and daughter waiting at home," Viola snapped back. "And if that doesn't get through your head, let's just say that this whole project would fall apart, and all of those assholes would win if anything happened to you, okay?" Peter fully understood where she was coming from, but tried to explain that rationality didn't come into it in such moments. In his words, "At times like that, it's not even about survival. It's about watching your friend taking on 2 armed men, and knowing that if you don't do something, he's done. The beast takes over." Viola was at least eased slightly by the fact that it had ultimately been the beast in Pavel who had brutally slayed the attackers with their own weapons, because it was more comfortable to think that Peter would be capable of such a thing than to have it proven. A more meaningful positive was that the public at large, as well as the media, had reacted to the assassination attempt with utter and unflinching condemnation. There had always been a handful of people who spoke against Arcadia for various reasons, but of late it seemed very much like the more militant fringe of anti-Arcadians had been legitimized by certain politicians who saw the issue as a vote winner. Largely because there was always a lot of political currency in flat-out contrarianism,
and with democracy firmly re-established on Earth after the fall of the GU, it made strategic sense for some parties to oppose the project in an effort to make upcoming elections about a single issue on which other, more popular parties were atypically united in support. It wasn't a complicated plan, and didn't have to pay off massively, only needing to secure the support of the 5% of voters uncertain about Arcadia, while more mainstream parties fought over the other 95% of the electorate. In the midst of the petty political posturing, there were also some legitimate concerns which were addressed as fully as possible but couldn't easily be dismissed. One example regarded the inevitable brain drain that would result from many thousands of Earth's best minds all leaving for pastures new. Some long-term critics of off-Earth research criticized Arcadia as the new Terradox in this regard, while fringe voices jumped on the bandwagon to claim that the Terradox metaphor didn't end there. In their eyes, the similarities didn't begin with the recent colony, but rather with Roger Morrison's initial plan to abandon Earth, having developed a new world as a refuge solely for his chosen elite. In the words of one prominent anti-Arcadian, "Even if they don't eliminate us, they are deliberately weakening us." Unfortunately, further damaging conspiracy theories naturally followed from this line of thinking, and before long some of those in mass circulation became intensely and unsettlingly personal about Viola's family. It was at this point that anti-Arcadian concerns went from fairly reasonable to utterly unhinged, and while the most out-there theories were previously easily dismissed as nonsense, the recent attempts on Peter's life had suddenly made them feel all too serious. So-called bloodline theories were now rife, and evidently didn't have to make any sense to gain tractions in some fringe circles. Desperate attempts to link well-known families like the Harringtons and Coleys to powerful families of decades and centuries gone by didn't have to be successful to make their mark, because speaking the words was enough to sow the seed of distrust. Had logic been required, the bloodline theories would have died immediately. For one thing, any suggestion that a group of ill-defined elites had long planned Arcadia as the home of an offshoot civilization, and particularly one which held that the prominent individuals and families associated with Terradox had always been in on it, utterly ignored the point that Dimitar Rusev, Ekaterina's only direct descendant, and thus the end point of the primary bloodline, was staying behind on the Venus station. Similar was true of Chase Jackson's parents, Christian and Jillian, who were set to stay on Terradox while their son headed to Arcadia. Undeterred by these facts, the lunatic fringe shifted gears to say that it wasn't just about who was leaving for Arcadia. It was about who would continue to be absent from Earth, arguing at something of a stretch that Dimitar and the Jacksons' continued absence from Earth was more telling than their absence from Arcadia. One conspiracy theory along this theme went further than the rest, and it was the one that drove susceptible anti-Arcadians into manic rages, and drove people to do all they could to prevent the project from going ahead. In short, this was the theory that Earth's remaining population would indeed be decisively eliminated once the chosen few departed. Because Roger Morrison had actually tried to do something very similar to this with his original plan to hide out with his cohorts on Terradox, while Earth was cleansed of the unproductive masses, such theories, as crazy as they sounded, weren't immediately discounted by everyone who heard them. Viola and the others knew from that experience that dismissing all theories out of hand could be dangerous in itself, but this was different. This wasn't a case of people finding something. It was a case of people fabricating something. Needless to say, the evidence put forward by proponents of the bloodline theory was slim and flimsy, to say the least. The supporting evidence was in fact almost non-existent, and rested largely upon the discovery that there had been a Viscount somewhere on Viola's mother's side of the family several centuries ago. It didn't seem to matter that the individual in question had died childless and relatively young, or even that the rank of Viscount wasn't a particularly high one. Illustratively, Viola's own initial reaction of moderate surprise at the news was quickly followed by a shrug, since she knew that Viscount was the second lowest of 5 peerage ranks, behind Duke, Marquess, and Earl, to which most families were bound to have some distant connection if anyone was motivated to look back far enough into the past. Indeed, less than a day after the article was published containing this supposed scoop, rational observers found closer and more recent links to higher-ranking noblemen in the families of both the article's author and the publication's editor. The supposed ace in the anti-Arcadian pack, however, was a claim that Peter Ospinov was also of noble stock. The sole data point presented in support of this idea was that Peter, born in Kazakhstan, was a distant but direct descendant of very powerful Russian nobility. This claim, even flimsier than the other, came as more of a surprise to Peter and his surviving family in Astana than it did to anyone else. Some agitators claimed that Peter and Viola's marriage had been arranged long in advance, even toying with the necessary side theory that the entire discovery of Terradox and the fall of Roger Morrison had been mere sideshows in a centuries-long play. This particular strain of madness was too much of a stretch for almost everyone, and even the more radical of the prominent anti-Arcadian politicians distanced themselves from it. In its place, they merely posited the theory that the Cosmosphere plan had been on the burner for years, and was ultimately publicly revealed to coincide with the birth of Peter and Viola's firstborn, who they hailed as the ordained leader of humanity's elite offshoot. Citing the close timing of Katie's birth and the announcement of the Cosmosphere as anything but coincidence, it took no great leap for some to state that the elite's Arcadian departure wouldn't occur should anything happen to Katie in the meantime. And while this was considered a despicable line of thought by an overwhelming majority, it was still given far more airtime than a more responsible media would have provided. The educated politicians who enabled such poisonous and potentially murderous rhetoric, by failing to distance themselves completely from a broader bloodline theory they clearly knew was baseless, were the people who disappointed Viola most of all. Peter, meanwhile, somehow managed to shrug it off in public while absolutely stewing about it in private. He saw claims of noble lineage as something of a slur, erasing the struggles his family had overcome for centuries, and indeed erasing the countless deaths his young eyes had witnessed at the hands of Roger Morrison and his GU forces. Those were and always had been the true elite, who Peter himself had more than once risked his life to take down. In reality, as he and those close to him knew, Peter had grown up with almost nothing in a region torn apart by conflict between global union militants and nationalist militias who saw the GU for what it was long before most of the rest of the world cottoned on. The people talking about his noble blood and his family's part in a centuries-old elite plan apparently didn't know that Peter had been smuggled out of his homeland at the age of 13 towards the safe zone around Rusev's base. Grav, who had recognized the name of Peter's brother as that of a high-ranking figure in the regional resistance movement, had taken one look at the boy's already above-average stature and personally enrolled him in a training program for security personnel. Peter excelled, and soon found himself working on the station, and the rest was history. His parents and older brother, however, were not so lucky, perishing in a series of targeted bombing campaigns just months after his escape from the area. Grav hadn't wanted to tell him what had happened, but Rusev did, and that was that. Peter was remarkably restrained when he found out, distantly saying that he'd known it was coming, and if anything he was glad to hear their deaths came during a bombing campaign. He had heard the stories from Grav about what the GU's ground forces had done elsewhere. But despite his ancestors' struggles being erased by these bloodline theories, Peter was most angry about the conspiracies having brought his daughter Katie into the political arena. It took all of his restraint to keep this rage to himself, and a private discussion with Pavel and Vic Hawthorne just minutes before young Patch's party began had at least allowed some of the anger to get out.
People want to talk about Katie being the end product of some special bloodline.
He spat into the air, fury dripping from the words.
As if she is somehow linked to fucking Morrison. They talk about this backstory, and what do? Do they close their eyes at the parts of the story when 3 of that little girl's grandparents have been murdered in cold blood by GU thugs? And when the only surviving one, Robert, willingly put his life on the line to help us take out Boyce? They close their eyes and plug their ears when the story gets to that fucking part? There was nothing the other men could say, and neither could even begin to imagine being in Peter's position.
Even prior to the sudden explosion of the bloodline bullshit, as he succinctly put it, Katie had been the focus of unsettling attention. Some intended as positive and some clearly negative, from weirdos on both sides of the Arcadia debate. Viola and Peter had done all they could to give her as normal a life as possible, and it was fortunately the case that almost everyone was more interested in Viola and Peter themselves. As Katie was now old enough to understand, however, she couldn't leave her home without a protective Romobot cloak. Until recently, this had been because some friendly members of the public treated Katie like a young royal or the child of any regular celebrity mega-couple, which was difficult enough when they tried to reach out and touch her, in some cases trying to cut a lock of her hair or something equally bizarre. But now that it was clear that there were people out there who harbored altogether more devious intentions due to their idiotic swallowing of the bloodline lie, as far as Viola was concerned, there was no such thing as being too safe. Chapter 10. "Real wine," Nishikoli said, proudly pointing to the 2 full glasses and the half-empty bottle on the table. Chase's eyes widened in surprise at the picture-perfect scene before him. Their dining room looked like a fancy French restaurant, or at least his mental picture of one, and Nisha had really outdone herself. "This is amazing," he said. "And I guess when it comes to getting wine like that, it's all about who you know," he quipped, referencing the fact that his botanist father was responsible for producing the sought-after wine in question, the only form of alcohol present on Terradox, and one which was supposed to be destined for Earth, where each bottle fetched astronomical sums. They sat down in good spirits. Chase gazed around at the immaculately plated meals and the pleasant mood lighting coming from overhead. "I hope you didn't do all of this for me." "The buttons didn't push themselves," Nisha said. He laughed heartily. "Well, if this is my last supper, you've made sure it's a good one." Nisha's good spirits died in an instant. "Last supper? Why would you even say that?" "Relax. I was just messing around." "Well, don't. You know I'm already worried. Would you say something like that to your parents?" Chase shrugged. "Listen, Nisha, there's nothing to worry about. I'm not worried, and I'm the one who's going." "Exactly," she sighed. "And I'm the one who has to sit here hoping you're all right." "No, you won't. We'll be in touch all the time. One of us will be online 24/7 talking to Bradley and his team. They're working out of the Little Venus buffer, and you can go in there whenever you want. Sure, the comms delay will creep in, but we'll still be in constant communication. It's not like we'll be incommunicado and you won't hear from me until I get home. This is pretty much the same deal as when I went to the station, except this time I'll have someone else with me." Nisha sat in quiet thought. It was true that Chase had flown solo to the Venus station several months ago, but that was nothing compared to the voyage ahead of him. Even with the upcoming trip timed to ensure that the journey from Terradox to Arcadia would be the shortest one possible within a window of the next several months, his return trip would still take 4 full weeks. Despite Chase's best efforts to reassure her, Nisha couldn't help but think she would spend every waking minute worrying about all the things that could go wrong. Already it was starting to get her down. "We already know that Arcadia is ready for us," he went on, still trying. "All the readings are perfect, and we've seen the feeds from the cameras on the other side of the cloak. We're just going out there to deliver some equipment and double-check everything. We'll only be there for a few days, and then we'll be back in the carrier to come home." "But it's not just a carrier," Nisha said. "You're going to be racing around in a wasp, too, aren't you?" "I wouldn't call it racing, but yeah, we're taking 2 wasps inside the carrier." "Why 2 wasps? I thought you're the only one who's going to be flying." "I am," Chase said. "We're taking 2 in case one breaks." Nisha breathed slowly. "So what if the carrier breaks?" Chase shrugged, his mind clearly untroubled by such concerns. "Carriers don't break. Wasps don't break in the air either, but there's a lot more going on when a wasp takes off, so we're taking 2 in case one of them won't start. 2 is pretty much as good as 3, because barring some kind of catastrophic malfunction, having two means Rachel has all the parts she'd need to get one of them going at least.
See, it's that little catastrophic malfunction part that has me worried, Nisha sighed. And above and beyond everything else, I still don't understand why they're only sending a two-man crew.
Two-person crew, Chase said, exaggerating the emphasis. Geez, get with the times, Coley. Nisha grinned slightly, but her expression quickly returned to one of concern.
But still, why just you and Rachel? It's like they're worried something might go wrong.
Total opposite, Chase said, dismissing this thought with a brisk shake of his head. They're so confident they know they only need two of us. Are you worried because Holly isn't going? My dad kind of felt like that at first. He thought Dimitar wasn't letting her go because it was too dangerous. But then think about it. If they were worried about that, why would they send me? Okay, I'm not Holly, but I'm not no one. They could have quietly sent someone else with Rachel if they wanted to, because Rachel is qualified enough. The point is that they want this to be a big deal. And you know how they are with symbolism and all that stuff. Spaceman trained Holly, and Holly was the first person to step on Terradox. Holly trained me, so they want me to be first to step on Arcadia, a place which was basically Spaceman's idea. I'm the next generation. And when my dad spoke to Dimitar about that exact concern, Dimitar said the reason Holly isn't going to visit Arcadia is that Holly isn't going to live on Arcadia. It's as simple as that. The whole point of the public graduation ceremony was to make it like some passing of the torch thing. And having Holly visit Arcadia would run totally counter to that. Nisha's worry looked to have faded slightly upon having this logic laid out, but it wasn't gone completely.
I get that, but I just don't like the idea of there only being two of you.
There was not even the merest hint of a suggestion of jealousy on Nisha's part. She knew Rachel well and liked her a lot, and Chase was as loyal as they came, and she would in fact have been delighted if her concerns were so shallow. You could always come with us, Chase suggested, eyes lighting up in sudden hope. If I said I wanted that, you know I'd get it, and you are fully qualified.
There's no way I could leave VJ,
Nisha replied, decisively and without missing a beat. Chase's lips parted to reply, but Nisha cut him off before a single sound could escape.
And don't say he can come too, she said,
struggling not to laugh at the fact that Chase had very clearly been about to suggest that very thing. I'll be back in 4 weeks, Chase stressed after a brief pause, holding Nisha's eyes as his voice grew suddenly firm in an attempt to change the direction of the evening. Everything will be okay, and we'll have this exact dinner the night I get back. The only differences will be that you won't be worried, and I'll be the one who steals the wine and presses the buttons. Deal?
Deal,
she said, smiling as much as she could. When their perfectly crafted algae-based meals and their perfectly produced Terradox wine were nothing but delicious memories, Chase leaned back on the sofa and put his arm around Nisha. So, he said, you really weren't going to tell me about this exciting little asteroid they found this morning, huh? Nisha sat up straight and turned to look at him.
Who told you?
Grav, Chase answered.
Who told him?
Chase shrugged. Who told you?
You do know where I work, right?
Nisha replied. He grinned. So why didn't you tell me? I know Holly told everyone who knows to keep it quiet for now, but I thought you would have told me.
I would have if you weren't going on a difficult mission tomorrow. It's not like this is a secret. Did Grav make sure to tell you that it's definitely not any kind of danger to anyone? Its path isn't going to bring it close to anyone or anything. Earth, Terradox, the station, Arcadia, they're all safe. It's really far away, obviously, but it's going to pass closer to Arcadia than anywhere else, and the closest pass is going to come in around 13 months. Holly thinks that's going to give us time to build a probe here and then launch it from Arcadia, just like the plan for the minisphere.
This time it was Chase's turn to sit up straight. Grav didn't tell me that last part.
Why do you suddenly look so excited?
Nisha asked, relaxing back onto the sofa and primarily glad that Chase wasn't angry she'd kept the news from him. Well, if you're telling me that we'll be able to build something that can reach this asteroid in time for when it passes Arcadia. Do I want to hear the rest of this? Nisha asked, sighing lightheartedly.
Probably not, Chase laughed, collapsing back onto the sofa with a hopeful glint in his eye as he put his arm around her again. At least, not until I get back.
Chapter 11. As Patrick Patch Hawthorne blew out his 6 candles in a room of only his family's closest and trusted friends, the adults around the table did their best to forget the world and give him a nice day. Viola couldn't help but notice how tired Robert looked, and she didn't have to wonder why. At her father's suggestion, Viola always tried to focus on the fact that the vast majority of people fully and excitedly supported every aspect of the Arcadia project. This widespread and near total support existed partly because of who was involved and what had gone before, but partly because of the natural desire for exploration and discovery. In a world that didn't have its lunatics to seek, it warmed Viola's heart to know that the undying spirit of the majority hadn't been broken even through 2 disheartening decades of global Union rule. A rare positive news story had come recently when newly rediscovered recordings were made available which featured the late Yuri spaceman Gardev talking about his early concept for a cosmosphere. These were security tapes capturing organic conversations rather than any carefully worded explanations of his idea, but they were popular nonetheless, and were roundly accepted by the masses as legitimate, which they truly were, despite everyone knowing that such video footage could be convincingly spoofed with trivial ease. Yuri was still a major public figure, now more than ever, if anything, and Viola had finally come to accept that the cult of personality around the 7 Saviors really was no bad thing, with the main benefit being one of general social cohesion. Robert, ever wise, had made this point most clearly in telling her that it wasn't as though people on Arcadia would one day turn against a perceived Harrington-Ospinov dynasty, as they might against an oppressive hereditary monarchy. "Everyone knows what you did," he said. "Everyone knows what we did, and that's why they look at us the way they do. It's not about bloodline, it's about legacy." Like the majority of citizens, Earth-based national and international space agencies were also fully on board with the project, knowing full well that the observation data that Arcadia would provide was sure to assist their own operations. The potential benefits were almost boundless, of course, but this was a good starting point. As soon as the visual cloak was removed following Chase Jackson's exploration of the surface, Arcadia would begin providing excellent imagery from the vast array of incredibly powerful telescopes which surrounded its atmosphere-retaining ring of romobots, giving unparalleled views in all directions. Crucially, researchers on Arcadia would also be able to send probes to all kinds of previously hard-to-reach bodies. The key point, which scientists of all disciplines understood, was that just like those made by researchers on Terradox, whatever breakthroughs were made on Arcadia would be swiftly and openly shared with Earth. Robert publicly addressed the reasonable brain drain concern in these terms, arguing that just like skilled emigrants had long sent money back to their old home countries, Arcadian researchers would send back their findings to their old home planet. The main difference between Viola and Robert, however, was that his perennial involvement in high-level discussions precluded him from having the luxury of trying to focus on the positives. 2 years had now passed since Robert's unannounced and unexpected return to Earth, just 1 day before Arcadia's initial launch, and there was no denying that he had aged far more visibly in this 2-year period than any previous. He did all he could to clear his mind at the end of each day, and particularly ahead of happy events like the birthday they were all gathered to celebrate. But debates about the societal makeup of a wandering outpost central to humanity's future were not debates which could be easily boxed off in a corner of his mind. It wasn't so much that Robert took his work home with him, as it was that his work never left him, alternately following him around and consuming him like something between a rain cloud and a vice grip. His decision to spend 3 years on Earth prior to his departure for Arcadia, one taken primarily so he could see Katie grow up, had made him something of a de facto ambassador, or at least a go-between in multi-party discussions involving interests based on Earth, Terradox, and the Venus Station. The stresses of these endless high-level discussions, decisions, and debates had been almost constant, and Robert Harrington had unquestionably borne the brunt. In Viola's regular contact with Nisha Coley, she'd heard similar sentiments about Chase, that recent years had taken a real toll. Viola had repeatedly told Robert that his life would be easier if he stopped trying to please everyone at once with impossible and unworkable compromises. She told him that picking his battles and putting his foot down when necessary would stand him in good stead, but he had never had an easy time doing so. "If an argument is worth having, it's worth winning," she had recently told him. "So if you fight on a hill, you have to be willing to die on it. If the outcome of a discussion is important, it's not enough to go into that discussion acting like you're willing to give everything up if you don't get your way. To get your way, you have to actually be willing to give everything up." In Viola's eyes, there wasn't just nothing wrong with sticking to your guns when you were right. It was irresponsible not to do so. She was a very different person to Robert, though, and internally acknowledged that his less combative approach to emotive discussions was likely why his presence was requested at high-level meetings so much more frequently than her own. What frustrated her and Robert equally was that major restrictions on Romotech applications on Earth meant that some problems which could have been easily solved remained, due to somewhat understandable concerns about unintended side effects. The air was clean, and the oceans were free of plastic thanks to environmental applications which had been in place long before Morrison's death, and which had initially aided him greatly in winning the support of the masses. But after a few years of skepticism back in the days of the Terradox colony, there was now a broad consensus that Earth's main problem was a lack of approved Romotech applications, rather than a danger of too much. Viola had used her loud voice to support calls for a rollback on restrictions, which prevented the almost cost-free construction of homes in impoverished areas, which could make a major and immediate difference to many people's lives, as just one example. Rusev's decision to make her fortified algae formulation open source had already had enormous effects, eliminating systemic and widespread hunger now that charity donations could be used remarkably efficiently by building communal dining machines, self-sustaining and algae-based, rather than providing individual meals or unreliable seeds. There was still a degree of skepticism and even snobbery around the algae on Earth, with many people seeing it as something for those who could afford nothing else. But those in real need saw their lives transformed, as further innovations like drone deliveries enabled access to the dining machine's meals even for those who lived too remotely to collect them from communal machines, or for underground piping to be workable. On that theme, towards the end of Patch's party, Peter had taken a small taste of some real lab-grown steak which Pavel had sourced and brought along for the occasion. Viola and Robert knew better than to touch it, and by nightfall Peter could only wish that he had shared their wisdom. Because his body had grown so accustomed to the algae after more than a decade of nothing else, it had also grown decidedly unaccustomed to having to work extremely hard to take what it wanted from a piece of food and reject the rest. No one really saw this as a negative of the algae, as Peter had felt fit and healthy every day since Rusev first showed him how to work an algae-based dining machine. Between retches over the toilet, he vowed to Viola that he would stick to the green stuff from then on. Pale and weak, Peter was an unusually sorry sight as he climbed into bed that night. "This Arcadia place better be worth it," he quietly sighed a few minutes later, only half seriously. "It will be," Viola replied, but Peter's tired body was out for the count before she finished saying it. She stayed awake for a while, flicking through some news bulletins on the viewing wall, eventually settling on the only one she could find, which wasn't about Peter and Pavel's bloody run-in with two foiled assassins the previous day. Its focus was hardly good news either, relaying a mass protest-turned-riot at a homeless encampment on the outskirts of New London. Viola could only shake her head. All it would take was political authorization, and more than enough new homes could be built in no time. Holly wanted more humanitarian Romotech on Earth, and Dimitar himself was equally keen. The only stumbling block to everyone else's frustration came in the shape of the risk-averse and by-the-book government engineers who remained adamant that applying anything on Earth was a completely different kettle of fish than doing so in a controlled environment like Terradox. Safety first was fair enough, Viola thought, But for these people, it seemed to be safety only. And safety for who? More applications would be authorized in time, the risk assessors insisted. But Viola wasn't alone in starting to wonder just how much time was really necessary to give the go-ahead for something as simple as a basic home-building program. She tried to put herself in the shoes of the poor who had spent the last 2 years hearing about a planet-sized world being fabricated in orbit, while they spent their nights seeking shelter from the elements wherever they could find it. I would be rioting, she thought. I'd maybe even be buying into those goddamn conspiracy theories. From the ivory towers of political power, it was easy to say that the spread of beneficial romotech which would help Earth's vast human population was coming soon enough. But on the ground in New London, where reasonable people demanding fewer restrictions were being pushed towards extremism by irresponsible politicians, and where the most disenfranchised were being radicalized by militant anti-Arcadians and their insane conspiracy theories, it was a lot more difficult to sleep easily at night. 2 weeks later. Chapter 12. With his destination now mere minutes away, the hardest part of Chase Jackson's journey to Arcadia had been the departure from Terradox. Convincing Nisha that there was no need to worry had been a walk in the park compared to saying goodbye to his mother Jillian, whose reluctance to let him go made Chase wonder what it was going to be like in a year's time when he left for good, rather than 4 short weeks. The journey itself had passed slowly, with very little to do, and with the growing communications delay making live conversations with Nisha or anyone else on Terradox progressively more difficult. During the early stages, Chase had watched with interest as Robert Harrington took to Earth's airwaves to announce the publication of Arcadia's codified constitution. This document, intended to lay out a sensible framework within which its future elected officials would operate, proved uncontroversial and was generally received very well. Some questioned why Robert was delivering it rather than Viola, who had previously been the de facto Earth-based spokesperson for Rusantra's interest, and the general Arcadia project. Robert addressed that point very openly, stating that she was understandably keen to keep a low profile while the security situation on Earth stabilized following a marked increase in threats and direct action by anti-Arcadian militants. Inevitably, the politicians in various regions who had come to define themselves in opposition to Arcadia picked holes in the Constitution wherever they could, and attempted to generate outrage over what were truly minor gripes. One piece of news used by some in an attempt to drum up discontent was that all successful applicants who had been selected for the one-way trip to Arcadia would be subject to a compulsory 6-month quarantine period. Officially termed as a probationary adjustment period, the 6 months immediately before departure would see all future Arcadians live together in regional adjustment centers. Once there, they would be subject to intensive observation during cooperative tasks of all kinds, as well as more overt physical and psychological tests. They would also have no contact with the outside world, which was a condition in place to weed out those who didn't fully appreciate the isolation and finality of the one-way trip they were signing up for. Those who opted out prior to the adjustment period clearly didn't have what it took, and would have struggled to live harmoniously on Arcadia, and in that regard the 6-month period had proven its worth before it even began. More difficult and sometimes highly uncomfortable decisions were required when it came to stipulating the physical and psychological requirements for would-be Arcadians, and the ruling out of anyone with a serious medical condition did not pass without criticism. Some went so far as to accuse the project's planners of indulging in backdoor eugenics, claiming that in beginning a new society by excluding people with certain genes, they were in effect excluding those genes from ever being present. The question of meaningful evolutionary divergence among the breakaway society was one which would have no bearing for many generations, and as such it was one which received very little attention. The same rules that were already in effect on Earth regarding non-medical genetic intervention were firmly codified in Arcadia's constitution with a minimum effective period of 80 years. Only at that point, once Arcadia was a tremendous distance from Earth, would the relevant clauses be open to democratic alteration by its citizens. Another short clause regarding the protocols for dealing with persistently troublemaking citizens was also seized upon by anti-Arcadians, who had no problem stretching reality to the point of absurdity in claiming that the clause suggested such citizens could be placed in forced labor camps and imprisoned for life if they refused to do what they were told. The truth of this matter was nothing of the sort in either case, of course, and Robert once again took to the airwaves to make this point. No one can take everything a society gives them and decide to opt out of giving anything back, he said in one decisive TV appearance, which has since come to be seen as the point that he and everyone else involved in the Arcadia project decided to stop treating its detractors with kid gloves and start standing up for what they believed in. And when I say this, I want to be clear that we're not talking about forcing people to work. We're talking about requiring people to participate. Try not paying your taxes. What happens? If you try to fight it and don't relent, you go to jail. There will be no taxes on Arcadia, just like on Terradox. But just like Terradox, we are going to be very clear in stating that we won't tolerate people trying to exploit the system and the hard work of those around them. The primary difference, of course, is that once we travel to Arcadia, we will not be sending anyone back to Earth. That's why it's crucial for people to know what they're signing up for, he went on. And that's why all future Arcadians will be placed in this intensive 6-month preparation program. You can call it quarantine if you want, but that won't stop people from signing up. And while we're talking about things like tax, you might have noticed the obvious point that very few extremely wealthy individuals have signed up. The reason for that is simple. Their money will be no good on Arcadia. Those who have signed up are essentially jettisoning their wealth, and are clearly in it for the right reasons. I'll also say that although necessities will be provided, as they are on Terradox, our social planners have borne in mind that necessity is the mother of invention, and that humans do need incentives to push themselves to the limits of their abilities. The Arcadian economy will be very different from the monetary economy we're used to on Earth, and we could spend 5 full shows talking about it. But one thing to remember is that we haven't sat down with the goal of designing a model society which will never change. What we have sat down to design is a cooperative society which rewards hard work and is capable of sustaining itself with the help of technologies which eliminate almost all logistical challenges and menial work. That's what we're shooting for, and that's what our citizens are going to get. Robert had also been tasked with addressing some significant philosophical and ethical concerns which had been raised, primarily around the issue of children who would be born on Arcadia and trapped there, having had no say in the matter. Assisted by a team of media advisors, he countered with the valid point that children didn't ask to be born anywhere, and that life on Arcadia would be measurably more comfortable than life in many regions of Earth. Evolutionary questions also arose, not related to issues of eugenics, but rather issues regarding life extension, genetic screening, parthenogenesis, and even transhumanism. These questions were raised by supporters of the project behind closed doors, but the topic was deemed to be sufficiently covered by the already agreed-upon 80-year restriction on non-medical genetic interventions. Chase had paid a degree of attention to these developments on Earth, but his primary focus on earthly news had always related to the physical safety of the Ospanovs and other families who would ultimately be joining him on the New World. The news there was good, with a high-profile attempt on Peter Ospanov's life having instantly brought the issue of weaponized anti-Arcadian sentiment to mainstream attention. In a matter of mere weeks, an international crackdown on violent agitators had increased feelings of safety in and around New London. Politicians who had spent recent months inciting violence through the propagation of abominable conspiracy theories saw their support bases dwindle as those with moderate reservations about Arcadia reacted to the uncomfortable realization that Viola Ospanov, a hero to many, felt unsafe in her own home. This alone was enough to usher in a rapid shift in the level of disdain felt for self-serving agitators, and before long, anti-Arcadian groups were relegated to the true political fringes once more. In a long and pleasant voice conversation conducted during the stage of the journey when the Earth-to-carrier communications delay was at its shortest, Robert had assured Chase that 99.9% of those who weren't going to Arcadia had never given 2 hoots about any political or technical discussions surrounding it. I think at this point a lot of them just want us to get up there soon so they can watch everything unfold on Arcadia Live, Robert joked, referencing the famous Terradox Live TV show which had turned Chase from a promising astronaut to a household name. Viola, at her father's side for the duration of the video call, interjected to broadly agree with Robert's point while taking slight issue with his tone. Yeah, but that's only because people have got lives to get on with, she said. It's not like the average person is too stupid to think about this stuff. It's more like the total opposite. They're smart enough to get on with their lives instead of obsessing about the details of a life they're never going to live. And there's nothing wrong with that. If we hadn't made it onto that carrier and ended up crashing into Terradox, if no one knew who I was, I'd be one of those average people tuning in at the end of my average day. It had now been several hours since Chase last spoke to anyone on Earth, and the data on his carrier's primary screen confirmed that Arcadia was growing tantalizingly close. The thinking time provided by such a long and lonely journey had given him a chance, belatedly, to mentally process the sheer scale of both the project he was spearheading and of the new world he was about to encounter. These macro considerations had been somewhat drowned in a sea of minutiae over the past 7 years, lost among the heated decisions over highly specific issues of one kind or another. The welcome imminence of the carrier's arrival at its destination had also recently brought Rachel Berry, Chase's only co-passenger, to the seat by his side. The two got along well, but hadn't grown particularly close in their 2 weeks alone together, with Rachel having been busy handling all of the high-level administrative tasks that made her presence so crucial. Her flight training, which had been completed fairly recently, was strongly encouraged by Holly since it enabled Rachel's peerless experience in craft management to be utilized in small crew missions where basic competence in core disciplines was crucial. Chase had similarly studied engineering and particularly craft repair and maintenance over the last few years, making this two-person crew close to optimal. The addition of Nisha would have made it that much better in Chase's eyes, while a communications prodigy like Bradley Reinhardt and a rover expert like Bo Harrington could have filled out a 5-person crew had the option been available. He sometimes liked to consider pie-in-the-sky missions alongside those friends and 2 more who could round out his dream team: Security Supremo Peter Ospinov, and of course the ultimate all-rounder in the shape of his better half, Viola. As the current bare-bones dream team of 2 sat side by side in a carrier drawing ever closer to humanity's new frontier, Chase couldn't help but wish that many more people were there to experience it. In another sense, however, the lack of such numbers was what would make the imminent moment so special. Only 2 people would pass through Arcadia's cloak and see the new world before anyone else, and Chase Jackson was one of them. Although Rachel was fully flight-trained and had earned her pilot certification without too many difficulties, she didn't have anything like the experience Chase had amassed over the past 7 years. Unlike his, her confidence wasn't boosted by having flown through deliberately hellish conditions on Terradox for fun, and she was particularly unsettled by the imminent prospect of flying into an invisibility cloak and trusting that it would let their carrier through. Cloak crossing was nothing new to Chase, and he knew that the environment he would come across on the other side was extremely tame in comparison to some areas of Terradox, a point confirmed by the live readings of many on-the-ground instruments already stationed on Arcadia, and he repeatedly made these points in an effort to soothe Rachel's mind. Both knew there would be nothing to worry about on the ground since there were indeed sensors everywhere, all of which had been communicating with both Earth and Terradox for months and confirming that all was well. The cameras on the inside of the atmosphere-retaining cloak had meanwhile been delivering high-quality footage of every inch of Arcadia's surface, and although Chase and Rachel hadn't been privy to this footage, they knew everything had gone to plan. Their primary task was not therefore to touch down and check everything was okay, but was rather to be seen touching down, and also to deliver some highly specialized cargo. Chase positively knew that everything was going to be fine. His faith ensured that he truly knew it. But he got the strong impression that Rachel didn't share this confidence. "This is one of those moments," he said, turning away from the apparent expanse of space to glance at Rachel. "Once it's been,
You'll wish you had it back. Don't waste it worrying about bad things that aren't going to happen. Just try to swallow your fear and enjoy it." Rachel closed her eyes and breathed deeply, then nodded intently as she opened them. Chase looked briefly at a countdown timer on his control console and returned hase gaze to Rachel almost immediately. He held his right hand out towards her, inviting her to take it. 11 seconds, he said. Rachel turned back towards the front-facing window, but grabbed Chase's hand without hesitation. "Damn, your grip is up there with Grav's," Chase laughed, exaggerating more than a little, but still feeling the effects of his post-graduation shake-off even 2 weeks after the fact. Rachel was too intently focused on the false emptiness of space up ahead to even hear these words. All being well, Arcadia would appear as if from nowhere in a matter of seconds, and it was as though all of her senses but sight shut down to maximize her eyes' acuity. For his part, Chase wasn't just acting relaxed. He truly did have no doubt that everything would go perfectly to plan. The best minds humanity had to offer had worked on every part of this project, and people had been flying through cloaks for over a decade with no major incidents. He saw this cloak as new rather than untested, a distinction he used when convincing Nisha that he would be okay, and he certainly felt calmer than he had during hell runs on Terradox, when his lightweight wasp had to navigate harsh conditions and cross invisibility cloaks that changed position each time and required absolute alertness. 4, he said, casually glancing at the timer. 3, Rachel replied, slightly more than a second later, but apparently calm enough to hear him this time. 2, they announced together. A second later, Rachel's was the only voice to complete the word 1. Their slightly mistimed count ensured that the timer hit 0 before the word was out, and Chase's well-honed and instinctive visual reactivity had caused his hands to drop Rachel's hand and grab hold of the manual controls as soon as the carrier was through the cloak. He very quickly sat back in his chair as the widest smile of his life danced across his face, and the most incredible thing he'd ever seen grew ever larger and ever closer. "We made it!" Rachel yelled, jumping to her feet in unadulterated joy. Chase sat speechless, gazing in awe at the immensely vast and picturesque plains of Arcadia. "And we made that," he eventually said, feeling a pride in humanity that far exceeded any he'd thought possible. "Rachel, we made that. Look at it. It looks like paradise." "And this is the empty part," Rachel beamed. "Wait until we see the rest." Chapter 13. The Arcadian atmosphere was calm, allowing for an effortless landing in the shadow of an imposing building identified by familiar signage as Arcadia Central Station. This building, evidently inspired by its Terradox-based counterpart, would only welcome arrivals on a few occasions over the next year or so as essential workers and then the general population arrived in batches prior to the romosphere's final departure from high Earth orbit. After that, the plan was for an interior refit to repurpose the building as Arcadia Central Hall, the future house of Arcadian governance in years, decades, and indeed centuries to come. As soon as the gentle landing was complete, Rachel rushed to a window and gazed out in awe. "We're actually here," she said, mainly to herself. Chase fiddled with a few buttons on the control console before joining her briefly at the window. He had initiated the final stage of atmospheric testing, a largely redundant procedure, which would check that readings from the carrier's own external sensors agreed with those already received from the thousands of sensors built into Arcadia's landscape. "I'm going to load up the Explorer," he said. "Can you keep an eye on these readings and call me if anything doesn't look right?" "Sure thing," Rachel replied, sitting back down and attentively watching the screen as the first data began to flow in. "It's all looking good so far." Keen to get outside, Chase set off quickly down the corridor and wasted absolutely no time in gathering everything he needed. His first port of call was the live cargo bay,
which housed most of the boxes he had to load into his TE-900, the large multi-terrain touring vehicle he would be using to cover a vast distance in the hours to come. TE stood for Terradox Explorer, as he knew very well, but today the vehicle's horizons would be broader than ever. Chase's visit, while considered a crucial symbolic moment for the Arcadia project, was also of great pragmatic importance. His arrival marked the first of many which would bring precision equipment and other resources to the romosphere. Some of the items to be delivered, such as the live cargo Chase was about to load onto the TE-900, quite simply couldn't have been fabricated via any existing Romotech-based methods. Others, however, like a ground-based telescope Rachel was set to install, were inanimate objects and items whose construction could theoretically have been coded into the embryonic romosphere which expanded into the vast world of Arcadia. Due to the 2-year expansion time and 3-year gap between the initial launch and the planned mass arrival of Arcadia's inhabitants, it had been wisely decided to refrain from hard-coding too many specifics into the romosphere's final layout. Because so many decisions relating to Arcadia's founding society were made during the romosphere's expansion, indeed, some were still to be made and would continue to be debated for months to come, it made a great deal of sense to concentrate on the big picture and leave some of the details until later. For this reason, many buildings were currently empty but for the most basic fittings. Much of what was still needed could and would be fabricated in Arcadia's own expansive Romotech production zones, which weren't strictly zones in the sense that term was used on Terradox, but which would fulfill a similar function on a far grander scale. Any live cargo naturally had to be sourced from either Earth or Terradox, and Chase's current horde of bio-crates were the first of many such deliveries. Although he didn't know the precise details of what were eggs, what were larvae, and what other terms might have applied, Chase knew that the largest of the boxes he moved to the TE-900 contained whatever was necessary for insects and fish to emerge in a short time. He did know how much care and attention had gone into preparing the so-called bug boxes in particular, and he had been tasked with placing and unpacking them at specific coordinates during his day-long mission. The only animals present on the carrier that were alive in a form recognizable to Chase were a dozen or so canaries. These birds had been in the main area rather than locked away in the dark and controlled conditions of the live cargo bays, and he had grown to like them during the journey. Although he'd been unsure of them at first, he now knew he would miss their company on the way home, once he'd placed them in pre-built enclosures complete with an algae-based feeding system. Well, if algae's good enough for us, he thought with a wry grin. His final cargo, in deep freeze, was a huge crate containing a vast collection of viable genetic samples of other animals. These were destined for Arcadia's Biomedical Center, or BMC for short, a large campus-like development consisting of distinct sectors which would serve as everything from a primary care hospital to a center for cutting-edge biological research and reproductive management. The carrier's cargo-moving equipment made Chase's loading quick and easy, and before long the cargo bays were empty. As far as he understood, future deliveries would coincide with the arrival of core staff members in farrier-class vessels, many times larger than this carrier, and the live cargo bays of those farriers would see a lot of future use. Rather than from Terradox, other animals would be brought to Arcadia from Earth at a later date. He knew for sure that things like poison arrow frogs and tardigrades, both of which were being studied extensively on Terradox, were dead certs to make the trip. Dozens and likely hundreds of other species would make the trip to Arcadia, with the most controversy so far having arisen when it was confirmed that chimpanzees would be among them. This wasn't for invasive medical research, and certainly nothing along the lines of vivisection. Dimitar Rusev and other key Rosentra figures had stressed to temper a brief public outcry, but rather for very limited and humane toxicology-related and atmospheric testing processes. The confirmed presence of rodents, some of whom would be used in essential and humane medical research, generated predictably less public interest. Chase had no strong opinion on that front, knowing that the staff at the BMC cared for their animals, and that the kind of testing that would occur was a world away from the kind people were worried about. His only hesitation regarding the animals who would share his new world had always focused on the potential of any large carnivores being brought for behavioral research.
Thankfully, common sense won out in arguments that had occurred on this point far above his decision-making level, with Holly having personally assured them that she wouldn't let anyone, quote, pack any crates full of lions and tigers and stick them behind Romotech fences that could fail and let them out, unquote. With the last of the boxes loaded, Chase stepped into the TE-900 to check that it would start up. I really should have done this 10 minutes ago, he thought, momentarily doubting the vehicle's perfect status readings. It started up without any problem, sending a wave of relief through his body as he headed back to Rachel. All okay? He asked as he approached.
Green all the way,
she replied, rising to her feet.
You know what comes next.
Chase's eyes lit up all over again, like they had when he first passed the cloak and caught sight of Arcadia. You know, I really wouldn't mind if you want to go first. I know you've done a lot of work on the sensors and on making sure everything would be okay in the cargo bays. We wouldn't have to tell anyone that you were the first to step out.
There are cameras everywhere, Chase, she chuckled. Thanks, really. But even before we release the drones, the cloak cams will pick us up and send everything back to Terradox. And our orders couldn't really have been any clearer. You go first. After all, you are Chase Jackson.
So everyone keeps telling me, he laughed, stepping towards the corridor that would lead him to the carrier's hatch. But hey, you can't say I didn't offer.
And don't pretend the air is choking you, Rachel said, patting Chase on the back as he inched ever nearer to becoming the first person to set foot on Arcadia. She remained in the safety of the carrier, as planned, to monitor his unsuited descent from its ramp to the Arcadian surface. For his part, Chase was too keen to explore the new world to waste time with any jokes, even ones that he would normally have enjoyed. His innate keenness to explore was so great that the intermediary step of touching the surface of a world he already knew to be safe struck him as something to get out of the way, rather than an adventure in itself. He even wanted to carry Rachel's toolbox with him, to minimize the number of trips they need to carry everything she needed to assemble a telescope on the roof of Arcadia Central Station. But she reminded him that Holly and everyone else wanted some nice, clean footage of him touching down with a smile on his face and nothing in his hands. It wasn't that Chase didn't appreciate how lucky he was to have been chosen for this mission. He did, and had made that clear to Holly and the rest of the selection committee. He was just positively itching to get up in the air in his TE-900 and see everything that his future home had to offer. If Arcadia was a rock, Chase Jackson had long wanted nothing more than to turn it over and see what was underneath. Once through the exit, he strode confidently down the carrier's ramp. He turned and waved to Rachel at the front window, then paused for several seconds. Well, here goes, he said, trying to introduce some tension without laying it on too thick. He spoke again as he stepped onto the dry surface. This is for everyone who made it happen. He looked down at his feet, then continued walking until he was in the center of the small gap between the carrier behind him and the huge building in front. He outstretched his arms and spun in slow circles, looking at the sky as he went. Time to get down to business, he said after several rotations. He saw that Rachel was already gone from the window, getting ready to make the short walk through the building to reach its roof, and he hurried back inside the carrier to help her with the equipment. Rachel accepted his offer of going out first this time and led the way with her toolbox. Chase wheeled out a much larger container which held the telescope itself and followed right behind. The building's automatic door opened when Rachel approached, and a vast array of high lights flickered to life when she entered. Power's working, she said, happily stating the obvious.
Looks that way, Chase replied, laughing without slowing down.
Even if huge lettering hadn't identified the building as such, both would have immediately recognized it as an exact replica of Terradox Central Station, just with far less furnishings and far fewer informational screens. The elevator worked without any hitches and delivered them to the roof in no time. Chase took the opportunity to glance out at the expanse of undeveloped land.
"Do you know what it feels like?" he asked, leaning into a safety railing as he gazed back to see Rachel busily unpacking tools and components. "It feels like we built a safari lodge and forgot to order the animals."
"I don't think you order the animals," she replied without looking up, amusement in her voice. "Don't you just build a lodge where there are already animals?"
"That would also be an option," he chuckled, walking around to look out in another direction. There, to the back of the building, he saw a series of lines marked on the ground. The large spaces between them were effectively parking spaces where farriers would be kept, fully stocked and ready to be used as emergency lifeboats in the hugely unlikely event of an emergency. After a minute or so of looking out and thinking about the possibilities, Chase checked that Rachel had everything she'd need and told her that he had to get going. "I have a long list of places where I have to drop stuff off," he reminded her, as though it was necessary. "Starting with the BMC for all of the deep frozen samples."
"Say goodbye to the birds for me, okay?" she said.
"Goodbye for now," Chase replied. "The canaries are going to nice areas and they'll have all the food and water they could want. You'll definitely see them again when you come back."
"That's what I meant," Rachel smiled,
looking up from an imposing-looking series of installation instructions. "Cool. So how long is that thing going to take you to fix up?"
2 hours, maybe 3. I'll be done before you're finished with your drop-offs. You'll easily be longer than that, right?"
Chase nodded enthusiastically, a broad grin filling his face. "Don't wait up." Chapter 14. Having flown back and forth over almost every inch of the colony in the past 7 years, Chase Jackson knew Terradox like the back of his hand. Arcadia, however, was an unexplored wonderland. After he took off towards the biomedical center, the first thing that struck Chase was the seemingly unending flatness of the landscape. Compared to Terradox, with its rocky peaks and uneven terrain, the sight before him was so flat that it didn't look real. For as far as he could see, the landscape looked decidedly plain. Everything felt the same, too, with no changes of conditions like he was used to at home. Indeed, in stark contrast to Terradox, Arcadia had no zonal grid whatsoever. A small number of areas would instead be zoned off from the general environment as necessary, using microsphere-like barriers, wherever atmospheric changes were needed for specific purposes or where potentially contaminative materials would be used or stored. "This is Terradox without restrictions," Chase thought, as he raced towards the horizon. "This is Terradox if Holly and the planners had been able to build the colony from scratch, instead of having to do their best to work around what Morrison gave them. This time, we'll be able to fabricate whatever size and shape of zonal divisions we want." His next thought was that the vast plains below would be perfect for herds of buffalo or wildebeest, continuing on the Safari Lodge theme that first crossed his mind on the roof of Arcadia Central Station. "I need to suggest that to someone," he thought, slightly more serious about the idea now that he saw just how much space there truly was. Several more minutes passed with similar thoughts circling, until the biomedical center finally came into view up ahead. By the time Chase reached it and prepared to land, a much more expansive development was just visible towards the horizon. Having been desperate to reach the BMC until now, Chase suddenly had a new target in mind. He was self-aware enough to laugh at these fleeting thoughts as he landed the TE-900 gently at the BMC's main entrance. The somehow campus-like layout of the concentric development was very eye-catching from the ground as well as the air, and the glass-heavy design of the buildings did justice to the scale of the project. A huge amount of research would be conducted in these buildings, as had been the case in the primary research laboratories housed in the high-rise research units of Terradox's Gardef Heights. There were no automatic doors here, as Chase had been warned, but his wristband allowed access exactly as it should have. He ventured inside the primary care hospital to take a look around, leaving his cargo in the vehicle for now. Although the furnishings proved just as limited as inside Arcadia Central Station, which surprised him slightly, he felt very much like the air was pregnant with progress. His exploration of the hospital was anything but eerie, unlike the stories he had heard of Holly and Viola's initial discovery of the unoccupied development in Terradox's best-forgotten New Eden zone.
Indeed, rather than one of foreboding, the only sense Chase got was one of the boundless possibilities Arcadia offered. The sight of a fully stocked room and its ready-to-fill frozen storage units focused Chase's mind and reminded him that he was here to do a very specific job. With that in mind, and with his initial curiosity sated, he fetched the relevant cargo from his vehicle and began to unpack it. Taking tremendous care to follow every instruction to the letter, this was no quick task. A short break was required when the task was complete, and Chase took the opportunity to check in on how Rachel was doing with her own task. She was more than halfway done, he learned, but Chase couldn't have been happier to have a lot more work ahead of him. If Arcadia was a full-sized swimming pool, a bird's-eye view confirmed that the construction planners had barely dipped their toes in the water. Even the extensive areas which had been earmarked for imminent development and were currently being discussed on Terradox amounted to nothing more than a tiny sliver of the shallow end. It really did take being there to understand just how big Arcadia was. Chase's next stop, where he was to place the first group of canaries in their waiting cage, took him straight over Arcadia's main residential development, Starview Springs. The vast space he crossed before reaching the city-like development's sprawling streets reaffirmed that the planners had consciously left massive areas undeveloped, presumably to allow for whatever kind of societal expansions were later deemed necessary or desirable. With a relatively small founding population and plans in place to expand outwards in good time, Starview Springs was surrounded by empty space. The best view yet greeted Chase when he flew over the pastel houses below, although he couldn't shake the notion that the picturesque, unoccupied homes looked like they were part of a nuclear test site of centuries gone by, waiting for a bomb to be dropped. More positively, thanks to these views, it belatedly struck him that one thing citizens and planners on Arcadia would never have to worry about was distributing power, a task which had been done seamlessly but anything but effortlessly on Terradox. Here, there was no need for a single underground cable or unsightly pylon. Here, Arcadia's cloak efficiently stored power generated both via solar capture and within the reactor at the core of the enormous romosphere. All buildings and large vehicles were designed with what Chase understood as a kind of thin romobot coating on their roofs, which enabled them to draw power from the cloak's immense bank as and when required. The general layout of the community evoked thoughts of Terradox's Sunshine Springs. The obvious inspiration, albeit the bigger and better Starview Springs contained significantly larger houses, with significantly larger spaces between them. Many had swimming pools, but not all. Some likewise had roof terraces with views of the plains. Even more reason to bring in those giant herbivores, Chase thought. But all were spacious and beautifully designed. He imagined that these differences were likely in place to reward productive research or other useful contributions, with these kinds of perks relatively straightforward to offer. And with even the base level of accommodation being so luxurious, he doubted there would be too much resentment over such differences. Planning decisions on things like this were rarely easy, and Chase didn't envy those involved in making them. Aware that his movements were being tracked and recorded, that he was working to a tight schedule, and most importantly that there were plenty of other things for him to see, Chase didn't land in the residential area. Things changed greatly after a few more stops, as Chase passed over a genuinely colossal domed structure that must have been 20 times the size of Little Venus. He gazed down in awe as it went on and on and on, like an optical illusion begging his mind to doubt his eyes. It crossed his mind that this might have been a physical structure with a self-contained atmosphere of its own, perhaps designed as a shelter of sorts should there ever be a minor issue with Arcadia's wider artificial atmosphere. The next empty canary cage lay in the shipyard area, an RPZ-like development designed specifically for the construction of spacecraft, probes, and future embryonic romospheres. This was where Rachel would spend a lot of her working days when everything was up and running. As Arcadia's population grew over time, Chase knew that Farrier-class spacecraft would be fabricated at the shipyard as and when required to meet potential demand. Farriers which delivered the initial founding population would park in the spots he'd already seen behind Arcadia Central Station, but greater lifeboat capacity would naturally be needed when the population expanded. Prior to that would come the launching of a probe to the asteroid Nisha had mentioned off the record prior to his departure, and then the so-called mini-sphere, which would hold a strategic position halfway between Earth and Arcadia. The shipyard had an exciting future ahead of it, perhaps more so than any other area of the New World, and its layout more than lived up to Chase's hopes. There were several large buildings, each of which had a multitude of subterranean levels providing views of the enormous hole they all surrounded where huge projects would be developed. Chase said goodbye for now to the latest group of canaries he placed in a cage near the shipyard, and was unsurprised, though admittedly disappointed, that his wristband didn't unlock any of the nearby buildings' entrances. Back in the TE-900, he checked his list and saw that his next stop, and his last, were relatively nearby. He initially opted to drive to prolong his adventure, but took off after only a few minutes, with an arrival at the Arcadia Sands beach area within easy reach. There was only so much nothing he could endure. Over the years, and even before he met them, Chase had heard the stories of the original Terradox exploration. One point which always held the public's interest was the moment when Holly and Grave, Harringtons in tow, had stumbled upon the beach that later became known as Terradox Sands. And even though Chase knew both where he was and what he was about to find, neither of which could have been said of Holly's group 12 years earlier, nothing could have prepared him for the postcard-perfect view that emerged after 15 minutes at full speed. Chase didn't fly directly over the beach, and instead followed his instructions to land well before it and drive under a tunnel-like entrance, which took him either through or under the first mountains he'd seen on Arcadia so far, which existed in apparent homage to those which similarly surrounded Terradox Sands. A vast sea came into view before the sand, and Chase didn't have any vivid mental images to relate to the clarity of the tropical blue water, let alone any adjectives to describe it. His jaw was slack with wonder as he parked at the edge of the access tunnel, ready to unload his only water-bound cargo in the appropriate spot. He removed his shoes and socks to feel the heat of the sand and the relaxing lapping of the impressive tide. It astounded him when he stopped to think about how all of this was possible, and he couldn't even imagine what Holly must have been thinking when she stumbled upon something similar after crash landing on Terradox, while traveling between the supposedly empty space between Earth and Venus. Besides the tide and the utterly incomprehensible volume of water, the shape of the beach also impressed Chase. For although it had looked circular from above, on the ground it felt like he was standing on a long, straight stretch of sand. In an effort to buy himself some guilt-free leisure time, he promptly dealt with his huge cargo container, unsure exactly what kind of microbes or whatever else he'd been asked to dump, but proud and not a little relieved to have done it. Strolling along the golden sand, Chase concluded that the beach really was straight. It was also very long, taking him a good while to cover on foot. He reached a cove and headed back, where he was eventually unsurprised to find an exact replica at the other end. It's like an octagon or something, he realized. Way more than 8 sides, but that kind of idea. He was correct on both counts. The beach, entirely surrounded by mountains, was indeed divided into straight sections, and way more than 8 of them. The number was in fact 40, and a large island in the middle, teeming with palm trees, ensured that no one could see the beach opposite to the one they were on. The coves likewise blocked off adjacent beaches, meaning that all anyone could see from the ground was the sand, the sea, and the beautiful island in the middle. Only when Chase left the beach and took off again a full 30 minutes later did he get a direct bird's-eye view of Arcadia Sands. It looked incredible from the sky, truly immaculate, like concept art for the perfect holiday destination, and this view added a new layer of appreciation to the genius of the design. He was glad he had seen it from the intended perspective first, and began to think that Holly had probably instructed him to drive through the tunnel rather than fly in precisely for that reason, so that his first view of the beach would be the right one. He made a mental note to remember to thank her. In a TE-900 that was significantly lighter than when it set off, Chase prepared for his final drop-off of the day. Before too long, he landed next to a fairly nondescript security center which would soon be run by the ultra-capable Peter Ospinov, then stepped out to place his final canaries in the waiting cage. But as soon as he stepped out, he stepped back in. Behind him, the canaries chirped unhappily until the door had been reclosed for several seconds. Chase got ready to open the door again as a test, holding his nose in anticipation of the offensive smell that had caught he and the birds by surprise last time. Sure enough, the opening of the door agitated them greatly once again. With his suspicion confirmed, Chase closed the door and used his wristband to call Rachel. "Hey, stranger," she answered. "Is that you done at last? I got on fine with the telescope. I've been to Terradox and back a few times since then, but I'm here now." "That's great," he mumbled uneasily, humor the last thing on his mind. "But listen, I need you to come out to the security center, where I am now. Come in the Wasp." "What?" Rachel asked, her tone falling very suddenly. "You want me to fly the Wasp all the way out there? Why?" "It's just—" Momentarily stuck for words, Chase Jackson took a look around. His eyes searched fruitlessly for an explanation outside before settling back on the uncomfortable canaries. "Rachel," he gulped. "I don't know what it is, but something's definitely not right." Chapter 15. By the time Rachel arrived at the security center, no short trip from Arcadia Central Station, Chase had made a degree of progress. Having driven slowly around the security center in search of a clue, he eventually spotted a small group of around 10 weak-looking bush-like plants growing in the shadow of one side of the building, under a low, overhanging ledge. He opened the door briefly and was absolutely positive that the odor was indeed stronger here than it had been from further away. The canaries reached new levels of noise, all but sealing it. "Those plants," he thought, still doubting their collective conclusion. "Really?" Chase let Rachel know about this when the Wasp came into view, using their new generation wristband's flawless communications ability to loop her in. He described the smell as overpowering, like a remarkably intense version of the kind of odor that might be emitted from the inside of a recently snapped flower stem. He told her that what troubled him most of all wasn't so much the smell itself, however, but rather the very presence of unexpected plants in this area. Chase left his TE-900 when the Wasp touched down, promising the increasingly agitated canaries that he'd be back soon, then ran over to climb in. He signaled for Rachel to hold her nose while he ran, and she was happy to oblige. Once he was inside the two-seater Wasp, she lowered her hand from her nose and almost vomited at the lingering smell that had crept in with Chase. "Told you," he said. "But apart from knowing that those things stink like high hell, I'm stumped." Rachel pinched her nose with her fingers again.
"Come on, Chase," she said,
her voice nasal thanks to the placement of her fingers.
"Your dad is a botanist. Your dad is the botanist. You must know something about plants."
Chase upturned his palms. "I don't even know why we need these plants. We don't need them for oxygen, and we don't need them for food. They don't even look good. Why are they here at all? Any ideas?"
"No happy ones,"
Rachel said while fiddling with her wristband.
"Okay, I've engaged my protective cloak, and I think you should do the same. We're too close to those things."
"My cloak? Why?"
"Because they could be poisonous. Wait, you haven't touched any of them, have you?"
Chase shook his head, thankful to be able to do so truthfully. "But why would they even be here if they were poisonous?" Chase asked, voicing the obvious question while nevertheless following her advice.
"That's the thing,"
Rachel replied, taking an easy step towards the plants.
"Something tells me they're not supposed to be."
Even with his cloak now protecting him from further exposure to any potential pathogens, Chase Jackson's instinctive reaction to the suggestions that the plants before him shouldn't have been before him was to back away. "We've been breathing the air," he said. "I've been here for an hour, right beside them. Why the hell? How the hell? I mean, just... What do you mean they're not supposed to be here? We created this place from scratch. Are you saying someone has messed with the embryonic code?"
"I didn't mean anything like that," Rachel stressed.
walking to Chase's side and leaning back against the wasp in an effort to convince him both that she meant what she was saying and that she didn't think there was anything to worry about.
The cloaks are a sensible precaution until we get some data back. But I'm willing to bet that the data will tell us these things' seeds were blown here by the wind. I didn't mean they shouldn't be here as in Arcadia. I meant here as in here. There's hardly any light where they are, for one thing, and this doesn't look like the specially engineered growing soil we normally use these days.
Chase visibly relaxed. I guess the shape of those rocks means that stuff blowing in the wind could gather here. But when do you think we'll have some data to confirm your theory?
As soon as we gather a sample and take it back to the carrier,
she said.
There's a basic sample collector in the wasp's field kit.
I'll get the kit, Chase said.
And the sample?
Chase glanced at the plants, then back to Rachel. He pointed towards them with a grin on his face. Well, I really wouldn't mind if you want to be the one to take the lead. They both laughed, breaking a tense atmosphere as Chase went back inside the wasp to fetch its field kit. He emerged quickly in a light EVA suit, not surprising Rachel with what she considered a sensible abundance of caution, then proceeded to gather samples from two of the plants, one that looked healthy and one that was evidently dying. Chase was glad that the kit's extendable grabber allowed him to do this without his glove having to touch the potentially poisonous plant, and even more so that the sample containers could be placed directly in the carrier's biochemical analysis unit without having to be opened. That apparatus was designed for safely analyzing even potent biohazards, so was more than sufficient for the task at hand. After gathering some soil from around the out-of-place plants, Chase placed all three sealed containers in his wasp and took off his EVA suit. I'm going to call my dad on the way back and tell him to expect some data soon, he called out to Rachel. Rather than fly back together and leave one wasp out in the open, they had naturally opted to each fly one of the vehicles. She gave him a thumbs up.
I'll talk to Robert Harrington and tell him the same thing. We might as well have a team on Earth look over this too, right?
We don't report to anyone on Earth, Chase said, using a neutral but decisive tone. We'll send the data to the colony and see what comes back. If this went to Earth, there would always be the risk of someone blowing it all out of proportion and making it sound like we found something really bad. I'm not talking about whitewashing anything. We just need to make sure the right people do the analysis. Does that make sense?
Understood, Rachel replied. I'll see you back at the carrier. Don't go slow for my benefit. Just get back as quick as you can so we can get those samples checked.
Chase followed Rachel's suggestion, glad to hear it, and sped off as fast as the wasp would take him. He wasted no time in sending a voice message to his father, not even thinking about what hour it would be on Terradox and what Christian might be doing. His words would travel from his wasp to the carrier and then ultimately across a vast expanse of space until reaching Christian's wristband on Terradox. In one ironic sense, the total effortlessness of this long-distance communication made the unavoidable delay feel more pronounced than may have been the case if it required more cumbersome steps. After Chase sent some photographs to Christian, along with a voice message which included a breakdown of what he'd found and the coordinates of where he'd found it, the long flight back to the carrier and the communications delay gave him more than enough time to think about the wider issues raised by the discovery. He agreed with Rachel that there was almost definitely nothing to be concerned about in direct relation to the plants, but the delay in having this confirmed was a mild point of concern in and of itself. For while Chase and Rachel had each been able to surround themselves with a protective cloak, they would have been physically unable to isolate a large area around the plants without approval from Terradox. Small matters like the placement of cloaks would not require such approval once Arcadia was fully staffed and on its way. Its habitat management team would enjoy full autonomy in that regard, but large-scale modifications would be dependent on external approval. More precisely, larger modifications would be dependent on passive approval. The essence of this necessary safeguard was that any major change orchestrated from Arcadia, such as a modification to the romosphere-wide seasonal weather system, or a moderate change in its direction of travel, could be halted by Resentra liaison teams on both Earth and Terradox within 24 hours of its execution. The liaison teams had essentially been granted veto power over anything which could potentially cause lasting problems, to guard against the minuscule but non-negligible prospect that control of Arcadia could one day be hijacked from within.
The bitter experience of David Boyce's weaponization of Netherdox and his attempted takeover of the now-defunct Terradox Resort lived long in the memory of all who had witnessed it, and the mark those events had made on the public psyche ensured that the sensible safeguards put forward to prevent any kind of repeat were universally well received. The reason a veto-style passive authorization model was chosen was simple. The alternative model, requiring active authorization from the liaison teams, would have run the risk of leaving the Arcadian population impotent to make any major changes should any unfortunate circumstances render those teams unable to accede. Ruzentra's best minds had taken great pains to ensure that the veto safeguards could not be overridden, principally by placing Arcadia's primary control transceiver in an insulated chamber within the reactor at the romosphere's core, the one place where it could absolutely not be tampered with. A reply from Christian came at last as Chase raced over the landscapes that had stunned him on his first flight in the other direction, but had passed with barely a downward glance on the return leg.
No plants were supposed to be growing in that spot, Christian's message began, very matter-of-factly and without so much as a hello. But after looking at some historic wind patterns, I can hazard a pretty good guess that the seeds were blown there like you thought. They look young and starved of light, which is no surprise. The overhanging rocks blocked that spot from our cloak cams, so obviously they've also been responsible for a lack of sunlight that has caused the seeded plants to struggle. As for the smell you described, I wouldn't want to make any guesses. There's nothing to worry about, but until I see the sample data, there's not much else I can say. Send me the data ASAP and I'll see what we're looking at.
In the meantime, Christian's message continued with some general questions about Arcadia, with a particular interest in how the trees near the shipyard were doing.
Everything is growing unbelievably well, Chase replied when the message came to an end. Unbelievably big.
Meriting the repetition, unbelievably was most certainly a suitable word. Because even though Chase vaguely understood the new technology which allowed the rapid growth and cultivation of targeted plants, it was something else entirely to see it in action. As he understood it, a microsphere, more commonly known as a bubble, could be placed around a small group of trees or plants who could then be exposed to an isolated atmosphere fine-tuned for their optimal and expedited development. Within a distinct microsphere no wider than a large swimming pool, the day-night cycle experienced by the plants it housed could be greatly shortened with no ill effects. Along with the ability to speed up the apparent passage of seasons and to engineer soil for optimal nutrition, the conditions were conducive for truly optimal and extremely rapid growth. Christian Jackson's microsphere-based growing experiments within his botanical gardens on Terradox, the success of which had led to these breakthroughs, had captured a level of public interest far above anything normally seen for botanical research. This was largely because of the tremendous visual impact of an image showing two plants which had been grown just a few meters apart and separated only by the invisible wall of a microsphere which enabled the plants on the inside to mature and flower within a fraction of the time it took for those on the outside. There was certainly a lot more going on than seasonal weather manipulation and lighting modifications, including the high-level genetic engineering which enabled seeds to respond so well to these deliberate atmospheric variations in the first instance. At the end of the day, though, everyone knew that it was the variations that made the difference. Christian would never see the Arcadian forests with his own eyes, but he took pride in the fact that his research had played a central part in bringing them into existence. And although his father sounded entirely confident that nothing was wrong, Chase Jackson dearly hoped that Christian hadn't accidentally introduced something unplanned. Shortly after arriving back at the carrier, Chase received a new message from Christian passing on a request from Holly to send mapping drones out across Arcadia to check that no more errant plants were growing on any other small patches of ground out of the cloak cam's sight. He waited for Rachel to arrive before readying the drones, and fortunately she wasn't far behind him. It had started to get dark outside, prompting Chase to ask if someone on Terradox could give them a few more hours of sunlight so he could give Rachel a quick tour of Arcadia's incredible sights while they waited for some meaningful information on the plants. He wanted to explore more of the landscape himself, too, but didn't think it was fair for Rachel to have come all this way and not catch a glimpse of the picturesque beach. The answer was no, somewhat frustratingly, but not at all surprisingly.
The day-night cycle couldn't be changed so drastically without potentially damaging effects on open-air plant life, Christian said, and there was no room for argument. What proved a lot more than somewhat frustrating was the length of time it took for any further update on the plant analysis to come through. The primary data was all visible to Chase and Rachel, but it meant nothing to their botanically inexperienced eyes, leaving them in the dark. When 2 mapping drones reported the discovery of plants in other unexpected locations, Christian reacted quickly by informing them that they would need to spend the night on Arcadia. He stressed that the continued analysis wasn't a sign of a problem, and nor was the discovery of 2 more small groups of plants, but that his team simply needed more time. He told Chase that he would need to go back out and fetch samples from the 2 new sites in the morning, and encouraged him to again wear his EVA suit, quote, to err on the safe side, unquote. Chase was pleased to hear this, granting as it did permission for another day of aerial exploration. Rachel didn't take the news of the drone's new discoveries quite so well, but tried to accept Christian's insistence that the plant's presence wasn't necessarily a sign of any underlying problem. She fell asleep long before Chase when night came, and he opted to leave her be even when the reassuring news came in from Terradox that their initial theory was correct. The plants had indeed been seeded by wind and failed to thrive due to a lack of both direct sunlight and access to the right kind of engineered soil.
"This is nothing serious, but we're very glad you noticed it," Christian said. "Everyone here has been praising your thoroughness in finding those first plants. We'd still like you to gather further samples in the morning, and after that we're going to fabricate microspheres around the out-of-place plants to expedite their deaths and make sure they don't spread any further. Because of your discovery, we're also going to place partial cloaks around all plants which could be seeded elsewhere by wind, so this won't happen again."
Chase wasn't altogether sure why Christian and his team were simultaneously keen to stress that out-of-place plants pose no danger, but also that steps were being taken to make sure the same thing would never happen again. He knew he would get better and clearer answers when he was back on Terradox and could converse with them without having to contend with a communications delay, though, so he contently settled down at the end of a long and unforgettable day. With Rachel having fallen asleep so long before him, it didn't surprise Chase to find her awake and ready to leave when he rose the next morning. "Good timing," she said when he wandered into the analysis center. "I was going to give you 5 more minutes."
"I guess you've spoken to my dad?"
She nodded.
"It's pretty much exactly what we thought. So, what do you say? Ready to get these samples and finish the tour?"
"Damn right I am," he replied with a broad smile, rushing away to get ready.
The 2 went on to gather further samples as requested, and then spent the remaining hours of daylight taking in the awe-inspiring vistas that continued endlessly over Arcadia's rolling horizon. When night fell once more and the sun quite literally set on their brief expedition, neither felt tired or even sad to leave. Both instead felt energized and excited to return.
"See you again soon, Arcadia,"
Rachel said as their carrier's outbound countdown to the cloak reached 0. The man-made world of wonders disappeared as suddenly as it had emerged around 36 hours earlier when their carrier passed in the opposite direction, and just like that it was gone.
"Sooner than you think," Chase said, counting down in his head. "Keep watching."
Rachel then gasped in amused amazement as it appeared once more, slowly getting smaller as the carrier began its long journey back to Terradox.
"They'll see it on Earth in a few minutes, and on Terradox not too long after that," Chase said.
The invisibility cloak was set to switch off as soon as we were clear, once we checked everything was okay and made it out safely. Now, everyone can see it.
"Well, we'll be back soon, Arcadia,"
Rachel smiled, modifying her last farewell. Chase nodded, smiling just as wide.
"And next time, we'll have company."
Part 2. 1 year later. Chapter 16. Of all the decisions Ramesh Kohli had made in his happy and productive life, moving to Terradox had unquestionably proven one of the best. The colony granted him the tools and space needed to take his life's work to new levels,
and his research successes within the so-called primosphere were as well known as he was greatly respected. Terradox had also been good for his gifted daughter Nisha, whose prodigious early promise as a then 17-year-old physicist had been a keen factor in the family's invitation. His wife Farah, who had been more positive about the move than he was at first, had enjoyed 8 fulfilling years in the important role of transport system analyst, and even their youngest child Vijay had grown to love the colony despite some initial misgivings. With the family's departure to the new world of Arcadia now less than 24 hours away, the roles were somewhat reversed, with Ramesh being keener than Farah to uproot. Nisha was once again the primary driver, given that her work on large-scale romokinetic propulsion was the foundation upon which the whole Arcadia project was built, and the decision on whether or not to make the one-way trip was ultimately her own. Nisha knew she would dearly miss Holly and Grav and the rest of her friends on Terradox, and if the only counterpoints to that had been the sense of adventure and limitless potential that awaited on Arcadia, as well as a welcome reunion with Viola Ospinov, she would have had a real decision to make. This wasn't the case, however, as her long-term partner Chase Jackson's position as Arcadia's figurehead swung the argument decisively in the direction of adventure. Although it was going to be difficult to say farewell to Holly in particular, Nisha thought herself lucky that whichever decision she'd made would never have involved a forever goodbye to her family. The same couldn't be said for Chase, who had been ultimately unsuccessful in his many attempts to talk his own parents into making the trip. She imagined it might have been different if Chase had any younger siblings who his parents wouldn't have wanted to separate from him, but she also knew that Jillian and Christian Jackson were very committed to their current roles as the colony's respective heads of psychology and botany. Very few colonists were leaving Terradox for Arcadia, with the vast majority of the New World settlers set to arrive from Earth a week after the initial group's landing. One reason for this was that although the 2 key decision-makers in Holly and Dimitar Rusev were firm supporters of the Arcadia project, they were extremely keen to maintain continuity of key personnel on Terradox. Another reason, perhaps even more important, was that few who called Terradox home were eager to leave their comfortable, peaceful, and productive lives. Aside from the Coleys and Chase, the other colonists set to depart could be counted on one hand. Only 2 divisional heads would be on board the Arcadia-bound farrier, Rachel Berry of Craft Management, whose desire had held strong despite Holly's best efforts to talk her into staying, and of course, Ramesh Coley of the Primosphere. Inside the Primosphere, a huge enclosed area with a self-contained atmosphere unlike any other on Terradox, Ramesh had spent several years performing experiments and analysis to gain new understandings of the conditions in which life first emerged. The division's major breakthrough had been the rapid evolution of an organism known to all simply as Nancy. In a style not a million miles from the kind of atmospheric interventions used by Christian Jackson to intentionally and beneficially mutate plants within the Botanic Gardens, Ramesh had overseen the deliberate manipulation of Nancy's environment in an effort to trigger further cellular evolution. The bulk of Ramesh's giddiness as the hour of departure grew near owed to his suspicion that there would be even less red tape to contend with on Arcadia than there was on Terradox, which was already a researcher's paradise compared to Earth. On Arcadia, Ramesh Coley hoped to revel in an absolute autonomy he had lacked on Terradox, where Holly's cautious approach to delicate research had held him back from attempting some studies and from sharing the results of others. Little did he know that events in his final few hours on Terradox would simultaneously underline this desire and all but eliminate any chance of it coming to pass. Ramesh's pride in Nancy wasn't an egotistical pride, but rather the more justifiable kind that came with a major research success. Against his better judgment, this pride drove him to share the full results of recent Nancy-related experiments with Holly, who he had previously taken care to brief no more than necessary. There was also the point that Ramesh had already been told that no active test subjects, even Nancy, were eligible for transfer to Arcadia, meaning that he had nothing to lose by showing Holly that Nancy was more evolved than she realized. The project was set to pass into the hands of Ramesh's assistants, and he was also reluctant to leave them in a position of having to hide anything from Holly or anyone else. With final departure preparations well underway, his call for Holly to join him in the Primosphere was met with predictable surprise. Several hours passed before Holly was able to make her way over, which she did only because Ramesh insisted it would be worth it, and when she arrived, she did so with Grav at her side. "Are you allowed in here?" Ramesh asked Grav, well aware that a medical condition he had been dealing with for many years prohibited him from venturing into areas of Terradox with highly modified environments. Grav nodded. "The new treatment see to that," he said, a slow grin forming. "And if I forgot to make that clear to everyone, it definitely has nothing to do with their assumptions that I cannot enter the Promosphere, or Little Venus, meaning that I can relax whenever oversight is needed in those zones. I am here today because you are leaving, Ramesh, and the way you phrased your call to Holly made it sound like there is something in here that I really do not want to miss." "Well, you won't be sorry you came," Ramesh laughed. "Follow me." He led Holly and Grav down a quiet corridor, a noticeably quiet corridor, before opening a nondescript door and pointing them towards 2 chairs. "Ramesh, you know how tight my time is today," Holly said. "Can we save the theatrics and get to the point?" Unbudging, Ramesh kept his hand outstretched. Holly sat down with no little frustration and folded her arms. Grav, meanwhile, sat down quite eagerly and appeared to be enjoying the mystery. Wasting no more time, Ramesh then navigated through some menu screens on his wristband until he found the option to display a recent recording on the wall in front of his audience of 2. The brilliant white of the image's edges took their eyes by surprise, but within a second or two they realized what they were looking at. A sterile experimentation room containing the most remarkable of all test subjects, Nancy. The organism was jet black, and in shape looked more than a little like a human hand. For lack of anything else to compare it to, Nancy's appearance struck Holly as something between a mini squid and an unusually flexible starfish. The word gelatinous was also running through her head as she gazed at the screen, since Nancy somehow didn't look solid in the regular sense of the word. There was a gentle but noticeable movement in Nancy's fingers, almost wave-like, and when Ramesh uncovered the other side of the screen, things grew even more interesting. For on the right side of the screen, an ungloved human hand rested in a fingers-spread position. "During the test you're now watching back, Nancy could see this hand," Ramesh explained. "It's my hand, in case you can't tell." Holly and Grav needed no instruction in that regard. By now, their attention on the screen was absolutely total. Very suddenly, the recording showed Ramesh's hand clenching tightly into a fist. As soon as it did so, Nancy reacted by doing exactly the same. Ramesh spread his fingers again, prompting Nancy to mimic the movement once more. "My hand was behind a cloak for obvious safety reasons," Ramesh said. "But as you can see, Nancy has become capable of perfectly mimicking the physical movements of nearby organisms. This is a breakthrough, unlike anything we expected, and her ability to do this became reliable just a few days ago." Holly's expression, to Ramesh's mild disappointment, contained none of the excitement of his own. There was no great amount of concern either, just a tense focus on what she was looking at. "So exactly how big is Nancy at this point?" she asked after an uncomfortable pause. "What's the scale I'm looking at here?" What do you mean?" "Magnification," Holly said. "How much is Nancy's side of this picture blown up? 10 times? 20? Ramesh could no longer hide his confusion. "Holly, this was all captured in one shot. The scale is 1-to-1. "What?" Holly boomed. "You're telling me this is life-size? You're telling me that this thing you created has grown that big since I last saw it?" "She certainly has," Ramesh nodded proudly. "Because I've known for a long time that I can't take Nancy with me to Arcadia. We've been more aggressive with our atmospheric adaptations over the past few months to see how much we could achieve. And as you can see, the results have been—" "Kill it," Holly interjected, the blunt finality of her tone sucking all of the air from the room. Grav shifted his weight and turned to face her, ignoring the suddenly animated Ramesh. "You can't be serious," Ramesh said. Studying her face, Grav had no doubt that she was. Holly rose to her feet. Don't think I'm happy about having to do this, Ramesh, but there's no discussion to be had. We've terminated hugely promising AI projects in the past when things have taken unexpected turns. And other than the fact that I'm infinitely more angry at you for doing this than I ever was at those AI researchers, this is no different. How is this anything like AI? Ramesh retorted. Holly, Nancy is alive. And so is everyone else on this colony, Holly yelled, losing her composure for the first time. If she was a more familiar-looking organism exhibiting behaviors as unique as these, you wouldn't do this, Ramesh argued. You know you wouldn't. Holly shook her head in disbelief. Ramesh, if we had reason to believe it would keep rapidly evolving in a way that could soon take it beyond our control, you're damn right I would kill it. We don't know what that thing could become, but today you've shown me enough to know that we can't risk finding out. I thought you would know by now that I will tolerate nothing that puts this colony at risk, but you show me this and expect what? A pat on the back? Accelerating these mutations without any authorization is the most irresponsible stunt any of our researchers have ever pulled. From you, of all people, I expected a lot more. But no buts, Holly said. This was your project and you're leaving. There's no way something as volatile as this is staying behind, just like there's no way it's going with you. And before you say anyone else can take over, they're going to hear about this too. Your assistant researchers clearly knew about this and chose to keep it from me, and there will be consequences. As for you, on Arcadia you'll have Peter to answer to, and if you think his reaction to something like this would be as measured as I'm being right now... Grav chuckled involuntarily. Never a truer word spoken, Hollywood. Holly didn't respond. Chase is going to hear about this too, she continued, looking intently into Ramesh's increasingly distressed eyes. Chase, he echoed, as though the mere taste of the word riled him. What does he have to do with anything? In case you didn't get the memo, neither of us are moving to Arcadia, Holly said, moving a finger between herself and Grav. Peter will be head of security and the Harringtons will see that things run smoothly, but Chase is going to be calling a lot of shots, Ramesh. If you have some personal hang-up about his relationship with your daughter, you can take that up with them. Ramesh glared at the floor. He didn't necessarily dislike Chase, but the borderline hero worship everyone else threw at him would have irked Ramesh even if Nisha hadn't sided with Chase in every minor discussion point during the prolonged planning of Arcadia itself. It had been impossible for Ramesh not to feel frozen out, and as though Chase had turned his daughter against him in some admittedly minor matters, even if Chase had always been direct in his dealings with Ramesh and nothing but straight down the line. I didn't mean that last comment to sound overly personal, Holly went on, regretting her tone, if not the words. But that's the point. I don't want any of this to be personal. Chase is going to be in charge of a lot of things on Arcadia. He's on the executive council with Viola and Peter, outranked only by Robert. And if that's going to be a problem for you, it's important that you say so now. Ramesh shook his head. It's not. Good, Holly said. So we're on the same page. Predictably, Ramesh hesitated. Grav, he eventually uttered weakly, more in hope than expectation that he might find an ally at the last minute. Tell me you can see my side here. What the fuck did you think she was going to say about this? Grav sighed, clearly taking no pleasure in agreeing with Holly's suggested course of action, but understanding that what had to be done had to be done. Then I'll stay, Ramesh said, blurting out the idea as it came to him. Listen, Holly, if you don't think it's safe to have Nancy here without me, I'll forget all about Arcadia and stay here to see this through. I can oversee everything and keep it all under control, just like I have so far. I can even dial things back. Please, just hear me out. I've put too much into this project to let it die. Holly, please. This is 8 years of my life. I've done far too much. Damn right you've done far too much, Holly interjected. You've never mentioned anything close to this level of development. Keeping something like this, let alone actively trying to engender further mutation, has never been authorized. Romesh considered his next remarks carefully, silently acknowledging that Holly had a point. She continued, "And whether you decide to stay here, Nancy is going to be... well, however you want to phrase it, this experiment is over. Grav, make sure he doesn't leave this room while I find someone to deal with this." Romesh took Holly's now empty seat and put his head in his hands. "Unless you want to be the one to do it?" she asked, speaking gently in a genuine attempt to give Romesh the opportunity. She was angrier at him in that moment than she had been at anyone in a very long time. But when all was said and done, Romesh Kohli had been a good friend for many years. His grief over Nancy's imminent demise was far more understandable to Holly than her emotional detachment was to him, and his lack of a response came as little surprise. Holly nodded to Grav to reaffirm how important it was for him to keep Romesh in the room. Not that it looked like he would be going anywhere anytime soon, and Grav raised his eyebrows in acknowledgement. The door closed quietly behind Holly, leaving nothing but the low sound of Romesh's sobbing. Grav placed a firm hand on Romesh's shoulder. He felt his own anger at Romesh, if not quite to Holly's level, and would have been responding very differently had Romesh not broken down like this. As far as Grav was concerned, he had acted tremendously selfishly, not just in relation to the rest of the colony, but also in relation to Nancy, who he proclaimed to care so much about. Romesh's desire to see just how much Nancy could be stimulated to mutate prior to his departure to Arcadia was understandable in Grav's mind. But it was also now responsible for the entirety of the remarkable 8-year experiment being consigned to history. "Curiosity kills more than cats," Grav thought to himself as his hand rose and fell with Romesh's rhythmic sobs. But there was a time and place for such comments, and in that moment Grav opted to silently support a friend in need. Neither man said anything until Holly returned a full 10 minutes later. They both looked up. "I'm sorry, Romesh," she said, her words and tone crushing any hope he'd been holding out that her mind might change. Romesh Kohli wiped his eyes and stood up. "So am I, Holly," he said. He extended a hand, but Holly ignored it in favor of moving forward for a conciliatory hug. "We all make mistakes," she replied, "and we all move on from them together." Romesh exhaled sharply as they parted. "I really should have just kept my mouth shut instead of calling you two in here," he said, almost but not quite breaking into a smile at his own gallows humor. Grav slapped Romesh warmly on the back, no harder than usual, but still hard enough to make him flinch. "Come on, dumbass," he said, ushering him to the door. "Let us get you to Arcadia." Chapter 17. Shortly after the artificial sun rose over Terradox the following morning, the entirety of the colony, aside from a small number of core operational staff, gathered for a farewell ceremony in honor of the few among them who were set to undertake the one-way trip to Arcadia. Everyone on Terradox had been automatically eligible for a place, but the comfort of their current lives and the uncertainty of what lay beyond combined to ensure that the take-up from their number had been very low. The same was true of the Venus Station, which, like Terradox, housed only the families of highly qualified researchers who had naturally already been vetted prior to their arrival. Holly and Dimitar had always made it very clear that pre-vetted researchers were free to head for Arcadia, partly because neither Terradox nor the station could safely harbor any resentful colonists. In this regard, it was deemed unfair as well as unwise to hold people to long-term research contracts they may not have signed if they'd known that an opportunity like Arcadia would present itself. Both were delighted that the vast majority of the populations under their respective leaderships had opted to remain in place, and even their rivals in the Recentra boardroom had to acknowledge that this point spoke well of the jobs they were doing. The farewell ceremony currently underway in front of the temporary grandstands in Terradox's Romotech production zone wasn't the first of its kind, what with a permanent human presence having been established on Arcadia shortly after Chase Jackson's first visit, and with a handful of former colonists having joined teams from Earth in making the trip. It was, however, by far the grandest. The scale of this particular ceremony owed not only to the fact that today's departure to Arcadia would be the last, but also because of exactly who was leaving. The farrier sitting outside Terradox Central Station would soon carry 6 colonists to their new home, and not just any 6. Although it had been on the cards for many months, the reality was only hitting some colonists now that they would soon be without all 4 members of the Coley family, the inimitable Bo Harrington, and, perhaps most irreplaceably, the widely adored Chase Jackson. While Bo was set to be reunited with his own family in an orbital rendezvous before their landing on Arcadia, and the Coleys were of course traveling together, a common topic of hushed conversation among the crowd was that Chase's parents hadn't wavered in their decision to stay on Terradox. This was good news for the colony, given that both Christian and Jillian's contributions rested on a pedestal almost as high as their son's. But everyone understood the emotional strain that his imminent departure must have been placing on all 3. Prior to today, the largest farewell ceremony had been for a small Arcadia-bound crew, which included Chase's traveling companion on his initial scouting mission to the New World, Rachel Berry, who had already settled on the New World 3 months earlier and was well into her work in its shipyard. The botanical irregularities detected on their joint mission had been a point of near constant consideration for the better part of a year, with Christian Jackson's expertise being called upon to ensure that there was no danger of the wind causing any more plant-related problems once Arcadia was fully populated, and particularly once it ventured irreversibly beyond the bounds of the kind of as-live communication with Earth which might be necessary for the application of advice in an emergency scenario. Bradley Reinhardt, another friend of Chase and a high-ranking communications officer, was also among those to have already made Arcadia their home. Rachel's expedited departure was primarily related to a piece of precious Arcadia-bound cargo which would begin the journey with Chase and the others in just a few short hours. The asteroid probe, which had been constructed on Terradox and which would be launched towards its target from Arcadia very shortly after arriving. Somewhere around the midpoint of the well-attended farewell ceremony, Holly publicly revealed the existence of the harmless asteroid in question for the first time, referring to it by the NGB-2 designation that those in the know had been using for months. Since she was talking to a very scientifically literate crowd, the word asteroid didn't conjure up mass panic as it may have done on Earth under slightly different circumstances. But there were, nevertheless, more than a few gasps in reaction to the news. Holly proceeded to speak passionately about the opportunities NGB-2's relatively close passage past Arcadia presented, and in reality took greater pains than necessary to justify the shift in focus from the previously vaunted idea of launching a minisphere from Arcadia's shipyard as a matter of urgency. Many in the crowd, just like many in the boardroom, still viewed asteroid mining as a venture of tremendous potential value despite Holly's own view that the continued development of Romotech rendered the search for extraplanetary material resources far less important than it may once have been. In the eyes of some others, and with Chase Jackson perhaps being the greatest proponent of such a view, exploration of all manner of celestial bodies was an end in itself, and could deliver answers to questions that no one had even yet thought to ask. And as exciting as the utterly unexpected asteroid news was to the crowd, they took it in their stride, as Holly continued with the final formalities of the day. Perhaps because the rapid progress of technology was by now a firmly established part of their lives. It briefly crossed Holly's mind that if someone had just woken up from a 15-year coma and learned of Arcadia, they would have been forgiven for thinking that they had in fact been out for 1500. The use of embryonic romotechnology on this scale was something that still astounded whoever paused to think about it, but most now took the technology's existence and efficacy for granted to the extent that such thoughts were rare. The final section of the ceremonial departure saw Bo and Ramesh formally hand over leadership of the rover and primosphere divisions to their respective successors. This was emotional for all involved, as friendships built over 8 years of close proximity proved difficult to relinquish without more than a few tears being shed. Once the official ceremony was complete, and to the equal surprise and delight of the crowd, Chase spent 3 full hours shaking hands and saying goodbye to the thousands of colonists who were sad to see him leave,
but excited about what might come of the unprecedented project he was spearheading. Chase stayed long after Holly ushered the rest of the imminent leavers towards Terradox Central Station, where a very small number of the departing individuals' close friends and family members had been invited to make their far more intimate farewells. She had taken one look at him slowly working his way along a seemingly endless line of well-wishers of all ages, and happily decided to leave him to it. That was Chase all over, she thought, endlessly giving with his time and energy, even on what had to be the most difficult day of his life. By the time he reached Terradox Central Station, only 15 minutes remained until the farrier's scheduled departure time. This could have been pushed back, of course, since Holly made such calls and the farrier was clearly going nowhere without its most important passenger. But she was nevertheless glad to see his transport capsule arrive outside just in time to meet the original launch window. "I'm not late," Chase called, running in through the station's vast doors and pointing to the time on his wristband as though anticipating a rebuke. None came. The emotions on display within Central Station were not mixed by any normal understanding of the term, with only young VJ Coley exhibiting anything other than a somber realization of the finality of the impending farrier launch. Everyone knew how keen VJ was to reach Arcadia. He rarely missed an opportunity to tell anyone who would listen just how much he was looking forward to seeing Peter and Viola again in particular. But the sadness of the moment was such that even his full-hearted youthful exuberance couldn't cut the air of solemnity. What did cut the air, very loudly, were the last-minute efforts of Bo Harrington's girlfriend to persuade him to stay. This was difficult for everyone else to hear and see, but nowhere near as difficult as it was for the couple themselves. Bo said little, as he so often did, instead trying to silently console her and let her say what she had to say. Chase, for his part, was immeasurably glad that his parents weren't making a similar case, and were so far holding up on their end of an agreed-upon bargain that they wouldn't try to convince him to stay with them on Terradox, and he wouldn't try to convince them to join him on Arcadia. The arguments over this had been explosive at various points over the past year, until everyone reached a point of acceptance that no one was budging, and there was no sense of living the rest of their time together in resentment. Christian had been quicker to stop badgering Chase than Jillian had been, and he had been begging her for weeks not to make Chase's departure more difficult than it had to be, by making him feel guilty about it. It was rare for a mother to see her child leave and know that he would never be back, but Jillian's pain was numbed, if not lessened, by the length of time she had been enduring it. Really, ever since Chase first shared his desire to spearhead the Arcadia project, given that she knew his stubborn nature well enough to know that nothing would change his mind. "Everything is going to be okay," Chase said, walking up to his parents for the last time. "You still have a great team here with Holly and Grav, and we're going to meet up with Peter, Viola, and Robert." "And you'll listen to Peter," Christian said, an unexpected tangent. "You hear me? People might see you as the leader, but Peter is head of security, and he knows what's best for keeping everyone safe." "There's going to be a decision-making structure in place," Chase replied. "And it's not going to be like here where everyone still turns to Holly even though she tried to spread responsibility around. No one is going to be the decision-maker, and no one wants to be. As long as you and Peter stay on the same page, everything will run smoothly," Christian said. "I know everyone who's going has been vetted and quarantined and everything, but still, if there was a troublemaker, he's not going to try his luck with you two standing in front of him." Christian said this partly to reassure Jillian that everything would indeed be okay on Arcadia, where a Peter Chase team did have the potential to become a formidable force for stability. Jillian appeared receptive to the points. "I said something like this to Viola about her and Holly a few years ago," she said, her voice relatively stable, now that she momentarily had something to think about other than the imminent launch. "If the people at the top have any resentment for each other or any interpersonal problems, that can filter all the way down. If something is disallowed on safety grounds, you need to respect that." Chase nodded in understanding. "Peter is a good guy. We got along great for the little time he was here after I left the compound. But even if he was asshole number one and we hated each other, That kind of simmering resentment stuff doesn't happen with guys like us. We would just fight. Jillian's eyebrows rose halfway to her hairline. Relax, I'm joking, Chase laughed. But really, it's kind of like how back in the old nuclear days, countries who had nukes wouldn't even fight each other with regular bombs. When both know how much damage the other one could do, it keeps things in check. Grav, standing near enough to hear without eavesdropping, slapped Chase on the back. Mutually assured destruction. He chimed in with a dry chuckle. The same reason I never came to blows with Peter back when he was still learning how to conduct himself properly. While Christian laughed, Grav caught sight of Holly leading the Coleys towards the doorway and gently nudged Chase to let him know. It's time, Chase said. More than understandably, Jillian began to tear up. He hugged her tightly. Before I go, I want to say thanks to both of you for everything you've done for me, he said as they parted after well over 10 seconds. I know I wasn't always all that easy to handle, but we got there in the end. She smiled slightly and wiped away her tears. And building me into someone who can lead this project is what it's all been about, he went on. This is what it was all building towards. We just didn't know it. Goodbye, son, Christian interjected, biting his lip to avoid making the moment any more difficult for Chase than it had to be. Jillian was past that point. This is why you raised me, Chase said, stepping away from them for the last time and talking back over his shoulder as Grav ushered him towards the farrier. This is why I was born. Chapter 18. Viola Ospinov, having keenly followed the progress of her friends over the better part of 2 weeks as they ventured from Terradox to Arcadia, could scarcely believe that her time to leave Earth for good had finally come. A carrier would soon take Viola and just 6 others to a rendezvous with Chase Jackson and everyone else aboard the huge farrier that had departed Terradox. Her family of 3 would be joined by the Hawthorns and her father Robert, with the overwhelming majority of future Arcadians set to begin their own short trips in a month's time. Viola was nothing but glad to be leaving behind the fear that had swirled in her mind over recent years, despite a lack of any tangible threats of late. And what made her happiest of all was that young Katie didn't resent the big move. On the contrary, she and her best friend Patch Hawthorne could hardly wait to reach the new world they had heard so much about, and especially to meet the famous Chase Jackson, who was idolized on Earth like a cross between the champion athletes and Hollywood superstars of days gone by. More than anything else, however, the children were champing at the bit to step inside a real-life spaceship. Awake before anyone else, and several hours before their long drive to the carrier's launch port a few hundred miles west of New London, Viola glanced at the muted TV wall and saw a live report about her imminent departure. People were sad to see her and the others go, but fortunately, with a tiny handful of exceptions, they were not angry. By and large, this was because Earth was undoubtedly a better place than it had been when Viola last left as an unfocused 17-year-old, escaping with her family for the station but ending up on Terradox. Rather than harbor resentment that she was leaving, Earth's citizens were overwhelmingly thankful for all Viola had done and all she had risked over the years. Similarly, because of the vast quality-of-life improvements that had resulted from knowledge gained from the discovery and colonization of Terradox, Viola herself felt very little guilt at leaving billions of people behind. Indeed, it didn't really feel like anyone was being left behind, since all scientific progress made on Arcadia would be freely fed back to Earth. To that end, the Arcadia project was less of a breakaway civilization than a one-way expedition into the unknown, and one which would benefit everyone, regardless of whether they were staying behind or going along for the ride. Fears of mass-scale brain drain weren't completely unfounded, given that a disproportionate number of highly skilled individuals had applied for places on Arcadia, but work within sensitive industries and research areas had continued unabated during the quarantine period, which removed all successful applicants from their former social and economic positions. That these months of quarantine did not weaken productivity in any meaningful sense strengthened the view that life would go on,
despite the sudden exodus of so many intelligent and productive people.
"Mum, it's today!"
An ecstatic voice called from the hallway. Katie continued into Viola's bedroom, waking Peter up as she let her bottled-up excitement out. Peter looked at the clock on the wall. "Barely," he groaned, a smile creeping slowly through the words. Viola laughed, at both of them. She thought back to all the time-passing conversations she'd had since childhood, on the theme of what she would do if she found out the present day would be her last day on Earth. The implication had always been that the last day on Earth would be the last day anywhere, which of course wasn't true in this instance. In this instance, Viola's last day on Earth was the start of something new, a brave new life on Arcadia, and just as she would wish to spend her real last day with Peter and Katie, so she was eternally grateful that they had all made it through a sometimes trying 7-year stay on Earth and were ready to cross the bridge together into the new life that awaited them.
"Go and double-check you've packed everything, then get yourself ready, okay?"
Viola said to Katie.
"I'll make some breakfast, and then we'll meet up with Granddad and Patch's family for the drive."
Katie's smile beamed brighter than ever before she gladly set off to follow these instructions. Viola turned to Peter.
"Are you planning on getting up at some point, or should I call Pavel and tell him there's a space on the early flight out?"
Peter chuckled and sat up slowly. "This is my last day on Earth, Vi," he said, revealing that he'd been having similar thoughts to her own. "Is a lie-in really too much to ask?"
"When our flight time has been carefully calculated so that we dock with the farrier at the right time," she said, reaching over to whisk the covers from the bed. "I'm afraid that, yeah, it is too much to ask."
"It's not cold enough for that old trick to work," Peter said, pretending to settle back down.
"My next trick is a bowl of cold water,"
Viola retorted, as she headed downstairs to make Katie's breakfast. Peter looked around the bedroom, laughing as he got up. Although their family home wasn't ostentatiously decorated by any means, it was spacious and plush to a sufficient degree that Peter imagined his younger self would have irrationally hated anyone who lived in a place like it. He had fallen into the position he was about to assume as head of security on a man-made world of wonder on the back of a horrifically tough childhood, and where he came from was never far from his mind. Today was all about where he was going, however, and he frequently felt like he should pinch himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming, and that he really had come this far. That the war-torn and violent path of Peter's youth had ultimately led him to Viola, and the perfect daughter they shared was the icing on an already unbelievable cake. And despite Peter's faux reluctance to get up, Arcadia and all the unbridled opportunities it represented was the cherry on top that he couldn't wait to taste. Chapter 19. By and large, the farrier's long trip from Terradox to the rendezvous point near Arcadia was welcomely uneventful. Watching the new world grow larger by the hour had been the main event of the last few days, until the excitement ramped up when a VIP-packed carrier left Earth on a course that would see it dock with the farrier just a few days later. The only mere hint of strife came from Chase's continued anger at Romesh Kohli over the latter's actions in engaging in unapproved research, which ultimately led to the precautionary elimination of his Nancy project. Chase was infuriated by what he perceived as unadulterated selfishness on Romesh's part, particularly in regards to the inherent risk to which he had exposed the rest of the colony by undertaking such reckless atmospheric interventions. Nisha, who would have been caught in the middle of any overt arguments between the two, successfully talked Chase into keeping his feelings to himself in this case, insisting that what was done, and that her father had gotten the message loud and clear that any kind of repeat performance would lead to serious consequences. Chase actively stayed away from Romesh for the vast majority of the journey, something picked up on by Romesh but no one else, and the general group's excitement reached fever pitch when the approaching carrier finally came into view. With some long overdue reunions now imminent, spirits were far too high for Chase to want to inject any conflict. He spent a good deal of time playing strategy games with Romesh's fiercely intelligent son Vijay, who spoke for everyone as the moment drew tantalizingly near
when he once again reiterated that he truly couldn't wait to see Viola and Peter. For Viola, the only moment her mind could remotely link to the docking procedure which was underway between her carrier and the far larger Farrier was her arrival at the Venus station after the initial discovery of Terradox. On that occasion, the main entrance area had been fit to bursting with elated station dwellers, but this was different. While that had been a huge moment for everyone, she had never previously met even one of the people waiting on the station. The Farrier she was about to enter, on the other hand, contained some of her dearest old friends and her only brother. Her heart was racing in the best way. Viola stood near the locked doorway with her family at her side, leading the way. Like the Hawthorns were more than willing to let the Ospanovs go first, she similarly assumed that Bo would be the first person any of them would see on the other side. At the last moment, however, she ushered her father Robert to the very front, encouraging him to go first and ultimately leaving him with little choice in the matter. As the door opened to instantaneously reunite the two groups, Bo and Robert stood directly opposite each other for a few pleasant seconds before meeting halfway and performing a surprisingly perfunctory father-son greeting. They were clearly delighted to see each other, and the lack of physical warmth didn't surprise Viola, who knew them both well enough to have known that was exactly what would happen. "Are you okay?" Robert asked. Bo nodded fairly convincingly. "She just couldn't leave her family," he said, immediately addressing the question Robert hadn't wanted to raise outright. At that point, Robert belatedly put a hand on Bo's shoulder, but the contact lasted only until Viola burst forward to pull Bo into a hug so tight that he quickly had to ask her to stop. She hadn't seen Bo for 7 years, as opposed to the 3 that Robert had been away from him. But beyond that, she was also far more emotionally expressive in all situations. She didn't say anything about there being plenty more fish in the sea, knowing that was the worst thing she could have possibly said. Chase and Nisha were together, and the rest of the Coleys had arrived as a tight-knit family of 3, leaving Bo alone. Instead of referencing who Bo's life would now be without, Viola gestured back towards the rest of the recent carrier arrivals. "I've got someone here who can't wait to meet her Uncle Bo," she said. His face positively lit up when Katie stepped forward, although he did have to glance very briefly back to Viola to make absolutely sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, and that Katie really did look that much like her in real life. While Bo and Katie got acquainted in person for the first time, others began to file past in both directions. Robert and Ramesh smiled broadly when they caught sight of each other and quickly dove into a conversation. "I was sorry to hear about Nancy," Robert began. Someone who overheard this gave an overtly communicative cough, suggesting quite clearly to Robert that this was a no-go topic and still a point of contention. He got the message loud and clear and took it upon himself to marshal the crowd away from the bottleneck of the doorway and towards a more open area of the Farrier. There, VJ took advantage of the space to run straight towards Viola and hug her like he was still the 6-year-old she'd taken under her wing in Terradox's childhood development division. Seeing how much he'd grown was by far the biggest shock she'd received so far, with a 7-year gap naturally making a lot more difference between the ages of 6 and 13 than it did for the already grown-up others she hadn't seen in the same amount of time. She also hadn't communicated with VJ via frequent video chats like she had with Bo, which further enhanced the surprise factor. "You got big," Peter said to the boy. "I'm catching up," he replied, his voice not yet truly deep, but also having changed dramatically. "Just keep eating your vegetable-shaped algae, and you'll maybe get there one day," Peter laughed before pulling away to catch up with some of the others. Viola put her hand over VJ's head and ran it straight to the top of her nose. "Seriously, though, how long ago did I actually leave?" she asked with a laugh. It then hit her that her own daughter was now the same age VJ had been back then, which made her realize in an altogether different kind of way just how long it really had been. Nisha came into Viola's view with a few steps toward her brother, leading to another warm reunion. The two hadn't known each other very well or for very long before Viola's forced departure from Terradox, but in the meantime they had helped to keep each other sane from 100 million miles away.
Nisha next greeted Kayla Hawthorne, a fellow physicist she'd worked alongside on Terradox, but had never been particularly close to outside of work. For Kayla, though, seeing such a familiar old colleague's face after so long without any, it felt like reuniting with her best friend. Chase Jackson had been holding a respectful distance, allowing the three families and old friends to reunite. While Viola was with the Coleys and Kayla, the first person his eyes rested on for more than a few seconds was Peter. They shared a long glance across the room, two intimidating physical specimens, not sizing each other up so much as showing mutual respect. Arcadia was big enough for the both of them, and they were glad to share it with each other. But there was an inescapable reality that men of their statures and reputations were unlikely to greet each other in the same outwardly carefree way that most of the others did. "Good to see you again, man," Chase said, breaking their two-way silence and ignoring the part of his animal brain that pointlessly but persistently told him that speaking first was a sign of subservient weakness. Peter smiled warmly. "Sorry, cowboy, but we weren't able to bring any of those bison you wanted." Chase roared with laughter as he walked forward to shake Peter's hand. "That's space cowboy to you, Sheriff," he grinned. "So, I hear he let you win too, huh?" Peter asked when their handshake ended at the regular, non-confrontational point that all did when they didn't involve Grav. "He's some guy," Chase said. "I sure am," a quiet but unmistakable voice interjected from the shadows of a corridor leading further into the Farrier's interior. Chase gave a knowing grin as Peter, utterly stunned, stepped to the side and walked over to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. "I am not coming to Arcadia," Grav said, keen to shut down this train of thought, if it was indeed present, which he naturally wasn't sure of. "Of course," Peter said, "but you're here now." The two had a jovial catch-up out of everyone else's sight until Grav beckoned Chase over for a more serious discussion. "I know I do not have to say this, but I am going to say it anyway to stress the point," he said. "We are all on the same team. You are on the same team. People look up to you two in particular, and I want you to understand the weight of responsibility that comes with that." As the two younger men listened like attentive pupils, Grav told Chase in no uncertain terms that he had better not undermine Peter or his team at any point. Not picking favorites, he then ordered Peter in equally firm terms to remain humble at all times and to never discount Chase's input. "I have spent the last 4 years with this man," he said, putting an arm around Chase's shoulder, "and I see a lot of you in him, Peter." This made for an awkward moment for both of them, but less so for Grav, apparently, with Peter and Chase both unsure what they should say, if anything. Peter eventually broke the tension with a second reference to the rigged handshake contest Grav had engaged in with Chase, which sounded an awful lot like the one he'd engaged in with Peter many years earlier. In both cases, the younger man hadn't known ahead of time that Grav was going to throw it to make them look good, but both appreciated that he would do such a thing. Grav shrugged. "It is good for morale when people think the young pretenders can hold a candle to their sensei." It was unusual to hear Grav talk even remotely prosaically, let alone with words like sensei sprinkled in, causing both of them to laugh again. "But now that no one is looking, if the two of you want to know where you really stand," he continued, extending both arms at once. "You can't be serious," Peter said. "At the same time," Grav said nothing, only wriggling his hands in reply. Chase and Peter exchanged a disbelieving shrug but went along with it, Chase using his left hand since he was facing Grav's left side. Given that this naturally placed his weaker hand against Grav's and that all three were right-handed, this made no difference in relative terms. "Go," Grav said, at which point the scene became truly surreal, with 3 men's men facing off in a competition more suited to a school playground. 20 full-hearted seconds in, Grav visibly grimaced. "Okay," he said, his voice unusually shaky. "Don't tell me you're going to quit,"
Peter asked. Grav's face, slowly but surely, began to turn a deep shade of red as the pressure of his muscular exertion kicked in. "Do you want us to stop?" Chase asked, not gloating by any means. Grav closed his eyes and tensed up, as though ready for a final push. But as his eyes opened again after a series of quick exhalations, he appeared unlikely to turn things around. "You are really going to make me say it?" he asked. Peter looked at Chase and shook his head. Chase got the message. "On 3, he mouthed. As agreed, both men dropped their hands on 3. "Call it a stalemate," Peter said. Grav looked down at his own hands, decades older than his opponent's, and both as red as lobsters in the sun. "Sometimes it is good for the old lion's morale to think he can keep up with the young guns," he said, ruefully appreciative of their graciousness. "You could still take us one at a time," Peter said. "I got evidence of that all too recently," Chase added with a smile. "And that is why I am glad there are 2 of you," Grav said, wincing as he slapped them both on their shoulders and his raw hands moaned in protest. "Because if I cannot take you both at the same time, no one has a chance." With Katie and Patch having run off to explore the farrier shortly after reaching the main meeting area, and with Grav having been out of sight of the main mingling area, Viola was yet to even realize he was there. He looked around, himself only now realizing that he hadn't seen her either. He caught Robert Harrington's eye and saw him pointing down the corridor. Grav approached Robert and hugged him, almost as tightly as Viola had squeezed Bo a few minutes earlier. "The quietest hero of all," Grav said. "You know I wanted you to stay on Terradox, Robert. But I am so fucking glad you will be there to keep Arcadia running smoothly. I love these kids, but they need a wise head." "They're hardly kids," Robert replied. As Grav looked back over at Peter and Chase, he could certainly see what Robert meant, but he shrugged. "Could you call Viola?" he requested. "I want to surprise her." Robert was only too happy to oblige, and when she ventured back down the corridor, Grav was lying in wait to jump out in front of her. At first, her face wore nothing but the instinctive physical shock of such a fright, but this was closely followed by the dawn of the real shock as it hit her. "Oh my God!" "Surprise!" he said, sporting his wildest smile so far, and opening his arms in anticipation of the borderline violent hug he knew was coming.
"What the hell are you doing here?"
she asked, not letting him down on the hug front, and sounding a lot more pleased to see him than the words themselves might have indicated. "They had 2 extra spots in the crew's quarters," Grav shrugged before gesturing down the corridor towards Katie, who had popped into view in search of the source of her mother's surprise. "And I wanted to meet that little one, of course."
"Wait,"
Viola said, physically pushing Grav away and staring into his eyes as these words sunk in.
"Did you just say there were 2 extra spots?"
Grav's face, normally the poker face to shame all others, cracked with the slightest hint of a grin. That was more than enough to set Viola sprinting down the corridor towards the control room, belatedly realizing that where there was Grav, there was bound to be...
"Holly!"
she yelled, the tears of joy flowing as soon as she saw her step into view and long before she reached her.
"You didn't really think I'd let you leave without saying goodbye?" Holly asked, bracing herself against the wall to guard against an embrace that would make Grav's bear hug seem like a gentle tickle. "I left 6 years after we met,"
Viola went on, now almost sobbing to the extent that she sounded upset, rather than happy as was really the case.
"And that was 7.5 years ago. Everything we ever went through together, it all happened in less time than the time since I last saw you."
Within seconds, and before Holly could reply, the other recent arrivals had gathered around. All were just as shocked and almost as delighted as Viola to see that Holly, their undisputed and unchallenged group leader, was walking among them one last time. For her part, Holly was also delighted to see Peter and Robert.
The Hawthorns, too, but admittedly to a lesser extent since she had known them far less personally and had gone through far less alongside them than she had with the combined Harrington-Ospinov family. Holly confirmed to the group that they had a 25-minute window for a comfortable parting of ways, with her and Grav set to move into the carrier to head back to Terradox, while the ferrier and its vast cargo carried the Arcadia-bound crew to their destination. As those 25 emotional minutes wore on and eventually drew towards their end, Holly pulled Viola aside to a private area and gave her something she hadn't for a moment expected to see. A badge marked Commander, which she knew meant more to Holly than any other material item. "I can't," she said. Holly shook her head very firmly. "It's yours. Chase might have the uniform, Peter might run security, and your dad might sit at the end of the table, but I want you to hang on to this. You're the only person going to Arcadia who was there on the front lines in all 3 of our gravest challenges. Against Dante, against Boyce, and against Steve. And I'm not asking you to wear it. This isn't for everyone else to know who's in charge. This is for you to remember who you are. Never forget where we've been, Viola, and never put limits on where you can go." Holly then somewhat reluctantly responded to a time call from Grav and performed a brief final walk around the others, offering heartfelt, if less emotional goodbyes before returning again to Viola. "We really need to go," she said, struggling to look away once her eyes were back on Viola, who in so many heart-wrenching ways felt like the daughter she'd never had. Viola was no longer crying, and was instead now making a conscious effort to remember every little detail of Holly's face. This final farewell was difficult, but since it was one she hadn't expected to have, she was taking every second of it as a bonus. "We're going to continue what you started," she said, pleasantly surprising Holly with a strong tone. "I'm going to continue what you started, and I'm not going to stop until I do you proud." This was more than a platitude, and had in fact been a driving force for Viola for a decade, because before there was Chase Jackson, understandably seen by many as the anointed chosen one, Holly had shown remarkable faith in Viola from an even younger age. And just like the richly deserving and always grateful Chase, Viola would do whatever it took to show Holly she was right to have believed in her. "You do me proud every single day," Holly said, for once the more emotional of the two. "Just stay true to yourself and keep trusting your gut, okay? The rest will take care of itself."
"I love you all," Grav said loudly, capturing everyone's attention as he gently pulled Holly away towards the doorway that would soon reseal. The windowed partition closed before the airlock, giving all of the future Arcadians one last view of the 2 people they would miss more than any others. "Thanks for everything," Viola said, greatly over-enunciating the words so that Holly could make them out through the glass. Holly smiled warmly, not at all forlornly, and gave a slow wink in reply. Combined with the proud look on her face, it said more than words ever could. Chapter 20. The ferrier's descent towards the Arcadian surface involved no instantaneous passage through an invisibility cloak, as some of its passengers had experienced elsewhere in less positive contexts, but this did nothing to reduce the feelings of awestruck wonder among all of those who watched their gargantuan new world gain detail and fill more of the ferrier's viewing windows with each passing second. The largely unseen crew of pilots had made several cargo runs in recent months, and guided the ferrier towards its landing spot beside the straightforwardly named Arcadia Central Station with no difficulties. Their vantage point, like that of their passengers, revealed a distinct but not unexpected lack of fanfare on the ground. Indeed, there was no fanfare at all and literally no one to be seen. Although Rachel Berry and a small number of other Arcadians had arrived early, all of them were there to do a job, and clearly none of those jobs involved welcoming and greeting the arriving VIPs. No one particularly noticed the absence of a welcoming party, however, Such was the sheer wonder of the blank canvas before them. Arcadia was the epitome of human ingenuity, a whole world born of human ingenuity, and all of the adults who took it in understood how privileged they were. The children were quite understandably more expressive in their excitement, bounding around between different windows to take in as many aerial views as they could before the ever-nearing touchdown. The touchdown, which came with remarkable smoothness, was greeted by cheers and applause all around. "I'm more than willing to be the last one out," Chase said as the initial hubbub faded while the others got ready to make their move. "I was lucky enough to be first on my earlier landing." "Rub it in, why don't you?" Young VJ Coley laughed as he positioned himself near the front of the crowd. He didn't go all the way to the front, seemingly respecting an unspoken youngest first setup that saw Katie and Patch eagerly leading the way. No one had told VJ to do this, and Peter knew how keen he was to get onto the surface, so the self-managed patience and kindness spoke well of him. As the Farrier's outer hatch slid open, the overwhelming thought in most minds was that Arcadia looked an awful lot like Terradox. This was no accident, with the landing area having been built with Terradoxes in mind, but Chase knew that the similarities largely ended there. Once the others saw more of their new home, they would realize that the craggy terrain of Terradox was utterly absent, with vast plains as flat as any they could imagine ready to greet them in almost every conceivable direction. With varying degrees of ecstatic impatience, each of the Farrier's passengers made their way down the gently sloped exit ramp and touched foot on their new home. The 3 children in the party bounded around like gazelles, with VJ's unrestrained exuberance making him fit in perfectly with the much younger Katie and Patch. The latter pair had never even set foot on Terradox, while VJ couldn't remember ever setting foot anywhere else. Regardless of where they had come from, everyone on Arcadia was delighted to be there. As the grown-ups took in their new surroundings somewhat more sedately, Chase's eyes fell on a parked group of TE-900 multi-terrain vehicles which were modeled on the old Explorers from the days of the ill-fated Terradox Resort. "Does anyone feel like a quick tour before it gets dark?" he asked loudly, directing his offer squarely to the children. They reacted with predictable glee, all 3 quickly turning to their respective parents and letting their expressions do the begging. Viola and Kayla looked at each other for a few seconds before agreeing that Katie and Patch could go, while Peter and Vic nodded in assent without the need for any such deliberation. The Coleys authorized VJ's participation in the unplanned tour just as quickly, but Ramesh added that he was keen to get everything out of the Farrier and into their new family home before darkness fell. His wife Farah voiced her agreement with this plan, as did Viola and the Hawthorns. Nisha, sensing this was a good time for Chase to get to know Katie and Patch, and that her closeness to Viola would give her plenty of similar opportunities, chimed in to say that she would stay on the ground to move her and Chase's things into their new home just as the others were all doing. It was certainly the case that having the children eagerly occupied by Chase's aerial tour would make the task of transporting luggage easier than it would otherwise have been, so the spur-of-the-moment idea was keenly received by everyone. While Viola said something about important supplies and went to grab a few bottles of water from the Farrier for the kids to take with them, Chase turned to Peter, who was standing right next to him, and was the only person yet to state his intention. "How about you, Sheriff?" he asked. "Coming along for the ride?" "I don't have the best memories of those things," Peter said under his breath, his voice solemn. "Why?" Chase asked, understandably enough. Peter exhaled deeply, discomfort tinging his typically stoic expression. "Holly and I had to fill one of them with the bodies of the guards that Boyce's men massacred. They'd been lying in the sun for far too long, piled up like rats." He shook his head and looked to the ground. "That kind of thing doesn't leave you." As a relative latecomer to Holly's inner circle, and a veteran of only one near disaster, it was sometimes difficult for Chase to bear in mind just how much the likes of Peter and Viola had gone through before he came to prominence within Little Venus's isolation compound. And although people often spoke of him and Peter in similar tones, particularly those who had grown up during Peter's 7 quiet years on Earth, Chase Jackson knew he had a long way to go before he deserved to be considered on anything close to an equal footing. In decision-making terms, they were officially equals as per the terms of Arcadia's founding constitution, which gave each of them and Viola one deciding vote versus Robert's two in any situation where a consensus couldn't be reached. But Chase nevertheless looked up to Peter in a way he couldn't quite put his finger on. "Everything you guys have done over the years is what brought us here," he said, trying to comfort Peter with the only words he could think of before clapping his hands together and using a far more upbeat tone to encourage the children to follow him to their touring vehicle. None of the three so much as looked back at their parents before boarding.
"Don't be too late,"
Viola said to Chase as she handed him the water and emergency supplies she'd gathered from the farrier.
"And Katie, do whatever Chase says. He's the boss today, okay?"
"So who's the boss tomorrow?" Chase whispered. Viola, caught off guard by this playful reply, used a hand to cover her face during an instant outburst of laughter. Still smiling widely, she drew a triangle in the air between the two of them and Peter.
"If we disagree on something, my dad. But you already know that as well as I do."
"Well, I'm going to use the next few hours to win the youth vote, so my time will come," he winked. Viola chuckled as she walked away. As effortlessly as the TE-900 then took to the sky under his capable control, Chase fell into his role as Arcadia's first-ever tour guide. His audience could hardly have been more interested, meaning that he didn't have to say much.
"Do these fields go on forever?"
Patch Hawthorne asked, gazing around in every direction. "It sure feels like it," Chase said, thinking that fields was a fair enough term for what he thought of as plains. "But there's a lot more to this place than you can see right now." Before too long, the TE-900 passed over a relatively small area of water that Chase didn't recall from his previous flyover a year earlier. He wasn't following a set route, so couldn't be sure he had crossed this exact piece of land. Arcadia was enormous, as everyone was now seeing with their own eyes. But curiosity got the better of him and led to a change of course directly for the area in question. This closer vantage point revealed that the water was something akin to a moat, although its size relative to the patch of land in its center made him think it was more like a pond with an island in the middle. It finally clicked when he noticed the presence of some medium-sized buildings at the shoreline. "This is where the chimps live," he said, an authority in his voice belying the fact that he'd only just realized this. "They can't swim, so an island makes sense. Who wants to go lower for a better view?" To put it mildly, the children weren't as enthused at this prospect as he'd expected. "You know what chimps are, right?" he pushed. "Chimpanzees? The really smart monkeys?"
"Really smart apes,"
Katie said, sporting a self-aware grin that said she knew the correction would make her sound like a know-it-all.
"But yeah, they have those on Earth, too."
"Gotcha," Chase said, momentarily having forgotten that the novelty of Arcadia was the whole reason for their general excitement. "Don't worry, though. The next big thing we'll see is something they definitely don't have on Earth." This led to guesses and fidgeting in the passenger seats behind Chase, while he took a final look down at Chimp Island. His knowledge of the non-invasive tests and observations that would be carried out on the chimpanzee colony was very limited, but his faith in the project was strong. This was because he knew the chimps would be primarily monitored and cared for by a young primatologist named Yannicka, an early arrival from Terradox. Chase had spent some time with Yannicka in recent years, initially through his closeness to her fiancé Bradley Reinhardt, an already high-ranking communications officer who had made the move at the same time. Chase was eagerly looking forward to seeing them both again, just as he was looking forward to meeting the many thousands of pioneering Arcadians who would imminently be arriving from Earth. During the approach to Chase's next chosen point of interest, Arcadia's enormous shipyard, the children continued to gaze out in wide-eyed wonder at the sheer scale of their new home. With their imaginations unbound by convention and their creative visions unbroken by the boring reality of consensus-based planning meetings, some of their ideas for ways to utilize the land under their feet had Chase nodding his head in approval. Just as Holly and Grav were confident that Arcadia was safe in the hands of Viola, Peter, and Chase, Chase himself was now very much getting the sense that the next generation would prove just as capable. And while he had already experienced his own wondrous first flight over Arcadia, the strength and longevity of the children's excitement was allowing him to relive the feelings all over again. Rachel, Chase's companion during his groundbreaking Arcadian voyage, was another individual he was greatly looking forward to seeing. Her work in the shipyard had been ongoing for months, and would soon culminate in the launch of a probe towards the nearby asteroid known as NGB-2. Updates on that mission had been non-existent for a while, but he had no reason to think there had been any complications. And with so many skilled people involved, he couldn't imagine many scenarios which could have held them back. "Here it comes," he said, as the shipyard first appeared on the horizon. The next few minutes revealed that a great deal of development had occurred in the past year. "We're going to see it in a minute." But as the TE-900 arrived and passed over the central section of the shipyard, Chase's mood fell slightly, not because of anything he saw, but because of what he didn't see. "Sorry, guys," he said, only semi-aware that he was by far the most disappointed person inside the TE-900. "I thought we would see the probe. But this place is still pretty cool, right? Especially the giant inverted launch area. Look at the size of that hole dug into the ground. That's where everything launches from. There are underground offices and observation rooms looking into the middle of that pit. Maybe one day we'll all be allowed to check it out on foot. Would you guys like that?"
"Were you talking about the probe they made to check out the asteroid?" Katie asked, interrupting his focus on the hole, having politely waited for him to finish talking. "Because that's already gone." Chase turned to face her, the vehicle under his charge safely cruising in an empty sky.
"Gone where?"
Katie looked at him like he was crazy. To the asteroid?"
"It's supposed to be already here, not already gone. I think maybe you misheard something. They might have cloaked it for some reason, or they could be working on it somewhere else."
"I didn't hear it wrong," Katie insisted.
With her tone leaving little room for doubt, even though Katie was as young as she was, Chase started to think she was right. "So who did you hear it from?"
"My mum, right after Holly told her about it. Are you sure she didn't tell you too, and maybe you just forgot?"
"Probably," Chase nodded carefully. "There have been a lot of things to think about lately, so it's pretty easy to forget some of them." Even though this particular conversation-ending lie was as innocent as they came, dishonesty didn't come easily to Chase Jackson. It clearly didn't come easily to Katie Ospinov either, given that she had blurted the truth out without hesitation or consideration.
"I didn't know it was gone,"
VJ chimed in, a hint of concern in his voice. He naturally knew more details about certain projects than the much younger children, particularly given that his parents and sister had all been high-ranking colonists on Terradox. Chase sent him a reassuring wink via the rearview mirror, telling him they would talk about it and clear it up once they got back to the others. The rest of the children's impromptu tour passed with no further surprises, with Chase managing to keep a lid on his somewhat troubled curiosity regarding the expedited probe launch that had been kept from him. It didn't go unnoticed that VJ managed to avoid mentioning it either, and Chase found himself impressed once again. The two naturally saw a lot of each other given Chase's relationship with VJ's sister Nisha, and they got along very well. Certainly better than Chase had been getting along with Romesh Kohli of late, but that was the last thing he wanted to think about right now. Katie and Patch were both feeling tired by the time Chase landed the TE-900 under the gentle streetlights of Starview Springs, the remarkably expansive residential area they would now call home. Chase had kept in touch with their parents, so the landing was expected, with everyone gathered at the landing site and ready to thank him for keeping them occupied and getting them back safely. They all wore glowing expressions, clearly elated with their new homes. Chase quietly called Nisha to his side while the others gathered around Katie and Patch to ask all about what they'd seen.
"Everything okay?"
Nisha asked, seeing something in Chase's eyes that suggested it wasn't. "Did anyone tell you that they've already launched the probe?" he asked, straight to the point.
Nisha instinctively turned to look at the others, as if checking whether anyone had overheard. "What are you talking about?" she whispered in reply as soon as she turned back around. "Are you saying the probe is already gone?" That was enough for Chase. He had never for a second thought Nisha might have been keeping it from him on purpose, but her visible surprise ruled out any possibility that she had merely forgotten. "I couldn't see it out of the shipyard, and Katie said Holly told Viola a while ago. The next question is why." "Viola knows?" Nisha asked, her eyes widening. Chase nodded. Nisha then raised her voice more than slightly and beckoned Bo over, catching the other's attention in the process but not raising any particular interest, much less suspicion. VJ, desperate to be part of the group, also snuck away from his parents' side to join what he correctly assumed to be a discussion about the probe. "It's okay, he knows," Chase said to Nisha. "He found out when I did, and he played it cool, like I asked him to." Bo and VJ arrived at the same time, and although VJ's face made it clear that he was desperate to ask whether Nisha already knew, he let Chase do the talking. "Did you know that the asteroid probe is already being launched?" Chase asked Bo, just as straightforward as he had been with Nisha. Far less subtle than Nisha, Bo didn't even disguise his long stare towards Viola. This, again, was enough to tell Chase that he didn't know. This time, however, it was also enough to let Viola know what was happening. She excused herself from her chat with Peter, Robert, and the Hawthorns, which naturally made them all curious as to what was being discussed over in the ever-growing breakaway group. "I'm guessing that look is because you're all talking about the probe?" she asked as soon as she reached them. "Holly didn't want anyone on Terradox to know. That's all there is to it. They went ahead with the launch quietly, in case anything went wrong, so there wouldn't have been a huge feeling of failure. You would have found out in the morning if you hadn't tonight. It wasn't a big secret, just something she wanted kept quiet until you got here." "So who all knows?" Chase asked, seeming less angry than confused. Viola thought for a few seconds. "Everyone who is already here, obviously. And then I think just the board." "And you?" "And my dad," she added, reading little into Chase's slightly acerbic tone. "And Kayla and Vic. Rachel's team at the shipyard cloaked the probe during and after the launch so no one could detect it for themselves. But the good news is that none of that ended up being necessary because it all went smoothly." "Has it arrived?" Bo interjected. "Do we know anything about the surface of the asteroid yet?" Viola shook her head. "I think it's due to touch down in another 36 hours or something like that." She then shrugged, very evidently telling them as much as she knew and understood. "It's not far, but it's not fast." "I'll talk to Holly about it in the morning," Chase said. There was no anger in his voice. He knew Holly well enough to know the omission of this news, while clearly deliberate, must have been for a sound and innocently motivated reason. He fully understood and accepted the general idea of why the launch had been quietly expedited, so that public disappointment could have been managed if anything had gone wrong, and he could similarly understand that worrying about how the launch and the probe would fare could have distracted him from other things during a busy and important time. "No hard feelings," Viola said, quite clearly speaking earnestly. "None at all," Chase replied with a decisive and dismissive shake of his head. "Holly's word goes." Viola nodded slowly. "Holly's word goes." That ended the discussion for the night, and within a few more minutes the reunited full group began meandering towards their respective family homes, which conscious community planning had ensured were all next to each other. Compared to on Terradox, however, one house that was next to another within Starview Springs was still a fair way away. "This place really is huge," Viola said, a minute or so after saying farewell to the Hawthorns at their doorway. She was walking between Chase and Peter, who carried an exhausted Katie on his shoulders. "There's just so much more land to make the most of than there was on Terradox," Peter said. Chase nodded. "But wait until you get up in the air and see the huge areas lying totally empty. This place is so big, I don't think we'll ever even come close to really making the most of it." "We're on a one-way trip to forever, cowboy," Peter replied with a broad smile. "I'm sure we'll give it a good try." Chapter 21. When Chase reached out across a chasm of space the following morning to ask Holly about her motivations in keeping the probe's early launch from him, the potential awkwardness of the situation was greatly lessened by a communications delay which ruled out an as-live conversation. With Holly well on her way back to Terradox, this growing delay both enabled and required them to state their positions clearly and without interruption, making it a lot easier to reach a point of mutual ground than might otherwise have been the case. Holly's position was simple. Chase didn't have to know about the probe's launch, so it made little sense for her to trouble his mind with it until confirmation came through that it had landed safely. She followed longer and more sophisticated lines of reasoning, but this was the crux of her point and sufficiently answered his questions. The exciting news was that the probe had landed safely overnight. Although Holly asked Chase to refrain from making this publicly known until more data was received and analyzed, his good friends Rachel Berry and Bradley Reinhardt, key figures in the shipyard and communications divisions respectively, were by his side in the shipyard's main office while he communicated with Holly, both having already explained that they were under orders not to tell him anything, even if he'd asked. They were as excited as he was about the successful landing, but Rachel confessed that she'd known about this for several hours, just as they'd both known about the launch. Chase had never felt betrayed over the relatively minor incident, but after hearing from Holly, he didn't harbor an ounce of resentment towards anyone. Once the whole episode was cleared up to his satisfaction, which really didn't take long, attention in the office turned towards the imminent arrival of vast numbers of people from Earth. The incoming masses were sometimes spoken of as settlers, colonists, and even pioneers, but in Chase's mind they would simply be Arcadians. Over the course of 2 days, tens of thousands of Arcadians arrived in a seemingly endless fleet of several dozen farriers. Although this method, rather than using a handful of farriers to conduct back-and-forth trips over a longer period, may have appeared inefficient on the face of it, a great number of farriers were required for future use, to serve as lifeboats should any emergency situation arise. One thing no one on Arcadia felt as groups flooded in was trepidation over their makeup, for the tens of thousands of new arrivals from Earth had all been in full medical and social quarantine for 6 months, having entered the quarantine program only after highly intensive background vetting and psychological profiling. Chase and the rest of the inner circle did feel trepidation over some of the logistical nightmares that were likely to come their way over the next few weeks, as countless minor problems no one had ever considered inevitably arose, but in general terms, spirits were incredibly high. Like his closest friends, Chase's level of renown required him to maintain a visible presence during the frequent farrier landings. The days were tiring and the nights too short, and even as Chase was experiencing the surreal moments of another batch of 3,000 new arrivals stepping off their farriers, wearing some of the widest smiles he'd ever seen, he had a strong feeling that these were days he would ultimately remember as a blur. There was so much going on, Chase consistently felt as though all he could do was make it through the next few minutes without doing something wrong. His tasks of welcoming arrivals and assisting with the coordination of their moves to Starview Springs wasn't difficult in any technical sense, but it was certainly exhausting in a mental one. From what he'd gathered from Nisha in the few waking hours he'd spent at home over these few days, Chase knew that the Ospanovs and Hawthorns had settled perfectly into their plush new homes. The home he shared with Nisha was beyond anything that he himself had ever dreamed of, inside and out. But this was just one more thing his busyness and tiredness made it difficult to properly appreciate for the moment. When the final landing passed without a hitch, and the time came for an event which should have been among the highlights of Chase's life so far, his level of exhaustion saw to it that he simply couldn't wait until this final major public engagement was over so he could go home and sleep for a week. Only Nisha knew how he was feeling, which was testament to his determination to put on a positive face in front of everyone else. The event in question was the long-awaited anchor-raising ceremony, which would culminate with Chase himself giving the command for Arcadia to break away from its orbital position and to truly begin a new era for humanity in space as it set course for the edge of the solar system and beyond. The event was a huge party several years in the making, with a colossal area of land devoted to the festivities
and countless forms of entertainment laid on for all ages. An intimidatingly large Ferris wheel may have been the eye-catching centerpiece, but the whole site looked like it was ready to host a music festival. Grandstands erected on the site put those Chase had sat on in Terradox to shame, and the scale of the event energized him sufficiently to bring forth a second wind and push the physical and mental exhaustion of recent days to the side. He enjoyed milling around and meeting all kinds of people he hoped would soon become friends rather than fans, which was how most introduced themselves. Although this kind of open adoration wasn't something that made Chase outright uncomfortable, he was hoping it wouldn't last for too long. As the event was about to begin and the crowd were encouraged to take their seats, assigned by name, Chase and Nisha bumped into the Ospanovs and Hawthorns. Although Viola didn't have a hair out of place and was as immaculately turned out as ever, Chase could see in her eyes that she was dead on her feet. "Tough few days?" he asked.
5 more hours and we can sleep," she chuckled, laughing for the first time in what felt like far too long.
"You guys definitely got the rough end of the stick being chosen as the welcoming committee," Peter said. "I mean, we've been busy in security, but not like that. You've definitely earned whatever rest you can get."
Chase appreciated the sentiment.
"I haven't seen your dad around," he said to Viola. "I know he's not scheduled to speak at this ceremony, but is he here?"
"Apparently he has to take care of some operational thing," she replied. "If anyone has been busier than us, it's definitely him. But there's no way he's bunking off. Something obviously came up."
A loud message then gave everyone a further warning that the ceremony would be starting soon, and at this point young Katie Ospanov went to sit with the Hawthorns while her parents joined Chase to take their positions for the ceremony. Being surrounded by close to 40,000 people felt as surreal as everything else had recently, so Chase took it in his stride. Viola's rousing introductory speech appeared utterly effortless, thanks in no small part to the years of semi-reluctant practice she'd had on the annual Day of Gratitude. Peter spoke next, thanking everyone for having settled into their new homes in such an orderly fashion, and reminding them of all the security protocols which were in place. None of his words were designed to frighten anyone, but a firm reminder of the rules and costs of breaking them did no harm whatsoever. Although Chase was usually comfortable in front of large crowds, the volume of the roar that greeted his name took him by surprise. Worse than surprise, in fact. It knocked him off focus due to how much louder it had been than the roar for Peter and even Viola. At times like this, Chase Jackson felt very much like an actor playing a superhero, someone who was viewed positively by everyone, and children in particular, but who sometimes wished the cape could come off from time to time. An aura seemed to exist around Chase, thanks largely to the way he had been portrayed by an unusually united media on Earth for the past 7 years. He could neither understand why he was so adored nor how the likes of Peter and Viola could stand next to him without feeling any kind of resentment, and he thought the fact that they always treated him so well said a lot about them. He went into autopilot during his short speech, and did everything correctly in the moments before the anchor raising. When that time came, however, he felt suddenly and overpoweringly unworthy. This wasn't so much an emotion as a realization, one which very nearly took him completely off script, and which ultimately led to Viola joining him beside the all-important, oversized button which would raise Arcadia's metaphorical anchor.
"I don't deserve to be the one doing this," he thought. His stomach churned. Not even close.
"Now that Chase has let the anticipation build," she said, drawing some well-meaning chuckles from an audience who had been on tenterhooks while he silently stared at the button. "Let's give him one last countdown. 10, 9.
As the crowd counted, each number louder than the last, Viola saw the reluctance in Chase's eyes.
"Don't think. Just press the button at 0, she said,
taking care to cover the microphone on her collar and completely oblivious as to the cause of his hesitation.
"Viola, it shouldn't be me,"
Chase replied, relieving her by at least mimicking her microphone-blocking hand-on-collar trick.
"Chase,
you should do it. You've done more than—"
"People died so we could get here," she whispered. If you don't press that button. With the crowd at 2, Chase turned around to the giant red button. It was genuinely linked up to the Romotech reactor at Arcadia's core, which would begin the Romokinetic sphere's endless voyage as soon as his hand slammed down, but the size and shape was clearly for show. 0! Everyone shouted. Chase slammed a fist down on the button like he was trying to break it, then turned around to the crowd with his arms held aloft. Bon voyage, people of Arcadia! He yelled, inviting by far the loudest roars of the day and kicking off a party that would run well into the night. Viola applauded and then gave Chase a hug that she skillfully managed to disguise as celebratory. But as a veteran of too many Day of Gratitude events, during which she was always presented as some kind of conduit for true giants of recent history, like Yuri Spaceman Gardev and Ekaterina Rusev herself, Viola Ospinov was probably the only person on Arcadia with any knowledge or experience of the kind of inadequacy Chase was feeling. She could only commend how he had managed to muster up enough adrenaline for the unplanned bon voyage stunt. But she knew what it was masking. "It gets easier," she whispered in his ear. "Trust me." Chase nodded, trusting that she was right. With the open-air party getting into full swing just minutes after the end of the anchor-raising ceremony, and with all manner of activities and refreshments available to keep everyone happily occupied, Chase was surprised to see Viola and Peter heading for a vehicle little over 15 minutes later. "My dad wants to see us about something," Viola said, honestly answering Chase's obvious question as to where they were going. "He didn't say why, but he asked me not to bring Katie." "Our stress testing has shown a slight hiccup with the security restrictions around one of the main school buildings," Peter went on. "So I think it's going to be about that. I can't think of anything else that he'd need to talk to the two of us about, but not you. You know, childhood development and security wrapped up in one issue. That's my thinking, at least." Chase nodded in agreement with that logic. "Well, let me know if I can help at all, okay?" "Will do, cowboy," Peter said affectionately. Chase then returned to the people he'd been speaking to, an excitable team of young doctors. He found his energy growing as he milled around the crowd, and particularly when he bumped into Nisha doing the same. "Nice job. But what was with all that hesitation before you went for it?" she playfully chided. It's all done now," he said, thinking better of burdening Nisha with his pointless introspection. "From here on out, it all gets easier." And things did get easier for the next hour, with a huge crowd gathering around Chase as he gladly took on all comers at a series of fairground games. This hadn't been planned or asked of him, but the joy it was bringing to the young Arcadians all around rubbed off on him, too. Shortly after a close hoopla victory over one of Peter's security team, a full-hearted but well-spirited contest, Chase felt his wristband buzz to alert him of an incoming message. A quick glance down revealed the sender to be Viola, and his quick tap to expand the screen revealed a 9-word message, which was equal parts intriguing and concerning. "Shipyard office ASAP. Asteroid news. Don't ask. Leave quietly." As Chase tried to think of an excuse to leave without causing a fuss, subtlety in this scenario was a lot easier said than done. He saw Rachel's eyes uncomfortably darting around in a similar manner to his own. Their gazes met for the few seconds it took for both to realize that the other had received an identical message. After whispering to Nisha that everything was okay in an attempt to lessen her inevitable worrying, Chase blew air from his lips and went for the only tactic he could think of, leaving loudly to do what he thought Viola meant by "leave quietly," which was something more along the lines of "leave without causing suspicion." "Well, guys," he boomed, "I could do this all day, but right now Rachel and I have to take care of a little something. Keep the fun going and we'll be back soon, okay? Have a good 'un." He then beckoned Rachel over with a performative gesture, hamming it up more due to nerves than by design. "Do you have any idea what this could be about?" he asked when she reached him and they set off along the short walkway to the nearest vehicles. "Not a clue," Rachel said. "But judging by the tone of that message, I feel like we should probably try to enjoy not knowing for as long as we can."
Chapter 22. No number of insistent requests for further information proved enough as Chase and Rachel began their fast-paced but painfully long-range journey to the shipyard. Chase pushed the TE-900 to its limits and stopped fruitlessly communicating with Robert after a few minutes, instead using the time to speculate with Rachel as to what the hell was going on. One question on his mind was why he had been called in last, long after Peter and Viola, with whom he was supposed to be on equal footing in decision-making matters. Rachel implored him not to read too much into this, stating that Chase was a very visible part of the welcoming ceremony, and likely the last person Robert wanted to pull away. As soon as they touched down, Rachel led Chase into the communications office of the main administration building. They immediately saw Peter and Viola sitting down while Robert stood in front of a large blackboard-like screen positively covered in digital readings. "Well," Chase said. "The probe has stopped communicating and responding," Robert said, relaying what he'd recently been told by the shipyard's operational staff, who were apparently not privy to this higher-level discussion and had been dismissed to another area. "But before it died, we did get some data. And there's something in the final communication. Something you should really see." Rachel, already poring over the data, suddenly stood slack-jawed.
"Holy shit!" she muttered.
Chase, a pilot and leader of men rather than an academically gifted scientist like Robert and Rachel, knew only that the symbols he was looking at were something to do with chemistry. "Fill me in," he said. "What is this?"
"It's not so much what this is," Robert supplied. "It's what it firmly suggests about the asteroid."
"Well," Rachel interjected, still poring over the data,
"not so much the comet itself. It's more what it suggests about what's present on the asteroid."
Chase threw up his hands, quickly and uncharacteristically losing patience. "So what are you guys telling me here? What does the data suggest is present on the asteroid?" Robert and Rachel looked at each other, as though waiting for the other to say it. Viola, sitting with a troubled-looking Peter on the other side of the room, rose to her feet and put Chase out of his misery with a single but unbelievably powerful word.
"Life."
Chapter 23.
"The probe has inconclusively detected life signatures on the asteroid," Robert said, his tone more than a little dismissive. "And that is not the same as saying the probe has detected life. Accuracy matters."
"Who all knows about this, and what's our next move?" Chase asked.
"Us," Robert said. "No one on Earth and no one on the station."
Chase's eyebrows rose of their own volition. "How many on Terradox?"
"None."
"You haven't told Holly?" Chase asked, incredulous at this as much as anything. "Robert, if you're going to start trying to cut Holly out, we're going to have a serious problem." He glanced around the room to gauge the general mood, but Peter and Viola weren't giving much away.
"We're getting further away from Terradox by the minute," Robert sighed. "Any dependence on orders from there, Earth, or the station is going to leave us in trouble when we need to make decisions urgently. The comms delay is already far too long for a meaningful two-way conversation with Holly, and that's only going to get worse. There's a reason the probe only communicates with Arcadia. This is our mission and our responsibility. We need to stand on our own 2 feet, just like Holly wants us to. And Chase, it's early," he stressed, in a tone clearly intended to diffuse the anger in his eyes. "This data just came in." The others sat quietly, Peter and Viola paying keen attention to the heated discussion while Rachel continued studying the data. A potentially incredible scientific breakthrough was simmering in the background, while Chase and Robert argued about whether and when to tell Holly, but Chase was far from finished.
"Early," he echoed with barely concealed contempt. "Early? Robert, this could hardly be any more time-sensitive than it is. It would be way too dangerous to try to do this without at least running it by Holly and her teams first. A recovery mission like this would—"
Whoa, Robert cut in.
"What? Recovery mission? You're not seriously saying no," Chase interrupted in return.
You're not seriously telling me that our probe just died after detecting signs of life, but we're not going to try to find out exactly what it found and exactly what happened? Do you really think there's any way this plays out without me going to get it? Peter rose to his feet. Chase, don't even get that idea in your head. Chase opted to ignore Peter and continue on Robert. Listen to me. With the speed this asteroid is moving and the path it's on, we're realistically only going to have one launch window. We can't send another unmanned probe that might fail again, because that's the last chance we'll ever have. We couldn't possibly even think about risking a crew on an elective mission as dangerous as this. I knew you were reckless, but for God's sake, Chase, there is a line. I'm not asking you to risk a crew. I'll go on my own if I have to. All I'm asking you to do is get out of my way and let me loop Holly in on this. Robert shook his head. Then we'll vote, Chase said. He glanced at Rachel, who had finally turned away from the data. Her expression of doubt suggested that she didn't think this was a vote Chase could win, despite her hopes that he would. Her primary fear was of an Earth Terradox schism, for while she and Chase had both been with Holly until very recently, Robert and the Ospanovs had been on Earth for years. Although the end goal was for the Arcadian population to stand on their own 2 feet, just as Robert had suggested, large parts of both Chase and Rachel were still heavily tied to Terradox, and keen to work with the colony's many great minds when it made sense to do so. The speed at which things had moved from a discussion of the probe to a debate over Chase's outwardly insane plan to recover it took everyone by surprise, but no one more than Rachel. All in favor, raise your hand, he went on, ignoring Robert's disapproving expression. Rachel rose her hand immediately. You're out of your minds, Peter said, laying his cards on the table. Come on, Sheriff, Chase pleaded. Think about it. This is a one-time chance, literally one time only. Peter, unbudging, shook his head slowly and decisively. We don't have a lot of checks and balances in this executive committee for these first few years, and I know that's by design. But they gave me a vote because I'm in charge of keeping Arcadia and its people safe. It would be a dereliction of duty for me to say yes to an elective risk like this. Correct, Robert said, breathing a sigh of relief. And you all know where I stand. With the 4 declarations split 2-2, everyone turned to Viola. You know this is right, Chase told her. All the risks you and Holly and everyone else ever took will be for nothing if you say no to this. And as risks go, this is small. No one else will be at risk at all. Please, Viola, don't stand in my way. Looking torn, Viola didn't say anything right away. Listen, Chase, Peter interjected forcefully. You can make your case, but I draw the line at you trying to guilt Viola into agreeing with it. Is that clear? Quite right, Robert chimed in before Chase could reply either way. I can speak for myself, Viola said. Well, feel free to join in at any time, Robert bemoaned, delivering something of a fatherly scolding over her continued indecision. Understanding that emotions were high, Viola didn't take anyone's comments personally. She took a deep breath, her eyes and mind flitting between the 2 sides of the argument, which were divided physically as well as by viewpoint. She looked at her father and husband on one side, 2 of the 4 people she loved more than anyone else, and then at the 2 fearless explorers on the other. I can't pretend I don't want answers, but I really don't like the idea of you taking a risk like this, she said. Chase's shoulders fell. And Rachel, Viola went on, with the greatest respect, your vote doesn't technically count. Rachel didn't react, bitterly disappointed but with no real comeback to the perfectly true fact that she didn't have a say in executive matters and wouldn't for the remainder of Arcadia's 3-year settling-in period. The founding constitution, agreed upon by all successful applicants, explicitly granted Viola, Peter, and Chase 1 vote each, and Robert 2. All eyes remained on Viola, who didn't look like she'd finished. But, Dad, with the greatest of respect to you, biological discoveries made within the confines of our solar system are explicitly outside the scope of Arcadian governance. This is a matter for the board, she said, walking with purpose towards the room's radio console. Chase's expression softened, hope returning.
"This is a matter for the board," Viola repeated, navigating the console's menus to begin an outgoing communication. "And Holly's word goes."
Chapter 24. Holly's afternoon aboard a ferrier bound for Terradox was going just like every other before it, until all of a sudden it wasn't. The message arrived directly on Holly's wristband and was clearly marked as being for her eyes only. Grav, at her side in the midst of their daily big-picture discussion, knew immediately that it was something big.
"You have to see this,"
Holly said, long before she'd finished reading. Her eyes and Grav's were one and the same when it came to executive matters, and she knew that he wasn't who Viola had in mind when warning to keep it under wraps. "Break it down for me," Grav replied. Holly kept reading. It wasn't taking her long, but she had no idea just how long it had taken the group on Arcadia to agree on the wording of their jointly signed message before sending it.
"The probe died this morning," she said, "and they don't know why. All they know is that before it died, it detected what they're telling me are firm indications of life."
"On the asteroid?"
"On the asteroid,"
Holly nodded. She looked excited by the news until she reached the next part, at which point a slow sigh escaped her lips.
"And guess who wants to go exploring?"
"Ha ha 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 ha," Grav laughed, extremely slowly. "Not Robert, I am guessing. Surely Chase."
"Who else?" she said, reading on before relaying that Robert and Peter were both firmly opposed to the idea, while Viola was non-committal. Rachel's position was also mentioned, which didn't surprise Holly at all. Although Rachel wasn't yet a formal member of Arcadia's executive council, she was greatly respected by those who were. Grav rubbed his chin and mouth with his left palm, almost aggressively.
"Life," he mused. "Our probe found life, Hollywood."
"Not quite," she said, reining in his excitement. "What we have for sure is firm evidence that life has been there in the past. That could mean more than one thing, and they're not all as earth-shattering as the ideas you're probably thinking of."
"But still," Grav said, lowering his hand and looking excitedly into Holly's eyes. "Even if this is not something crawling around on the asteroid, it is more exciting than any discovery or breakthrough I have heard of. Okay, we saw Nancy, but whatever is on that asteroid is there independent of human influence."
"Is or was," Holly said, still playing it down. "We don't know which."
"And finding out will tell us more than a million Nancys ever could," Grav replied. "Especially when Chase is offering to go alone. This is on the right side of the risk-reward calculation in my book. Sure, in terms of morale, he is the one person we would least want Arcadia to lose, or at most he would be second to Viola. But one person is less of a risk than a whole crew."
Holly sat thoughtfully. "He couldn't possibly go alone. We've already seen the surface from the first images that came in, and only the new rovers could handle that. Bo couldn't pilot it remotely from Arcadia in real time, not at that kind of distance. And Chase couldn't learn everything about the controls in time. The window is so short. If there was any chance this was going to happen, Bo would have to be there to drive the rover."
Grav couldn't quite read between Holly's lines, trying to figure out her qualifications and changing tenses. "Do you mean if it does happen, you will want Bo to go? Because I can tell you now, Hollywood, he is not going to say no to something like this."
"That's what I'm worried about," she said. "There would need to be a second carrier, too, in case something went wrong with their landing or escape. Rachel could shadow the asteroid while they're down there."
A broad smile filled Grav's face. He liked the sudden change in Holly's direction of thought.
"They're asking for a deciding vote," Holly said. "Time is almost too tight for this to work even if everything goes well, so we would need teams on it right away, there and here, to formulate a plan and double-check every aspect."
"You know what you want to say, Hollywood," Grav said, still surprising her with his level of excitement. Do not doubt your gut. We all know how well it has served us over the years.
Without any further hesitation, Holly tapped her wristband screen 3 times, once for each letter. Y, E, and S. Chapter 25. Robert Harrington's eyes fell to the floor when Holly's decision arrived, but he was both powerless and unwilling to do anything to block her wishes from being carried out. Viola had been correct to point out that the extraordinary potential discovery of life on asteroid NGB-2 was of the kind that transcended the remit of Arcadia's Executive Council, and the fact that she was instantly able to recall the relevant constitutional clause in detail hadn't gone unnoticed by the impressed others. What Viola hadn't expected was for the answer she'd sought from Holly to come alongside a suggestion that her own brother should be part of Chase's landing team. Regret filled her heart as she took it upon herself to read the entirety of Holly's message to an elated Chase, a hopeful Rachel, and a shell-shocked Peter. Like Robert, Peter said nothing against Holly's decision, but just like Robert, he quite clearly disagreed with it. There was little for any of them to say, and the timescale demanded by the incredible revelation meant that everyone whose input was required had to be looped in as quickly as possible. One of the few points which was discussed immediately in the tense communications office regarded the group's options for telling, or not telling, the Arcadian population at large about the all-or-nothing mission Chase was set to undertake. It was quickly agreed that they couldn't hide Chase's absence for more than a few days without anyone noticing and wondering where he was, so a public announcement of the probe's apparent discovery and the recovery plan would be made in due course. Due course could amount to no more than 48 hours, Chase reaffirmed, given the asteroid's relative position to Arcadia and its speed and path of travel. The speed at which the group's path of conversational travel had moved in the past hour was disorienting for everyone present, including Chase. Their surprise, however, was nothing compared to what greeted them when they broke the news to their nearest and dearest. In a whirlwind few hours, Viola broke the news to Bo and Chase broke it to Nisha. Needless to say, Viola had the easier task of the two. Although she still regretted broaching a subject which was about to land her highly willing brother on an unprecedented and inherently risky mission, the strength of his excited and positive reaction did go some small way towards abating her sorrow. Sensing Viola's concerns, Bo made similar points to those Grav had made to Holly in defense of the mission, albeit in clearer and more strongly worded terms. He told Viola that the possibility of finding proof of life on an asteroid could lead to the greatest discovery in human history. When he giddily told Viola, "This could be it," she held her tongue. "If anything goes wrong, this could be it for you and Chase," was the reply rattling around in her mind. But sharing it when Bo's mind was irreversibly made up would have helped no one. Chase tried to frame things in the most palatable terms he could when it came to telling Nisha, but she didn't hear anything after the initial revelation of the almost unbelievable risk he had volunteered to take. The risk was only almost unbelievable because she knew Chase so well, but even for him, this took the biscuit. She didn't mince her words in telling him that his plan was insane and that Bo, Rachel, and Holly were just as insane for going along with it. She also didn't avoid issuing the ultimatum Chase had feared. "It's me or the mission." Chase didn't say anything, and his silence was the only answer Nisha needed. "I didn't come here to sit around and watch opportunities fly by," he called as she stormed out. Nisha paused in the doorway, looking back only for as long as it took her to reply, "And I didn't come here to watch you leave." Chase spent much of the rest of the day with Bo and Rachel, his fellow prospective crew members, for a mission none could have possibly seen coming even just a few hours earlier. The three sat together once again in the otherwise empty communications office and engaged in a long discussion with Holly and Grav, battling through the ever-growing delay. Talking like this enabled them to get a better feeling of Holly's emotions than they could via mere text. Although Chase and Bo had never expected anything else, Rachel was pleasantly surprised to hear positive approval rather than regretful assent in Holly's voice. Grav's excitement over the progress was a surprise to all three, but he stayed fairly quiet when it came to discussing technical details and plans. While Rachel's craft management team on Arcadia had been preparing at very short notice for a launch whose importance they didn't yet fully understand, high-ranking experts on Terradox had been briefing Holly with their concerns and suggestions. The number of people involved in such discussions was low, given that the launch was not yet public knowledge, but the consensus so far was that the mission, while beyond reckless in the eyes of some, shouldn't prove all that difficult in an operational sense. Holly enthusiastically shared one plan which had been mooted, insisting that she firmly believed it was the sensible way to proceed. This plan involved Rachel departing Arcadia before the others in a carrier of her own, towards where the fast-moving asteroid would be when they were scheduled to depart after recovering the probe. Holly sold this as a safeguard, just as it had been sold to her, and explained that Rachel would then be able to drop an emergency lander should anything go wrong with Chase's initial landing that could otherwise leave he and Bo with no way off the asteroid. The new landers functioned as escape pods, but it was reasonably assumed that any landing impactful enough to ground a carrier would also ground its landers. The speed of the asteroid's movement meant that taking one carrier and having Rachel drop the others in a lander would be too risky, since her carrier couldn't keep up with the asteroid for any real period of time, and thus attempting a hopefully unnecessary recovery would have been impossible from an ever-increasing distance. This plan took a while to settle in their minds, since they had all expected to be landing as a trio in a carrier and taking off again mere hours later, but the safety-first logic was there. Chase asked Rachel both if she didn't mind not landing on the asteroid, and if she would be okay piloting a carrier on her own over a significant distance. She chuckled at the first and insisted she was sure to get over the disappointment at some stage. Reckless adventure didn't drive her in quite the same way it drove Chase, and she calmly insisted that she would have no problem being out there by herself. "So, all going well, we land in the carrier and take off again once we have the probe," Bo said to Rachel. "And, all going well, once you leave, we won't see you again until we all get back here." "Bingo," Rachel said. "All going well." "And if we run into any problems, you'll drop a lander and we'll use it to escape," Bo added. "Redocking should be easy enough, assuming the lander makes it in one piece." Rachel nodded and then glanced at Chase as though to indicate she would rather not discuss this worst-case scenario. He shrugged. "One way or another, we're getting in, and we're getting out." Despite his pensive words, Bo had full faith in the landers, which were, after all, upgraded iterations of the kind which had given he and his family a cushioned landing on Terradox after their carrier's unexpected collision with its then impenetrable cloak so many years ago. Chase spoke briefly about the landers, for his own peace of mind as well as anyone else's, insisting that technology had come on leaps and bounds in recent years thanks to the work carried out by the Terradox colony's research staff. It was at this point that Rachel jumped back in to unnecessarily remind him with a smile that she had been in charge of the colony's craft management division and knew all about what its staff had achieved. "As long as we all know this is going to be a cakewalk," Chase said, smiling back but evidently speaking out of deeply held confidence rather than bravado. "Between the crafts you guys have developed and the new rover Bo's been telling us about, we have the very best people and the very best tech. Agencies with way fewer resources at their disposal were landing stuff on asteroids decades and decades ago, probably even a century, and probes have been recovered before. The only difference this time is that we're actually going." "Just that one tiny little difference," Rachel said. "But we also all need to know that the priority is finding what we're looking for," Bo said, his tone suddenly stronger than before. "Chase, especially you. If it comes down to running out of time for an escape window that would let us dock, and choosing between that and either recovering the probe or looking further into what it found, our priority is properly documenting this discovery. It has to be." "Your priority is staying alive," Rachel interjected. Bo focused on Chase, waiting for a response. As if knowing what Rachel was thinking and preferring to address his answer to an approving listener, Chase looked only at Bo when he spoke. "If our priority was staying alive, we'd be staying here." The firm nod of agreement from Bo's side of the table contrasted greatly with the uneasy expression on Rachel's, and for the first time she felt deeply glad that she wouldn't be in the landing party. Elsewhere on Arcadia at the moment,
Nisha Coley was also in deep discussions with other physicists who had already been looped in on the plan. Kayla Hawthorne was privy to the news, and both she and Nisha had been tasked with triple and quadruple checking the trajectories and timings that could prove the difference between the success and failure of a mission whose stakes could not have been any higher. Chase had no idea Nisha was playing any such part in the planning, and her refusal to take any of his calls or reply to any of his messages ensured that he spent the evening at home alone. Her ability to separate the personal from the professional, angry at Chase for taking the mission, but willing to focus on the work that had to be done, was just one part of a well-rounded skill set that had seen Nisha rise so quickly through the ranks in her younger years and stay there ever since. Initially, after storming out of the home she shared with Chase, Nisha had visited her parents to vent about the news. She arrived to find Robert Harrington and Peter Ospinov already there, filling Ramesh and Farah in on the news. With Nisha's sadness and worry now understandably leaving little room for anger, the others did what they could to console her. Most of the others, in any case. Robert, still furious with Chase for suggesting the crazy mission, didn't mince his words. "This is what you get with someone like him. Reckless abandon." Peter shot Robert, his father-in-law, a look of anger tinged with disappointment. If there was a time to badmouth Chase, this certainly wasn't it. Ramesh, effectively Chase's father-in-law in all but name, hadn't always seen eye to eye with him of late, particularly following the Nancy episode during their last days on Terradox. And although he could see Chase's strength as a leader as clearly as anyone else, there had been many occasions when Ramesh had quietly wished his daughter had chosen a simpler and more stable life for herself with almost anyone else. Now, however, he took it upon himself to not criticize Chase, but defend him. "Robert," he began, "if you could tell me one time when Chase seriously attempted something and failed, I'd be more inclined to share your perspective. But if the story you tell is the way it really went down, and Chase offered to recover the probe on his own, I have a hard time understanding where you're getting reckless abandon from. To me, that sounds more like courageous leadership." Peter nodded, approvingly rather than performatively. He had his own reservations over Chase's plan and could certainly see the reckless side, but Ramesh's point was equally valid. More importantly, though, it was well-timed and delivered free of ego. Nisha had likely expected her father to be the last person to deliver a defense of Chase, and the words did seem to have softened her sadness already. When it came time to leave a few minutes later, Peter shook Ramesh's hand with more warmth than normal and winked slowly in appreciation. When he entered a waiting transport capsule with Robert, Peter wasted no time in asking what the hell he'd been thinking of when he decided to criticize Chase like he had. "My son is going to a damn asteroid because of his idiotic plan," Robert scorned under his breath. "Don't think I'm only angry at him, by the way. But without him, Holly wouldn't have had a decision to make. Viola's brother is going on this mission too, in case that went over your head," Peter said. "But do you see her going around acting like an asshole? And Nisha is upset, but do you see her shit-talking Chase to anyone else?" "Peter," Robert scolded in a somewhat condescending tone. "Don't fucking Peter me," Peter shot back. "If you want to be in charge around here, step up." He turned towards Robert, seated next to him, and pushed a firm finger into his chest while inching forward, nose to nose. "Because if you won't," Robert stopped the transport capsule. "Get out," he ordered. "I'll pretend you didn't say that," Peter said, settling back in his seat. "Come on, take us back to the shipyard." "Get out of the fucking capsule!" Robert boomed. Peter looked at him, dumbstruck. "Still pretending?" This time, Peter emotionlessly unclipped his seatbelt and opened his door. "Big mistake," was all he said, stepping outside and tapping his wristband to call for another capsule, while Robert sped away without so much as a backwards glance. Peter kept his bust-up with Robert to himself for as long as he could, but when night fell and he found himself alone in his lounge while Viola and Katie slept upstairs, the urge to talk got the better of him. He hadn't mentioned it to Viola for obvious reasons,
The last thing he wanted to do was dump her in the middle of a row between himself and Robert, and bringing it to Holly would inevitably come across as petty. It was Robert's words to Nisha rather than his actions in the transport capsule that troubled Peter most, though. And with that in mind, he tapped his wristband to call the only person he could think of, Chase. Chase took the call while carefully reading through detailed mission plans drawn up by a team on Terradox, which shared a great deal with the plans drawn up entirely independently by the equivalent team on Arcadia. "Robert's a liability on this," Peter lamented. "He's angry the mission is going ahead, and he's letting that get in the way." Chase listened carefully to the full story, which was shorter and somewhat less explosive than he'd expected. "And you're telling me Romesh said that?" he asked at the end, stuck on the part where Nisha's father had unexpectedly defended him to the extent that Robert's preceding criticism didn't seem to have registered at all. "Yeah, I thought that was pretty big of him. But that's the kind of thing Robert should have been saying. In his position, you can't talk like he was talking. Could you see Holly doing that? Could you see one of us or Viola doing that?" Over the next few minutes, Chase promised to talk to Robert about this before he left for the recovery mission. He also stated that while he understood Peter's desire to keep Viola out of it, any problem between two members of the Executive Council was a matter for the whole council. Chase wound up the conversation as subtly as he could when a notification flashed on his wristband to alert him of an incoming video message from his father, Christian. Part of him had wondered why there hadn't been a message from either Christian or Jillian already, but Chase knew how good Holly was at running a tight ship, and could understand why others had to be told before them. But when the video message began, showing Christian's face talking animatedly into a camera in his office within Terradox's botanical gardens, Chase was surprised to hear nothing whatsoever about his imminent mission. Holly's ship was even tighter than he'd thought, he reflected, as Christian quite clearly still didn't know. Rather than the recovery of the probe on asteroid NGB-2, Christian focused instead on some, quote, unexpected but not necessarily alarming readings, quote, he had been alerted to by botanists on Arcadia. Chase sighed in frustration when Christian got to explaining that some plants had seemingly popped up where they shouldn't have, an issue similar to the one Chase and Rachel had detected on their initial scouting mission a year earlier, despite safeguards that had since been put in place to ensure this wouldn't happen. Chase didn't know exactly what it was the botanists feared about plants ending up in the wrong place. This had never been fully explained to him, and a large part of him thought there was probably nothing to worry about, and that the scientists with the most boring jobs on Terradox and Arcadia were naturally prone to seizing excitement whenever they got the faintest sniff of it. He nevertheless sent a quick text reply to Christian's message to confirm that he'd do as requested and pass the message on to Robert Harrington. The botanists on Arcadia had apparently found it impossible to reach Robert all day, and Christian likewise said that he'd been unable to talk to Holly and Grav, obliviously unaware of the high-level drama that these high-ranking individuals were currently so preoccupied with. Christian explained that he himself had sent a video message to Robert, but that it had remained unwatched. He expected that whatever was keeping Robert so busy wouldn't enable him to ignore a message from a council member like Chase, and this was why he reached out to his son with such a request. The issue regarding the plants needed careful monitoring, and might soon require Romotech interventions that would only be possible with clearance from the Executive Council, Christian said, and Chase promised he'd be right on it. True to his word, he did forward the message to Robert. It was marked as opened very quickly, but no viewed notification appeared even after more than enough time had passed. Chase was set to call Robert directly when he heard the front door opening. He leapt to his feet, hoping he was right about the only person it could be. "Don't say anything," Nisha said, pleasing him with her presence so much that the angry tone went over his head. "Are you okay?" Chase asked. She sighed deeply before eventually nodding and walking towards him, as though her anger had been disarmed by his opening question. "I heard from Vic that you and Kayla were checking out the physics," he said after they hugged. There was no gloating in his voice. If anything, it was a tone more resembling contrition. A slight smile, almost defiant, broke out on Nisha's face. "Well, since you're stupid enough to go out on a mission like this, someone has to be smart enough to make sure you come back." Chapter 26. Chase awoke to some news that made him particularly glad Nisha had come home the previous evening. His asteroid-bound carrier was set for a late-night launch, around 12 hours before he had expected to be the case. Rachel's carrier was leaving even earlier, in just a few hours, and suddenly everything felt almost too real. He knew the plan and trusted that Bo would be on top of his role of navigating the surface of the barely mapped asteroid. But the pace of the plan's move from his germ of an idea to the final launch was enough to give anyone a feeling of nausea if they stopped to think about it. It was perhaps fortunate, then, that Chase's jam-packed agenda for the day allowed no time to think about anything. In the few and far-between quiet moments that did creep in during the day, Chase tried to quieten his wandering mind with the fact that this would be by far the shortest mission he had ever undertaken. "I left the colony for a year to live inside that damn isolation compound," he reminded himself. "I left Nisha for 4 weeks to fly here with Rachel. I flew from Terradox to the station and back, solo." Given the impervious mask Chase Jackson wore in public, most would have been greatly surprised to think of him having any doubts about anything. If anyone had harbored any suspicion that he might have been having second thoughts over the mission, however, they would likely have expected him to deal with them just as quietly and decisively as he did. The one factor that Nisha tried to comfort herself with was that Chase wouldn't be traveling very far, with his outward trip taking 3 days at full speed. A desire to allow some breathing space lay behind the expedited launch. By leaving early, the carrier could begin its journey below full speed and retain the ability to adapt its speed or course in case of any unforeseen complication or change of plan. Chase, confident that the tireless work of Arcadia's shipyard staff would ensure everything he could possibly need would be ready in his carrier, had no problem with the new launch time. But while Nisha would be sad to say goodbye a night earlier than originally planned, the change had in fact come partially at her suggestion. In her book, anything that increased the chance of a safe arrival and reduced the chance of Chase having to do anything stupid to land on the asteroid at the right time was worth exploring. One night was one night. What mattered was that he came back. Chase spent most of his morning at the shipyard, conversing deeply with Bo and Rachel, as well as a handful of core staff. Bradley Reinhardt, who would be the primary communications coordinator for the mission's duration, also sat in on the discussions. While this was happening, staff in Arcadia's Societal Administration Division were hard at work ensuring that the general population would see the mission primarily as an exciting opportunity, rather than as a hugely risky undertaking for its crew. Viola Ospinov was the unsung hero of the hour, having taken only a few hours of rest the previous night before rallying the necessary troops from one side of Arcadia to the other, and doing all she could to make sure the day went as smoothly as possible. Her father, Robert, although nowhere to be seen at the shipyard or in any other obviously relevant area, was fulfilling his duties by overseeing the beginning of a long-scheduled event that had momentarily slipped even Viola's mind until he mentioned it. With the population now somewhat settled after several nights on Arcadia, today was the beginning of a full-scale medical census. The undertaking was publicly described as a medical census in any case, but in reality its purpose was to stress-test both Arcadian transport infrastructure and the biomedical center's ability to cope with a large and consistent influx of patients. The patients in question were expected, and would each leave shortly after arriving, of course. But short of a real emergency, this was the truest test the BMC and its staff could face. There was deliberately little room in the day's schedule, and bottlenecks would occur at certain times, attempting to catch off guard and push to the limit the staff, even though they knew about the census in general. Tomorrow would make today look like a gentle walk in the park, but the staff didn't need to know that. Robert's mind was a million miles from the BMC as he superficially checked that everything was in order and greeted the day's earliest arrivals. He knew that the next day would prove to be the BMC's real test, but he also knew that even then there would be no real stakes. Unlike the imminent launches from the shipyard, the medical census was a controlled test designed to expose weaknesses and highlight areas for improvement. No lives were on the line, and for that reason he didn't want to think about any of it at least until the 2 carriers currently waiting to depart Arcadia were well on their way towards their rendezvous with asteroid NGB-2. Christian Jackson, via Chase, had presented yet another unwelcome distraction with the news that potentially allergenic plants had been detected in areas where they were quite simply not supposed to be, suggesting that measures put in place to avoid just that issue had evidently failed. There should be nothing to worry about in the short term, Christian insisted, since very few people were susceptible to allergic reactions, and since such reactions would be mild to moderate at worst. Christian's primary fear was that this minor issue suggested a weakness somewhere in Arcadia's chain, which could cause far bigger problems in the future if it went unchecked and something more serious arose. He speculated that there might be a soil issue, specifically that some genetically modified plant species could react in unexpected ways to non-engineered soil that wasn't designed to house them. This had never been an issue on Terradox, he explained, because the nature of that romosphere's zonal divisions ensured that nothing could accidentally cross from one zone to the other when restrictions were in place. On Arcadia, however, where modifiable microspheres separated areas with differing ground conditions, those divisions did not run to the romosphere's core and thus could theoretically allow root systems to establish deep underground and spread to unintended locations. The tone in Christian's voice when he shared this far-out-sounding idea concerned Robert more than the words themselves, as did Christian's ready admission that he had only considered the issue now. He maintained that it was a huge long shot, but urged Robert to bear it in mind, and Robert was sure to do just that as soon as the launches to NGB-2 were taken care of. Robert insisted that the Arcadian public were told no lies about the launches and the mission as a whole, although he certainly supported Viola's unilateral recruitment of the societal administration team to make it all sound as palatable and positive as possible. He was tremendously glad to have Viola around, but was yet to extend an olive branch to Peter following the previous day's bust-up. He knew Peter well enough to know that nothing would be coming in the other direction any time soon. Peter had learned plenty of habits from his mentor Grav, and they weren't all good. But he also knew they were both professional enough to get on with business in the meantime. An hour was all the time Robert could handle in the BMC, when so much had to be done elsewhere, so he said his polite goodbyes after an exhausting, statesmanlike performance, spent shaking hands and sometimes literally kissing babies. He left oversight in the hands of Pavel Mack, an excellent security officer and personal friend. Pavel, having risked life and limb alongside Grav in years gone by, and having defied painful interrogation to protect his brethren more than once, had earned a complete trust that neither Grav nor Peter extended to many. Robert arrived at the shipyard to find members of the Events Management Division in frantic communication with other staff regarding precise timings and optimal camera angles. It only took a few questions for him to get to the bottom of everything and learn that the same area which had hosted the anchor-raising ceremony just a day early would be packed with spectators once again before the current day was out. The grandstands were being readied for spectators at that very moment. The idea of a starlit launch party to maintain morale was just one more thing set in motion by Viola. The mood among the event staff was surprisingly upbeat. When Robert asked one young man if he actually understood what was happening, the warm reply came that the whole of Arcadia was eagerly awaiting Chase's departure for the asteroid. Or, as the man put it, "The whole community is buzzing." Robert played it cool and hoped the man was right. He liked the use of the word community to describe Arcadia's recently thrown-together population, as that was exactly the kind of feeling he wanted to see develop under his leadership. But the suggestion that everyone was excited seemed like too much of a stretch. It quickly became clear to Robert that the event staff who were setting up for the launch were in fact following the blueprint they had planned to use for the launch of the asteroid probe, which was originally set for the same final launch window as Chase's own gutsy launch. Because the probe's launch had been expedited, the carefully designed plans for the viewing party had never been put into place. Robert could understand why the staff who had expected to be preparing for that launch were now happy to be preparing for this one, but he still didn't believe that their positivity would prove universal. It went without saying that the stakes were infinitely higher now than at the time of the probe's launch, both in terms of risk and reward. The risks had naturally been underplayed when the announcement had been made mere hours ago, but given that the majority of the Arcadian adult population had academic or professional backgrounds in one science or another, Robert expected that the only onlookers who would be giddily excited by the launch, rather than wary about its outcome, would be the children who knew too little to understand how much danger Chase and Bo were placing themselves in. Rachel's earlier launch passed with far less fanfare and indeed no major public announcement. Her goodbyes were equally low-key, just as she liked them, and she calmly insisted to her staff that she would see them again soon. More emotionally, she also promised Nisha and Viola that she would do whatever was humanly possible to make sure Chase and Bo returned home safely.
"They're setting out to recover that probe no matter what," she said. "My job is to make sure they come back, no matter what."
Chase and Bo were standing at Rachel's side when she said this, but both knew better than to reaffirm the order of their mission priorities. Not one part of Viola wished she was going along for the ride with Rachel, despite her having been a part of every major mission and incident since her group's discovery of Terradox more than a decade earlier. On the face of it, even the dangerous landing faced by Bo and Chase didn't sound all that more inherently risky than the one she'd participated in on the surface of Netherdox. But motherhood had changed Viola's perspective on elective risk absolutely. Katie was the most important thing in her life now, and being there to take care of her was all that mattered. In the hours between the two launches, the enormity of the probe's apparent discovery began to sink in across Arcadia. Attention had initially been focused on the drama of Chase's daring attempt to recover the probe, but the reason for that recovery became a more prominent focus as the day wore on. Word naturally spread to the citizens of Earth, the occupants of the Venus station, and the colonists of Terradox, all of whom were equally awed by the prospect of life being detected on an asteroid, and of decisive confirmation being just a few days away. The timing of the launch ensured that no Arcadians would miss out due to the scheduling of their medical census checks, with the stress testing not extending into night hours for a variety of operational and procedural reasons. Robert was beginning to think that everything might end up working out okay, with Bo's utter lack of fear playing a big part in this. What Robert didn't know was that Bo wasn't nearly so confident of making it home as he was of recovering the probe and proving one way or the other whether it had indeed detected verifiable signs of life. Bo and Chase shared a truly discovery-driven personality type so rare that most people couldn't even get their heads around their priorities, let alone share them. Peter and Robert, their hatchet evidently set to one side, if not quite buried, agreed to attend the launch party a good distance from the shipyard while Viola and Katie remained there to see Bo off in person. Romesh Kohli ventured to the launch party too, but not before pulling Chase to the side for a few moments to shake his hand and wish him well. "I know you stuck up for me when Robert was saying some things," Chase said appreciatively. "I respect that, and I want you to know there are no hard feelings about anything on my end."
"Those were things Nisha didn't need to hear yesterday," Romesh said.
Chase nodded.
"And don't worry about Nisha when you're gone," Romesh said with a warm smile. "I've been looking after her for 27 years, so I'm sure I'll manage a few more days until you get back, cowboy."
Nisha liked to see them laughing together, but this lifted her spirits for all of the few moments it took Chase to walk back over. Bo's goodbyes to Viola and Katie were as short as most of his others. It was more that he couldn't take his time to say farewell than he wouldn't. But Chase's farewell to Nisha pushed the limit of the highly precise launch time until Viola had to reluctantly step in to pass on the urgent wishes of the shipyard staff, who didn't want to be the ones to interrupt. Viola then held Katie tightly over her shoulder with one hand and grasped Nisha's trembling hand with her other as the carrier's ignition kicked in. The launch was happening in the shipyard rather than at Arcadia Central Station purely because the specialist equipment and cargo needed for this most unconventional of all missions had been loaded on site, with the final preparations being completed quite literally just in time for the launch.
"Be safe,"
Nisha prayed through heavy breaths and slow tears. Viola looked skyward at the slowly disappearing carrier and thought of the launch party so many miles away on another part of the vast Arcadian landscape, where thousands of spectators would right then be cheering and toasting Chase and Bo's safe departure. She didn't resent anyone's happiness over what was happening, but nor did she understand it. They had indeed set off in search of a prize greater than any other she could think of, proof of life on an extraplanetary body, but she already wanted nothing more than for their carrier to turn around and land back on Arcadia.
Viola Ospinov thought she would spend the next 2 days doing nothing but worrying about their safety. And within a matter of hours, she would dearly wish she'd been right. Chapter 27. During what felt very much like the middle of the night but was in fact early afternoon, Viola was rudely awakened by a siren-like notification sound emanating from her wristband. It was set to Do Not Disturb, which meant that only calls or messages marked as urgent and sent by individuals she had identified as VIPs would make it through. The caller on this occasion was her father Robert, and even noticing the strong sunlight creeping past the edge of her bedroom curtains wasn't enough to rouse her from a half-awake stupor. "What?" she asked, physically and mentally shattered rather than grouchy. The past week had been trying for everyone, but no one more so than Viola, who had endured an exhausting initiation period alongside Chase as one of the primary members of the Arcadian welcoming party. Only Chase had survived on as little sleep as she had since arriving on Arcadia, and ever since he announced his plan to depart for asteroid NGB-2, she had been running around like a woman possessed, making sure everything went smoothly for both Chase and Bo. Kayla Hawthorne had stepped up in the hours after the previous night's launch by offering to take Katie to her appointment at the BMC, allowing Viola the opportunity to catch up on some desperately needed sleep, and insisting that it was no problem since Patch's appointment was in the same time block anyway. Viola knew better than to look a gift horse in the mouth, and the children had been as delighted as ever by the prospect of spending some more time together, so everyone was a winner. Until now, at least, when Robert was interrupting the rest that motivated the whole thing. "Something has happened," he said. "Can you be a bit more vague?" Viola groaned. But then she sat bolt upright as her mind woke up and reality came back to her. "Bo?" she gasped, sudden and intense concern in her tone. "What's wrong?" "It's not them. It's something at the medical center. Viola, there's been an outbreak." She rolled her eyes. "Dad, seriously, I'm tired. I know the census is a stress test, okay? I'll come out later if you need me to make an appearance, but I'm not running over to play some—" "Listen to me," Robert snapped, uncharacteristically short. "Viola, this is real. There's an outbreak inside the BMC, and we think it has something to do with spores coming through the soil outside. Pathogens in the plants. I'm not fully up on the terminology, but Christian Jackson thinks it could have been triggered by the number of people in the area, and the minor changes in air composition that come with that. Some people in there are seriously ill and getting worse, and we don't know how to get them out." Viola was lost for words. "What? What do you mean spores in the soil? Spores? Soil? And why can't you get them out? It's not like the doors can be locked from the inside." "We've had to cordon off the surrounding area inside an impenetrable microsphere," Robert explained. "I've been talking to Christian, and he thinks that if the spores are airborne, they could infect the whole of Arcadia if we don't keep the affected area locked down. Viola, no one can get in or out until we figure something out, and no one has presented a single way forward so far. This is all just happening now. I'm calling you as soon as I can because—" "Katie!" Viola yelled, glancing at the time and seeing her worst fears confirmed. "Dad, when did you put up this microsphere? Please tell me it was more than 45 minutes ago when her appointment started." "We had to do it as soon as the threat became clear. The barrier has—" "Tell me where my daughter is!" Viola interjected. With his head in his hands, Robert Harrington sighed out the horrible answer. "On the wrong side." Part 3. Chapter 28. "I've sealed off the BMC's perimeter, and I've sealed off the internal rooms from each other," Robert went on, futility in his words and tone as he tried to calm Viola's understandable panic. "We're going to get Katie out of there, but I need you here so we can figure out what we're going to do and how we're going to do it." Viola remained silent. It couldn't be true. Her daughter couldn't really be trapped on the wrong side of an impenetrable romotech barrier with some kind of pathogen that was already making people violently ill. "I'm going to get her," she eventually said, unshakably insistent. "Viola, you won't get near her. The situation isn't that straightforward. She's right in the middle of the BMC,
and the worst affected area is the outer ring. For now, she's in the eye of the storm, but we can't count on that staying true, so we can't afford to waste a single minute on ideas that won't go anywhere. Please, come out here to the shipyard. We can manipulate the BMC's conditions from here, but we need a coherent plan. I've already called Peter and Ramesh, and I'm in touch with Christian." "Okay," she said, no verve in her voice. "But at least remove the comms block. I'm trying to add her to this call, but my wristband says she's in a restricted area." "Unfortunately, that's a necessary step. You can address Katie via the PA when you talk to everyone. But as hard as this is, you have to try to understand that there are a lot of other parents trapped inside the BMC with their children, too. And if they sense that Katie is getting special treatment because she—" "You better believe I'll give her special treatment," Viola snapped. "And so should you." "She's my only grandchild, and I'm going to get her out," Robert replied stoically. "But I need you with me on this, Viola. I need you, I need Peter, and I need Ramesh." "And Nisha." "Right. Get in a transport capsule and you can call Nisha on your way here. It's probably better for her to hear it from you." While Viola grabbed only the most necessary items and ordered a transport capsule to her door, she couldn't help think that, Katie aside, the timing of an outbreak at the BMC couldn't possibly have been worse. The stress test, which was underway to test Arcadia's infrastructure in a faux emergency, had ironically increased the severity of this real emergency by clustering so many people in the affected area. The specific time of day was even worse, coming just when a large number of children were undergoing their medical checkups. Christian spoke under these rueful thoughts and sharing some of his own, explaining that an over-reliance on microspheres as atmospheric boundaries may have unwittingly opened the door for this kind of issue. The major divisions on Arcadia, as well as being fewer in number than on Terradox, were not strict zonal divisions which ran to the romosphere's core, but were rather, in effect, surface-level bubbles. This enabled significantly greater adaptability than the zonal system irreversibly built into Terradox by Roger Morrison, its maniacal creator, but it did so at a cost that had only now become clear. The lack of impenetrable subterranean boundaries, while having no effect on separating surface conditions which varied far less extremely between adjacent areas than was the case on Terradox, offered no protection against a previously unacknowledged possibility, that of root systems spreading beneath the surface, enabling genetically engineered, mutation-prone, and potentially dangerous plant species to reach areas they weren't meant for. Robert insisted that Christian Jackson, Terradox's head of botany, didn't believe sabotage was a serious possibility, for although engineering plants which could eventually poison Arcadia's air like ticking botanical time bombs may have sounded like a subtle way to destroy the project and everyone involved, Christian saw a simpler explanation as by far the most likely. With so much of Arcadia being unnatural, he said, unpredictability was part and parcel of the project. He believed that plants may have mutated in ways that he and others didn't expect due to a reaction to soil conditions they weren't made for. "These aren't natural plants, and this isn't natural soil," Christian said. "Your whole environment is unnatural, just like here, so we can't take anything we think we know for granted." Unfortunately, Christian could be of no more immediate help given that he hadn't been involved in any of the design or stock-building processes for the Arcadian Botanical Gardens or any other site. Robert's natural desire to know everything led him to delegate his own assistants to talk to various people at once, as soon as possible, and to brief him on the double. Those assistants were currently gathering as much information as they could from Christian's counterparts in Arcadia's botany division. Within a few minutes, Viola was not only en route to the shipyard, but also found herself in the upside-down position of offering moral support to Nisha, while she herself was in no real state to do so. Nisha was hysterical, however, having been obliviously unaware at work until this most unwelcome of all calls came through.
"I wish I had taken Vijay. Then he wouldn't be in there alone,"
Nisha sobbed, weakened by the thought of her brother having no one at his side in the BMC.
"But he wanted to go by himself. He didn't want any of us to take him. He wants to be grown up so bad."
"I didn't go with Katie either," Viola said, sharing the same painful regret. "But they're not alone. They have each other. Kayla is in there with Patch, And some of Peter's top security staff are in there too. Nisha, they might not have us right now, but they are not alone. It's just... first Chase, and now this, Nisha went on, still crying. Bo is on the same carrier as Chase, and Katie is in the same room as VJ, Viola replied, not impatiently but certainly insistently. We're in this thing together, Nisha. My dad has already called your dad to the shipyard, and no one knows more than him about manipulating atmospheric conditions. And no one knows more about habitat management and taking care of the practicalities of the barriers than my dad. So we're all going to get through this, together. In an odd way, comforting Nisha forced Viola to be strong, and talking through the situation allowed her to move beyond her own feelings of helplessness and towards a more practical mindset. Her arrival at the shipyard came just a few moments before her husband Peter's, allowing them to enter and unite with Robert together, though not before an emotional but pragmatically brief embrace. As soon as the door swung open, the tone changed.
How could you do something like this without executive council approval? Peter barked at Robert as soon as he saw him.
Further into the room, young communications officer Bradley Reinhardt sat awkwardly, coordinating various communications channels but unable to ignore the tension around him.
It was urgent, Robert replied in kind. I have 2 votes, and I'm not dropping this on Chase. So even if you had both voted against isolating the BMC, and even if protocol had been for Holly to split the decision again, which it isn't for an Arcadian matter like this, there was no time to ask her. With the comms delay each way, that's time I didn't have.
My daughter is in there, Peter growled.
And my granddaughter, Robert more calmly stated. There are other just as innocent people in there too, Peter, and we're going to get them out. What we need is calm heads.
Peter shook his head and looked away.
You're only even on the council because of how old you are and whose dad you are. You bring nothing to this table, and you're only sitting in that chair at the end of it because Viola didn't want it, and Holly and Grav didn't want to make a public choice between me and Chase. Don't think everyone out there doesn't know that.
You want to do this now? Robert asked. When Peter opened his mouth to reply, Viola cut him off before any sound could escape.
Both of you just back off, she yelled. Bo is hurtling towards an asteroid, and Katie is trapped inside a live biohazard zone, and we're arguing with each other?
Neither man said anything. Both knew she was right.
You said Ramesh was coming,
Viola said to Robert, impatience and urgency tinging the words.
He's on his way.
Peter nodded firmly. This was some good news at last, given that Ramesh's experiences in Terradox's primosphere were the closest anyone could call upon in the current situation.
Who do we have on the inside of the barrier? Viola asked. Because with the best will in the world, Kayla probably isn't going to excel in this kind of situation. Is Vic there with them too?
Vic is in the BMC, but not with Patch and Katie, Peter said. He was on duty nearer the entrance, so I think he's locked away from them in another sector.
Robert nodded glumly in confirmation.
So who is in there with Katie?
Viola pushed.
Pavel, her father replied.
Little Sophie is at home, at least, but Pavel is in there. Peter and Viola both breathed visible sighs of relief at both points. The presence of their old friend and loyal home security guard wouldn't solve any problems, but Katie knew Pavel well and would feel more at ease with him than she would have without him. The door swung open again, heralding Ramesh's arrival.
And VJ is in there, Robert added, suddenly reminded of that point. Quite seriously, he'll be more helpful than most of the adults who might have been in his place.
No one will be in there for long, Ramesh announced with a confidence alien to the others. He got straight to business without so much as looking directly at anyone else, setting up a large screen on the communications office's empty wall.
This was caused by an adverse biological reaction to variable conditions, he spoke as he worked. And we can manipulate those conditions to reverse the reaction.
He placed the huge virtual touchscreen on the wall by tapping his wristband against the points of his 4 desired corners and saying the words, "Adaptive Analytics," out loud. He then turned to Robert.
You need to grant full permissions for me to be able to use this to modify anything.
With full trust and no hesitation, Robert spoke clearly into Ramesh's wristband.
Harrington 1,
RXDBA 22812, granting full read-write permissions. The others didn't quite follow, but if Ramesh's confidence wasn't quite contagious, it did at least work to lift the overbearing feeling of dread.
If Nancy and the other work we carried out in the romosphere taught me anything, Ramesh went on, it's that seemingly minuscule changes in atmospheric conditions, above ground or below, can cause rapid mutations. This is particularly true in non-naturally occurring organisms like Nancy or most of the research plants on Arcadia. By applying what we know, we can fix this within the hour. All I need to wait for is the analytics team to put together some metrics to go along with the physical mapping, so we can address this on a person-by-person basis and an aggregate basis at the same time. The trends and patterns we see will inform how we deal with the rescue.
Viola still didn't know exactly what Ramesh was talking about when he mentioned the analytics team, but the way the word rescue effortlessly rolled off his tongue was music to her ears. A certain glimmer in Ramesh's eye quietly suggested that he may have been viewing this as more than a problem to be solved, and perhaps as a road to the redemption he sought following recent regrettable events. Having lost standing and respect in the eyes of many for acting selfishly by dangerously expediting the Nancy project without permission during his final months on Terradox, Ramesh Kohli most definitely had some redeeming to do. His own reputation had suffered far more damage than his family's as a whole, largely since his daughter Nisha and wife Farah were admired for what they brought to the table in their own right. But his son Vijay hadn't looked at him the same way since the Nancy project came to an unceremonious end. This had been far harder for Ramesh to take than the similar looks he'd been getting from others, but without question, his driving motivation was liberating his son from the confines of the BMC and seeing him again in person, whatever the look on his face. "Mr. Harrington? Mr. Kohli?" Bradley Reinhardt announced from his work console at the back of the communications office. "The toxic compound has been identified, and we can now track its spread to pinpoint the areas with the highest concentration of the pathogen. The analytics team have pushed some data to our maps already." No one knew if pathogen was really the right word, but they understood the intended meaning, and it seemed as good a descriptor as any other. Bradley pulled up the data, presented as a top-down visual layout of the BMC. Carefully designed, the development was divisible into sectors by a series of concentric circles. The outermost circle, encompassing an outdoor area as well as a number of rooms, was marked GZ. "This is Ground Zero," he explained. "This is where a small patch of soil was breached and the pathogen entered the BMC's controlled atmosphere. The consensus is that Christian is broadly right in what he said. We can talk details later, but it seems as though the lack of zonal divisions deep underground allowed roots to spread, and the wrong kind of soil combined with the wrong kind of air has led to an unexpected mutation. These aren't natural plants, and this isn't natural soil, as you've been saying. All open soil across Arcadia has been automatically and temporarily sealed off from the atmosphere at large by basic Romotech cloaking, so this shouldn't happen anywhere else." "I don't know what those readings mean," Viola readily admitted, as she gazed at unintelligible numerical data and Latin-looking words full of X's and Y's and L's. "From what I'm hearing, these are toxins," Bradley said, "and the readings are alarming." "That one right there's the culprit," Robert said, scanning the whole screen and then pointing to a barely pronounceable word next to the number 3.203. "A reading of 1 would mean the concentration was at the absolute limit of acceptable exposure. A reading of 2 would mean the concentration was double the absolute limit of acceptable exposure." "For how long?" Peter asked, speaking for all of the others. "A minute."
"But that's just health and safety stuff," Ramesh said, trying to diminish Robert's concern. "It's like the recommended dose for vitamins or medicine. You can have a lot more than it says. The thresholds are conservatively low. My map on the wall is going to let us track each individual's condition and enact an individualized plan of
"The current air toxicity at Ground Zero is 3 times the limit and still growing, Ramesh," Robert interrupted. "That isn't something we can dismiss out of hand. If we don't do anything to deal with this on a broad and non-individual scale, the people in that sector will definitely be dead within the hour, and that's not speculation." These words were very alarming in themselves, but the urgency was underlined by the fact that the figure, previously 3.203,
was already 3.211 by the time Ramesh finished his explanation. After a few seconds of pensive silence, Viola shared a thought.
We know that some people are seriously ill, but so far they're all inside the Ground Zero sector, correct?
Bradley nodded.
But we don't know if whatever they're suffering from can be transmitted human to human, or if the toxin could eventually make its way through the romotech barriers we've put up to keep it in place.
There are a lot of things we don't know, Robert answered on Bradley's behalf. Viola turned to Ramesh.
If this had happened within a microsphere in the primosphere, if a plant had mutated in a way you didn't expect, and suddenly released toxins into the air, you could have dealt with it, right? You could have majorly and instantaneously modified conditions to eliminate what essentially would have been a biological and, well, killable problem?
Easily, Ramesh said. I can see why you ask, because eliminating the problem at Ground Zero really should eliminate it altogether before there is any prospect of further mutation or pathogenic spread. I could do the same here if there weren't any people in that sector, but naturally whatever kills the problem also kills the people.
Further mutation could endanger everyone on Arcadia, Viola said, not just everyone deeper inside the BMC. Bradley, exactly how many people are inside that sector? How many people are at Ground Zero?
14, he said. An oppressive silence circled the room.
How many children?
She pressed. Bradley gulped. None. Viola's face whitened as she turned to gauge the reactions of her husband and her father. The two were looking at each other.
Sometimes there's no good option, she said,
drawing their attention.
Sometimes you have to do a really bad thing.
Chapter 29. For a few tense moments, no one shot down Viola's idea of sacrificing the few for the benefit of the many.
I watched Holly shoot Remy Bouchard when he was standing in the way of saving Boyce's hostages, she said,
trying to justify her difficult suggestion against the oppressive glances of her friends and family.
Sometimes it has to be done.
We have the option of a full evacuation, Robert said, still stopping short of dismissing the alternative out of hand. All non-essential personnel currently on the safe side of the line can be loaded into... Ramesh sighed out a loud interruption. Robert, until I have full data from the analytics team, we won't know if some people who are on the safe side of the line now might be carrying something they picked up earlier, when they ventured into the BMC for their own appointments earlier today. The incubation period, if this is even a virus, would only have to be a few hours for that to be a major problem. We would have to quarantine before we think...
Under no circumstances is Arcadia being evacuated today,
Viola interjected.
For one thing, we're not giving up. For two, like Ramesh just said, people have already been exposed to whatever is causing this. We're not bringing sickness to Earth or Terradox. But right now, I'm concerned with making sure that sickness doesn't reach Katie. You can talk about cloaks blocking anything else coming up from the soil. You can talk about sectors and barriers stopping pathogens from reaching other parts of the BMC. But we didn't see this problem coming before it hit us.
Instead of evacuating, we could put everyone in the mound, Ramesh suggested. We do need to lock everything down, Peter chimed in. Ideas were now flying from all angles and often competing with each other, but he was apparently in agreement with Ramesh at least. Viola shook her head.
I want that space for these people, everyone we get out of the BMC. Everyone else will be comfortable enough either where they are or at home if we want to go into full lockdown, but it's a lot easier and more sensible to move hundreds of people who might be infected than tens of thousands of people who almost definitely aren't.
She turned to Bradley.
Can you make sure the people in charge of the mound are ready for an influx once we deal with this? And Dad, we'll need a clear pathway blocked off between the BMC and the mound so we can move people without exposing them to the wider atmosphere. And maybe more importantly, without exposing the external atmosphere to whatever they might be carrying. We can quarantine them there until we know for sure that they're okay.
This idea of Viola's was better received, given its inherent logic and lack of moral dubiousness. No one had to ask why she chose the mound as a suggested site for quarantining survivors from the BMC. It was self-enclosed, it was enormous, and it was already fully stocked with emergency provisions and beds for far more people than they'd be sending there.
Robert nodded in assent to agree that the mound, constructed as an emergency refuge against atmospheric problems, could indeed be used to house those exposed to the mysterious pathogen. Somewhat ironically, any such quarantining would in effect be protecting the external environment from anything the exposed individuals may have been carrying, rather than the other way around, but no one was in much mood for irony.
"But first we need to get them out," Peter said. "Because as much as I can understand your first idea, we can't even think about doing that. We need to get everyone out alive. And one thing Grav always talked about in any kind of hostage situation or other rescue scenario was mitigation before liberation. Romesh, you said the analytics team are working on adding a whole lot of detail to the map you just put up. And Robert, surely you must be working on isolating individuals if they show any symptoms. In fact, is it feasible to give everyone in the BMC a security bubble like we had on Earth?"
"Yes and no," Robert said. "Well, just yes, but with no benefit. Those bubbles, the solospheres, can't be counted on. They're designed to protect the wearer from attacks, not toxins. What you definitely can't count on is running inside the BMC without risking bringing the toxin back out with us. The logistics of this mean that it's one case when you two can't suit up and rush in, risking your lives but saving the day. Not this time." Roger didn't mean this in any pejorative sense, respecting the risks Peter and Viola had taken in the past. In their multiple misadventures of years gone by, this had tended to be the way things played out, but both could understand his explanation of the difference this time. They didn't fully agree, but they saw where he was coming from. Young Bradley Reinhardt, still huddled over his work console, raised a hand to beckon Romesh again while the others continued to talk. Peter was mulling something over and shared it before the thought had finished processing.
"Once we have a secure pathway to the mound, I'll be willing to go in. I'll go to quarantine with the others if that's what it takes. If passing through ground zero isn't going to work, what about going in from altitude and dropping through the BMC's ceiling?"
Robert appeared pensive for a few seconds until his attention was caught by Romesh's suddenly animated expression at the other side of the room.
"If someone can get me in the air and on the roof, I'll gladly go down to lift people out from the inner sectors," Peter continued.
"We'll go down to get people out," Viola said. Peter narrowed his eyes.
"You could barely lift Katie."
"I said get them out, not lift them out," she replied. "There's a lot more to this than physically removing people. Emotions will be running higher than you can imagine in there. Everyone will want to be taken out first, or to have their child taken out first. Even if everything else goes well and we're able to go in, it's not going to be easy."
"Guys,"
Romesh called, encouraging the others towards Bradley's work console. "This is the breakthrough. Peter, with this, we can mitigate." Romesh immediately hurried towards the virtual screen he had earlier placed on the room's largest wall and tapped a few options on his wristband to fill it with the all-important incoming data. Robert turned towards Romesh's information-packed screen and nodded with determination. "Bradley, put a call out for someone who's qualified enough and selfless enough to fly at altitude and hover over the BMC in the knowledge they'll be quarantined afterwards for who knows how long." He turned to Viola, then Peter. "Because as soon as Romesh is finished mitigating, it's time to start liberating." Chapter 30. The wall-sized map Romesh Kohli stood before now displayed several new pieces of priceless information on each mapped individual, including an aggregate symptomatic score which estimated how affected each was by the toxins at the edge of the BMC. It was too early to discern exactly why certain people appeared more symptomatic than those alongside them in the same room, but Romesh and Robert both acted with enough confidence in the data that the others followed suit in taking it at face value. If there had been time to explain, Bradley would have relayed the information he'd been given by Arcadia's analytics team, which explained that each individual's wristband collected sufficient data to make such estimates. The aggregate score wasn't calculated in isolation, of course, but rather by taking a reading of the individual's current heart rate and temperature, as well as several other basic metrics, and comparing the recent changes in their data to the general average of everyone within the BMC. It was hoped that this comparative approach would account for stress-related changes, particularly when cross-referenced with each individual's baseline readings and historic responses to stress, It was at times like this that the wristband's data monitoring came into their own, and the fact that all Arcadians who had been quarantined on Earth for 6 months prior to their arrival had worn their wristbands during that entire period meant there was plenty of data to be drawn upon. Visually, the pattern was obvious. Individuals closest to the outer edges of the BMC were by and large the most symptomatic. The dots representing those within the Ground Zero sector were all blood red, while most of those representing people within Katie's inner sector were emerald green.
"This is what we thought," Peter said, taking in the vast map and correctly assuming what it all meant. "But why are there a few people in the inner sectors with yellow and orange dots? Are they just more susceptible? Were they in Ground Zero when something happened?"
Responding to this question with an action rather than offering a direct response, Ramesh returned to Bradley Reinhardt's work console and commandeered it to make a request for the analytics team to trace the generalized movement patterns of everyone trapped in the BMC to look for commonalities between those worst affected. In his mind, it made sense to think that those marked by yellow or orange dots had perhaps been in or near Ground Zero when the toxins initially emerged from the soil, and that they had made it deeper inside the BMC before any Romotech barriers were put in place. One major positive for the group of observers was that toxicity levels did not appear to be rising noticeably within the BMC's inner sectors, including the most central of all where Katie Ospinov and dozens of others were currently trapped. The same certainly couldn't be said for Ground Zero, where things were looking graver and graver by the minute.
"This last piece of data will be with us in a minute or two," Ramesh said, attempting to calm the impatience he expected to see when he turned back to the others. "And it's going to help us majorly. But in the meantime, Bradley, have any pilots volunteered yet for the rescue mission?"
Bradley shook his head. "It's only been a minute, though."
"We don't have a lot of minutes,"
Ramesh sighed, fiddling with his own wristband.
"So, short of any other options?"
"He's going to ask Nisha," Peter whispered to Viola. The only reason Ramesh didn't confirm that Peter was correct was that he didn't hear his guess, and seconds later he was indeed speaking to his daughter and asking if she felt mentally up to a task she was highly trained to undertake and highly capable of successfully completing.
"Peter and Viola will be right there with you, and this is the best chance we have of getting Vijay, Katie, and everyone else out of there. The downside is that you'll have to be quarantined with them in the mound for an undetermined length of time." "I'm in," Nisha's voice decisively boomed through her father's wristband. Peter Ospinov pumped his fist and looked to the sky in thanks, as though the mission was already complete. Accessing the inner sectors of the BMC from above would be possible for the same reason there was any problem in the first place, namely because the microspheres which divided Arcadia into confined atmospheric zones did not extend from the romosphere's core to its outer cloak, as was the case with Terradox's fixed zonal divisions. Though no one mentioned it, there was more than a hint of irony in that fact that the cause of their problem could also enable the solution. "Nisha, get here now," Ramesh spoke into his wristband. "We need you."
Nisha replied with haste.
"I'm on my way, and I'm not far."
For a few moments, silence circled. At last, it felt like progress was being made. "Ramesh," Robert began, "this map is live and fully reactive, correct? I can place a barrier exactly as I could from my own office."
"Absolutely. In fact, since you granted full permissions, I could do the same. Why? What are you thinking?"
"I'm thinking that I don't want to enact a full-scale lockdown across the whole of Arcadia," Robert said. "But I'm also thinking that it's too early to rule out the possibility of the toxin bleeding out. I want to place further ringed barriers around the whole BMC, and also to prepare the pathway for the rescue vehicle to carry survivors to the mound. And again, I want that to be a thick barrier with multiple layers. Do you want to take care of that, or shall I?"
"Go ahead,"
Ramesh said. And so Robert did, effortlessly placing Romotech barriers with the mere drag of a finger. The others watched in amazement, all of them but Bradley having been around the inner circle for long enough to remember how much more difficult an undertaking the creation of such microspheric barriers had been during the dramatic incident in Terradox's Little Venus zone, which almost claimed Chase Jackson's life among many others. It was Bo, currently hurtling towards an asteroid at Chase's side, whose tireless work had enabled the first microspheres so many years ago, and his efforts were paying off, even in his physical absence. "Shit!" Bradley cursed, recapturing everyone's attention. Guys? The very worst hit people were all in Ground Zero at the same time, which is when the toxins breached the soil, if that's even the right way to say it. Some of them are now further inside, as we can see. But the bad news is that there are people with yellow and orange dots who were nowhere near Ground Zero at the wrong time, but who have been in extended proximity to the red people who were. "You're not telling us it's fucking contagious," Peter grunted. "We still don't really know what it is," Robert answered on Bradley's behalf. "If it was a virus, this could be a sign that it was contagious. But it could be physical spores or, I don't know, residue on the skin or clothes of the carriers. It doesn't mean that one person is passing an infection that's in them to someone else. It could just be that the cause of the infection is on them, if you follow my thought. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because—" "No, it doesn't matter," Ramesh interrupted. "With respect, Robert, right now it really doesn't. What matters now, with this in mind, is decisively isolating the symptomatic from the healthy. I think we should communicate with them via the BMC's PA system, and try to herd people into groups based on their current readings, then place barriers between those groups. Is everyone in agreement? We'll essentially be creating sectors within sectors based on the currently available data." Robert nodded, grateful rather than offended that Ramesh had interrupted him. He announced more details of the plan as they came to him, beginning with the crucial point of sugarcoating reality to avoid carnage. If people knew why some of them were being grouped together, they wouldn't cooperate, he reasoned. No one disagreed with his logic, or with the mild deception of the white lies that would be necessary for the greater good. Wasting no more time, he told Viola that she should be the one to make the initial public announcement. Everyone agreed with this. Her voice would be the one most gladly received. He then told her exactly what to say, going so far as to digitally write it on one of the room's empty walls so she wouldn't forget the agreed-upon wording. When Viola steadied her voice to speak, everyone else gathered around Bradley to watch via the live video feed he had just pulled up. Although this was less informative than the previously displayed map in a data-driven sense, the expressions of helplessness and fear on the trapped individuals' faces added a whole new dimension. None of them had heard from the outside since Robert first informed them of a temporary and cautionary lockdown, part of which involved a block on their wristbands' incoming and outgoing communications ability. That decision hadn't been taken lightly, and had only been taken at all on the basis that he wanted to avoid any panic on either side of the BMC's barriers, and to manage the way the situation was relayed rather than to let the story come out of its own accord. His idea had largely worked, since as it stood, the Arcadian population at large didn't know that anything was majorly wrong. Questions were being asked as to why no one in the BMC was reachable or trackable, but the fact that an infrastructure stress test had been scheduled for the day explained this away in the minds of most Arcadians, who readily and automatically assumed it was all part of the test. Peter stood at Viola's side and told her that she could do it and had done countless more difficult things in the past. His words didn't apply any more pressure, and did in fact serve their desired purpose, increasing her confidence. "Hi, everyone. This is Viola," she said, swallowing away any last remaining doubts. The children, whose faces were visible on the video feed, all smiled instinctively at the welcome presence of a voice they knew so well. The adults, many of them those children's parents, were clearly more cautious and hesitant to assume that any good news was coming. "We've identified the problem that popped up earlier, and we're ready to start getting you out of there. For this to work smoothly, all we need is for everyone to pay attention to their wristbands and follow the personalized directions that come your way. There is logic behind where you'll all be asked to stand, and the logic is to make sure we can get you all to safety as quickly and as efficiently as possible. I'm separated from Katie right now, and darling, we're coming. And because of the way this is going to work, some of you might be separated from your friends or family for a very short time. It has to be this way, and you're all going to get out of there before long. How long before long actually is will depend partly on how closely you can all follow these instructions, okay? So please, do what your wristbands say. Whoever you can see now, you'll still be able to see, but we will be placing temporary Romotech barriers across areas of each room to divide you into the groups we need you in. There's no time to explain everything right now, but everyone is getting out of there, and I'll see you all soon. Peter and I are coming to get you personally, and this is all going to be over soon. Stay strong."
"Perfect," Robert said, apparently glad rather than merely indifferent that Viola had gone off script to add conversational and repetitive touches at certain stages of the announcement. Bradley was already at work sending out messages directly to countless wristbands with instructions on where people should stand. At Ramesh's request, he also asked people to stay several feet apart from each other, stressing that this applied to parents and their children as much as it did to everyone else. Robert watched Ramesh's wall map like a hawk, and began to place microspheric romotech barriers between the newly emergent groups, further protecting those currently represented by green dots, and perhaps further damning those represented by red. Minutes later, everyone inside the BMC had followed the personalized directions on their wristbands and made their way to the specified area of the room they were already in, further compartmentalizing the giant live map. It was an odd thing to see. The dots in the rooms generally got redder as they got further from the BMC's center and closer to ground zero, but within each other zone there were concentrations of each color in varying proportions. While Katie Ospinov, Patch Hawthorne, VJ Coley, and most other children were in the safest sector of the BMC, even their central room contained several orange dots. No one in their room was red, at least, but everyone understood that the data readings weren't static. With this in mind, Ramesh and Robert worked to ensure that anyone who reached a symptomatic score worthy of a red dot would be automatically isolated by the creation of new barriers within the existing divisions. This additional last-ditch safeguard to protect others was why everyone in the BMC had been asked to stay at least a few feet apart, just enough for a barrier to be automatically placed between them should the need arise. The door of the shipyard's communications office swung open fiercely, startling everyone until their surprise turned to relief that Nisha was here and looked like she meant business.
"Let's do this,"
she said. Relief faded from Robert Harrington as it sunk in that Viola really was about to voluntarily enter the BMC. He attempted to look calm for her sake and wished her well, along with the equally brave and arguably foolhardy Nisha and Peter. Ramesh told Nisha that he would see her soon, and didn't expect the necessary post-rescue quarantine period to be too long, based on what he'd heard from the teams in botany and analytics. More information on the mutated plants responsible for the ongoing chaos was coming in all the time, and as it did, Robert began calling upon his habitat management experience to gradually amend conditions within the worst-hit sectors in an attempt to eliminate the toxin, or at least weaken its effects. Ramesh's experience with his ill-fated Nancy project assisted in this endeavor, which both men had been discussing intently prior to Nisha's arrival. The previously mooted option of starving the toxin of oxygen no longer seemed as inherently dangerous to the people in the sectors in question as it had at the time, following assurance from some leading Arcadian botanists that dropping oxygen levels to the borderline of human safety could prove sufficient, due to what they could gather about the plant's unusual mutations. As had been made only too obvious during the rescue mission Peter and Viola carried out along with Holly inside Terradox's isolation compound, however, the pace of change to the oxygen levels an individual was exposed to played a part almost as important as the raw percentage of atmospheric oxygen, and for this reason, Robert wasn't sure such an approach would work. He hoped that slowly reducing the atmospheric oxygen in Ground Zero in particular could at least arrest the worsening of the health of those trapped within that sector by weakening the toxin, but he feared that going at a pace safe enough to avoid hypoxia-like symptoms would be too slow to prevent those in question from succumbing to their existing symptoms. Time was ticking, and a rescue from above certainly appeared to be everyone's best option.
"Keep an eye on things," Peter said directly to Robert. "This is a team effort."
Robert shook his hand. "You can do it," he said.
"We're all going to do it,"
Peter said, holding Robert's eyes.
"I know this isn't easy for you. I have Katie in there, but you have Katie in there, and Bo somewhere out in space with Chase. You're handling this better than me or Chase could, and I mean that."
Robert nodded. He liked Peter, and almost always had. Their arguments were rare and seldom serious, with only the most recent stress-induced bust-up ever having threatened to boil over. That all seemed beyond trivial now, and had been utterly forgotten.
As the door swung closed behind the trio of departing rescuers and they walked towards one of the shipyard's waiting TE-900s, Nisha had one final question.
Does Holly know we're doing this?
No, Viola said.
But if she was here, she'd be coming with us.
Chapter 31. There was more to the rescue plan than simply showing up at the BMC and hoping it all worked out, with some of the details of the extremely time-sensitive mission clarified only during the trio's flight. Katie and VJ, confined together, would be in the initial batch of evacuees. They quite simply had to be, and anyone who disagreed was unlikely to make their views known in Peter's presence. In any case, it was almost certain that the youngest members of the Ospinov and Coley families, respectively, would have been in the first evacuation group even if they weren't who they were. Confined in the most central sector of the BMC, and both exhibiting relatively few signs of symptoms, they were among the lowest risk and theoretically healthiest individuals awaiting rescue. Due to a short-term lack of certainty about the severity of the toxin once it took hold, it had been decided that the priority would be removing those who were yet to display evident symptoms. As Peter stepped into the TE-900, he kept to himself his harrowing memories of filling a similar TE-500 vehicle with the corpses of slain security guards on Terradox during David Boyce's bloody coup attempt. There would be no repeat of those scenes today. Peter would see to that. Nisha followed a direct route to the BMC, flying at sufficient altitude to avoid any microspheric barriers. Robert and Ramesh stayed in touch during the relatively short duration of the flight, breaking the slightly unsettling news that a considerable number of individuals within the BMC had seemingly become more symptomatic. No one was dead, at least there was that, and Robert happily reported that the already seriously affected individuals within Ground Zero had not gotten any worse.
I'm going down first in case there's a problem, Peter announced as the TE-900 neared its destination. And V, I'm not suggesting that. I'm telling you that's how it is.
Viola didn't argue. Right on cue, Robert temporarily weakened the upper part of the Romotech barrier which surrounded the BMC's central sector, allowing the TE-900 to effortlessly descend and touch down on the roof. Perhaps for the best, the trio had come in too high to see the dead canaries outside the BMC's main entrance. In physical terms, Peter expected his entry to be the most challenging part of the mission. There was no real access point over this particular sector, necessitating a forced entry through a skylight. His landing wouldn't be comfortable, but Peter didn't expect it to be truly difficult. And if this proved to be the hardest thing he had to deal with over the next few hours, he would be a happy man indeed.
Remember to bend your knees,
Viola said, her final words as Peter gazed out of the stationary vehicle's window towards the skylight.
Remember to wait until I raise a ladder and come down on that instead of jumping down after me, he replied with a chuckle. But don't worry about me. I know how to land.
With the area directly below the skylight cleared by Robert's careful intrasector zoning, Peter took it upon himself to smash his way in. This part wasn't difficult. The skylight hadn't had to be reinforced for any security or insulation-related purposes, and the excited cheers that followed the sound of smashing glass filled his heart. He was almost there. It looked like more of a drop than he'd expected, a good 15 feet, but there was no going back now. And Peter hadn't been lying when he said he knew how to land, so he thought little of the drop until he felt his left ankle buckle on impact.
"Fuck!"
he yelled.
"Oh, shit!"
No one was disturbed by the language, but the fall hadn't been pretty. Peter grimaced and pushed himself to his feet, scanning the room until he saw her. At that point, the pain receded for a beautiful moment as Katie came into his view.
The barrier surrounding Sector 1, Group 1 has been lifted, Ramesh Kohli's voice relayed through the speakers.
Daddy! Katie squealed with excitement, unaware that his ankle was badly sprained given that his expression appeared so suddenly serene. She ran towards him, his smile growing with each of her giddy steps. But then, a new pain hit Peter. It wasn't physical. It was worse. This was the pain of helplessness, of sudden and total helplessness. For as his daughter reached a distance of barely 10 feet from him, she collapsed backwards, crying loud and hard, having collided with an invisible barrier. Patch Hawthorne and VJ Coley, as well as everyone else from Group 1, continued well beyond the point where Katie had stopped. She rose to her feet, holding her sore nose and still crying, but couldn't get past the barrier. The adults from her group surrounded her, quickly marking the extent of the small, chamber-like barrier. "Ramesh, talk to me!" Peter yelled, knowing everyone in the shipyard's communications office would hear him. "It's an automatic barrier," Ramesh said, slowly forcing out the words. "Peter, it's the symptoms. She just turned red." Chapter 32. "Override it!" Peter yelled. "Robert, Ramesh, override it!" Before a reply came, he heard Viola's voice.
"Someone get me the ladder!"
Kayla Hawthorne, who had taken Katie to the BMC along with her own son Patch, hurried to the extendable ladder and passed it up so Viola could lean it against the side of the broken skylight. With others supporting it from below, Viola rushed down the ladder and towards her now truly trapped daughter.
"Everyone get back," she said. "Peter, especially you. You need to help everyone else."
Peter knew Viola well enough to know she was sure about whatever she was thinking, and he moved away as quickly as the others.
"Dad," Viola went on, "add a manual barrier around me and Katie, and then manually override the automatic one around Katie. Don't waste a single second saying no, because I'm not leaving her."
5 seconds later, the force field-like Romotech barrier between them, which both were leaning against, disappeared.
"I'm here now,"
Viola said, holding Katie tighter than she'd ever held anyone or anything.
"We're going to be okay, darling, and we're going to be together."
Peter could only watch on, the initial relief of their daughter no longer being alone quickly replaced by the painful realization that he was now separated from not only her, but also from Viola.
"You need to do what we came here to do,"
Viola told him, speaking over Katie's shoulder.
"You need to get as many people out of here as you can."
Pavel Mack, a longtime Ospanov family friend and ever-reliable security officer, walked to Peter's side and assured him that he could take over from here and assist others into the rescue vehicle parked overhead. "What's the story?" Peter shouted, clearly talking to Robert and Ramesh. "Talk to me!" His wristband buzzed almost instantly, and he held it to his ear to hear a reply that Robert didn't want to announce publicly. "A lot of people are getting worse, Peter, but no one is getting gravely worse. We've stabilized the toxicity level of Ground Zero, so we're confident nowhere is going to get worse than it was at the peak. We're not out of the woods, but the woods don't look as dark as they did. The mound is ready to take people into different areas depending on their condition, and we can't change the plan. Green people first, at least until we have multiple vehicles in the air at once. A team from the shipyard have delivered 4 more TE-900s to just outside the extent of the BMC exclusion zone, and there are people in there who can fly. This way we can evacuate a lot more people at once. Ask for pilots and make sure they're in the first evacuation. Then they can come back for more people. Are you able to move okay on that ankle?" "We'll worry about that later," Peter said, loudly answering a question no one else had heard. "But if all the groups are isolated and I'm exposed anyway, am I right in thinking I can move between sectors now? Because no one else in this room can fly." "For now, you can move into the rooms immediately connected to the one you're in," Robert replied. "We're still working to further stabilize the sectors closer to Ground Zero. The need for pilots is so great that we'll manually release any who are showing as yellow, but we can't stretch to orange." Peter nodded. "You'll all be coming soon," he announced to the whole room. "But right now I need some pilots. Kids and parents only. Start going with Pavel. I'll be back with however many pilots I can find, and then we'll fill however many more seats we have. But listen to me. Everyone will be out of here soon."
"Daddy?"
Katie called just before Peter set off to the first connected room. "Yes, sweetheart."
"You can do it."
Chapter 33. The physical pain in Peter Ospanov's ankle was like nothing he had ever felt. and the doctors present in the 3 rooms currently accessible to him regretfully relayed that no usefully powerful painkillers were stored in any of those rooms. He had no option but to suck it up, and no desire other than to do just that. Peter came across only 2 individuals capable of piloting a TE-900, but this immediately tripled the number of rescue journeys which could be carried out simultaneously once the first evacuees reached the other vehicles at the edge of the exclusion zone.
"I'll be back soon," Peter promised Katie and Viola as he painfully ascended the ladder to escort the first batch of evacuees from the BMC.
Viola insisted that she felt perfectly fine and encouraged Peter to make his way to the mound and rest his foot, insisting that they would be okay. Pavel tried to make a similar point, but Peter was having none of it. He left Nisha's TE-900 when she landed expertly at the other vehicles, at which point he entered one of those with its pilot to make his way back to the BMC in order to continue the mass evacuation, while Nisha took the first batch to the mound. BJ thanked Peter for saving everyone, to which Peter replied that his role was smaller than both Nisha's and Romesh's, and that BJ should look closer to home if he was looking for a hero this time out. The boy didn't respond, apparently thinking quite deeply, but Nisha gave Peter an appreciative wink via her rearview mirror. Emergency staff were already on hand at the mound to assist with the arrival of Nisha's first evacuees, and she knew which area to bring them to in accordance with its internal divisions. When Peter reached the BMC again and came face to face with Viola and Katie once more, a new announcement from Robert filled the air to announce that 2 further rooms would be opened. One selfless pilot, who himself had been represented as a yellow dot prior to leaving, had since turned green, but remained willing to carry higher-risk evacuees than the green dot individuals who filled the other 2 TE-900s. This left the initial 5 central rooms all but empty, with only a few other red dots besides Katie still waiting to be evacuated. Viola informed Peter that she still felt fine, but that Robert had told her that she was now yellow and getting more symptomatic. Peter had faith in Robert and Romesh, as well as the unseen botanists and analysts working tirelessly behind the scenes, to come up with rapid solutions, and fell back upon the single-minded focus of saving those he could save as quickly as possible. His mind returned to his family as soon as his next batch of evacuees were in the air, however, and he was utterly ecstatic to hear from Robert that Katie's measurable physical symptoms were in decline. His flight to the mound was not short, but passed more comfortably than it would have without this news. With more people awaiting rescue, however, he couldn't yet step inside the enormous complex which would be used to quarantine the survivors for an indeterminate time. What mattered now was making sure that everyone inside the BMC would be among those survivors. Each TE-900 had so far been overloaded beyond its official permitted capacity, and only one more 3-vehicle evacuation would be necessary. One of those vehicles would contain only the individuals who had been represented by red dots at some stage of the day, and the fact that some of them had since seen their color soften to orange was a further sign that the atmospheric amendments made by Robert and Romesh from a virtual screen in the shipyard really had come up trumps. The final, passengerless flight back to the BMC gave Peter time to think about just how incredible it was that technology had come so far in so short a time. More specifically, he thought, it was the huge leap in their grasp of romo-technology that was making all of the difference. Inquiries into what had gone wrong in the BMC would raise uncomfortable questions for everyone. Peter knew that, and he supported it. But the positive potential of Romotech had scarcely been more apparent than it was right now, albeit only in dealing with a problem caused by a lack of care in other areas. Peter's wristband buzzed as he neared the BMC for the last time, announcing a call from Robert. During it, Robert informed him that all remaining barriers were going to be removed at once. Toxicity in all sectors, including Ground Zero, was now within broadly acceptable bounds, Robert said, and this would be the quickest and best way to get everyone out of there and into their isolated sector of the mound.
"This has been one hell of a stress test," Peter said, raising a laugh from the normally reserved and currently preoccupied Robert.
"Well, Peter, at least we passed." Now it was Peter's turn to laugh.
"It's almost like we work better as a team than when we're at each other's throats," he said more soberly. "And that goes for you too, Romesh."
"I knew all that practice I had messing with Nancy would come in handy," Romesh replied with a self-deprecating chuckle. "But you're right. This was a team effort. Ollie would be proud.
We've not done it yet, Peter thought, as his TE-900 landed on the BMC's roof one final time. He descended via the superior ladder which had been brought in from another room and which required no human support, unlike the first. As soon as he touched the ground, his ankle painfully protesting each step, he walked back towards Katie and Viola. On 3, I'm going to lift the remaining barriers, Romesh announced over the PA system. To everyone in the outer sector in particular, but to all of you who knew your movements were being restricted to aid us in our efforts to make this work, we can't thank you enough for your patience and your trust that we would get you out of here. Without your compliance, this wouldn't have been possible. Now, on 3. By 1, Katie was beaming. By 2, she was ready to move. On 3, she was landing in Peter's arms and knocking him to the ground with the strength of her pounce. Be careful, Viola cautioned, wary of his injured foot. But lying on the ground with Katie in his arms, the last thing on Peter's mind was the ankle, which he would soon learn to be suffering from a moderate fracture rather than a mere sprain. All he could feel were her arms tight around his neck and her heartbeat fast against his own. He looked up and saw Viola being warmly embraced by the other survivors who were flooding the central sector, all delighted to be freed and eternally grateful that she had come to save them in the first place. I knew you'd come back, Katie said, crying gently out of sheer relief. I always will, sweetheart, Peter replied, catching Viola's joyous eyes as she pointed the others towards the ladder. I always will. Chapter 34. Chase Jackson, a great distance from Arcadia, and with no idea of the drama that had unfolded there in recent days, had never felt a level of anticipation anything like the rush he felt right now. Asteroid NGB-2 was now before his very eyes, with the most daring landing in the history of manned spaceflight barely a minute away from its commencement. His only passenger, Bo Harrington, was equally unaware that hundreds of people were currently quarantined in Arcadia's mound development, much less that his sister and niece were among them. Both young men were thus utterly focused on the task at hand, recovering a dead probe and collecting samples which could forever change humanity's understanding of its own place in the universe. Rachel Berry, the mission's only other participant, was currently out of their sight in a carrier of her own, positioned further along the asteroid's path as per the cautionary plan. This is what it's all about, Chase said, gazing out at the asteroid, far larger than he imagined, and preparing to trust a lot to the carrier he was piloting. You ready? Bo turned to him, a smile crossing his lips. I mean, we've come all this way. I suppose we might as well see what's down there. With no further ado, Chase initiated the carrier's automated final approach and landing. Human crews had landed on asteroids in the past, but they had always been far more slow-moving than NGB-2. Carriers don't make mistakes, he said as they hurtled directly towards their target. It's not going to miss. Moments later, he might just wish it had. Chapter 35. Chase? Bo! Can you hear me? Rachel Berry's shaky voice blurted out. Having watched their carrier crash impactfully into the asteroid, she feared that she already knew the answer. The myriad red lights on her own carrier's communications dashboard suggested that her colleagues had graver problems than being able to hear her, but that thought only made her heart race even faster. We're okay, Bo's voice replied, firm but distant due to the damage his carrier had sustained. Okay, Chase echoed. We're fucked. The carrier completely lost control of itself. Rachel, there's no way this thing is taking off. We're going to be lucky if the structure is still intact. Both of the landers are offline. They can't sustain the same level of impact as the main body. So we're not going anywhere unless you can somehow get a lander down a lot more gently than this carrier was able to get itself down. We're okay, Bo repeated more insistently. Neither of us are hurt. Thank the Lord for small mercies, Rachel thought as she immediately redirected her carrier to intercept the comet's path. Rachel, We're going to need you to drop one of your emergency landers, Chase said, back in control of himself. If it reaches us in one piece, we can leave in that. The rover should be okay, so we're still going to venture out for the probe, no matter what. Even if we can't leave, we can still find what we came for.
I'm on it,
Rachel promised. They were too far from Earth, Arcadia, Terradox, and the Venus station to seek advice or approval from anyone else. Such was the time sensitivity of their current predicament. But for the purposes of this mission, she and Chase were in charge of their own actions and decisions in any case.
I'm going to get the rover ready to take us outside, Bo announced, leaving Chase's side as he spoke. Rachel, once you're close, you're not going to be able to keep within range of this asteroid for long. We need to be ready to launch in the lander you send down as soon as you send it, because a lot more can go wrong if we end up relying on redocking with the carrier at speed rather than as we're taking off. Everyone agreed?
Chase nodded. Get on it. We're just going out there to recover the probe and grab some samples from the area where it collected them. The analysis will come when we're back on the carrier, on the way back to Arcadia. Rachel, what's your ETA?
Even if I fly out along its path to maximize the time until it catches up and gets as close to me as it will, we're only looking at 40 minutes, she said. Then another few minutes for the lander to reach you. Is that long enough for you to do what you need to do out there?
Chase looked out of his window at the alien surface of the asteroid, whose darkness positively swallowed the carrier's bright outward-pointing lights. Well, I guess it's going to have to be. Chapter 36. I can't believe we're driving on an asteroid, Chase mused, fully suited up and sitting in the rover's passenger seat while Bo drove with the most focused expression of his life.
This is a simulator, Bo said, almost robotically and without so much as diverting his gaze. I've done this 1,000,000 times before.
Chase didn't say anything else, correctly recognizing that Bo was in the zone during a testing drive across very difficult conditions. The rover's suspension and ability to excel in low gravity were tested to the limit, but Chase had confidence in the vehicle for the simple reason that it had been designed and tested by Bo, the single greatest mind Chase had come across during a decade surrounded by brilliant researchers and scientists. The accuracy of the carrier's botched landing, essentially it crashed in the right place, made the drive mercifully short. Indeed, the rover reached the dead probe a full 10 minutes before Rachel was due to come into reach with the emergency landers, which presented their last hope of escape and survival. At the press of a few buttons, Bo sent some drones outward to illuminate the area around the dead probe. It showed clear signs of landing damage, so much so that both men were surprised and impressed that it had managed to send any data back to Arcadia before packing in. The jagged terrain of the asteroid alone shouldn't have posed too many problems, and Chase could only assume that its speed was what had led to the difficulties faced by not only the probe, but by the much larger and more robust carrier. But right now, what mattered was collecting the probe and a sample of its surroundings. The reason for Chase's presence on the hellish rock was the incredible discovery suggested by the probe's own analysis of its surroundings, and his goal was turning that suggestion into a decisive confirmation.
Are you okay with me doing this? Bo asked, hovering his hand over the controls which would produce and maneuver the rover's huge claw-like arms to take hold of the probe. After that, it would be time for the drilling and sample-taking. Bo knew this was Chase's raison d'etre, turning over rocks to see what was there, but they only had one shot, and an experienced hand was needed.
"Do your thing," Chase said, breaking into a brief grin. "I got us here, more or less in one piece, so at least I've done something." Chase's self-deprecation was honest rather than conceited, but Bo had stopped listening as soon as he heard, "Do your thing." Without another wasted moment, the rover's enormous retrieving arms gathered the probe and elevated it to a safe height. This rover had been chosen specifically for the task at hand from an extensive roster of options, and Chase could easily understand why. Bo then released a second batch of drones, this time specialized excavating drones rather than their illuminating counterparts, which would collect small samples from nearby sites and promptly return them to the rover. Next, it came time to engage the rover's primary sample collecting tools, and after the initial non-invasive collections were complete,
He finished by powering up both the rover's jackhammer-like excavator and its more conventional borer. Within a few more minutes, he had as many samples as he could have hoped. All that was left to hope for now was that he had what he needed. "Rachel, ETA?" Chase asked, knowing she was on the same open communications channel and would hear every word he uttered.
"You should see me soon," she said. "It'll reach me in 2 minutes. Head back to your carrier and I'll try to put a lander down somewhere else. That area didn't seem too accommodating."
"Send them both down at once," Chase said. "We don't have time to try one and then the other. If they both fail, they both fail. But waiting to see how the first gets on might leave too little time for the second to be viable. Remember, you can't keep up with this thing for long, and we don't want to have to meet up with you and dock out in space. The landers aren't made for that." Neither Rachel nor Bo argued with Chase's logic. Her carrier became visible before the rover returned to their own doomed carrier, and now all they could do was watch and hope. "You got this," Chase said. "Send the landers down." 20 seconds passed. "In your own time there, Rachel," he added, a nervous chuckle in his voice. "It's not like our lives are dependent on you doing this quickly enough."
"It's not working,"
she blurted out, reluctantly admitting this out loud, having tried to work past the automated landing system's objections.
"Chase, it can't secure a spot. With my altitude, the lack of gravity, and the speed of this damn asteroid, it won't isolate any landing spots."
Chase and Bo turned to face each other, more than forlorn. "Go manual," Chase said, an intensity returning to his tone. "Rachel, fuck it. This is a free shot, no pressure. Seriously, we'd be dead if you weren't here, so just do what you can. I believe in you. Robert believed in you. Holly believed in you. And that's why you're here. This is an almost impossible task, but if there's anyone who can give it a real shot, that anyone is you." Rachel exhaled audibly.
"Here they come,"
she announced, releasing the landers more in hope than expectation.
"I'll control them as best I can, but they're so much smaller than your carrier, and that didn't even make it."
"That was automated," Chase said. "The carriers are supposed to land themselves, but they weren't built with somewhere like this in mind. Focus on one of the landers. Let the other one fall where it falls, but get one down as gently as you can, okay?"
"That was my plan," she said.
Indeed, even as she spoke, one was already veering well off course, and once it was gone, it was gone. Try as she might, Rachel couldn't swing it back towards where it had to be, and its window was gone.
"And now I guess the alternative is off the table."
The second lander, fully in her control, descended more slowly. Chase could feel his heart rate quicken, but this time in anticipation rather than fear. Bo, for his part, couldn't help but think back to the stomach-churning moments when Holly had been forced to manually land a carrier on nether docks, fighting through the impossibly fierce storm clouds that guarded its surface like a ring of fire.
"I'm losing it," Rachel yelled. "Chase, there's no grip, no pull. It's going to slip."
Rachel's words were imprecise, reflecting the novelty of the situation. Slip was as close a term as anything else to reflect the lander's unplanned movement as it passed laterally, beyond its target touchdown site. Far beyond, and ultimately missed the elusive asteroid altogether.
"I'm sorry," she gulped. "It was just like it hit a certain point, then—"
"You tried," Chase said. "Rachel, we're going to analyze what we have in the rover's onboard lab, and we're going to send the data to you. You're going to take it back to Arcadia, and none of this will have been for nothing. Tell Nisha I love—"
"No," Rachel interrupted. "And don't even try to tell me you wouldn't do this, either of you."
Neither of them said anything. They knew what she meant. Even before they saw Rachel's carrier begin to descend in a last-ditch effort to bring them home, they knew what she meant. And the truth was, she was right. Chase wouldn't and couldn't have ever left someone behind, and nor could Bo. They would have understood perfectly well if Rachel had done just that, and indeed a large part of each of them wanted her to save herself with certainty rather than risk everything on a far-out chance of saving them all.
"I'm coming down fast, so I can avoid as much of that unexpected lateral movement as I can. I'll try to use the launch boosters at the last second to avoid a vertical crash, but I'm hoping the carrier will be okay with a bit of a bump, so long as it's straight when it happens."
"You don't have to do this," Chase said. "But I know you're going to, and that does sound like as good a landing plan as any other. Just don't engage the boosters any earlier than you have to, okay? That could destabilize the landing. The later the better, so long as it's not too late."
"So all I have to do is time it absolutely perfectly," she said.
A wry smile involuntarily crossed Chase's lips. "Couldn't be simpler, right?" Noticing how quiet Bo was, Chase glanced across and saw his head in his hands, an uncharacteristically physical display of emotion. "It's okay," he said. "Bo, we came here to do a job, and we did it. We'll be able to send the data from these samples back to Arcadia from here. You can talk to Viola, Katie, anyone you want. I'm not going to tell you there's not a good chance we're going to die here, but we won't be alone, and it won't be for nothing."
"And it won't be fucking happening," Rachel chimed in,
hurtling towards the asteroid at a frightening pace.
"I'm not coming down there to say my goodbyes."
Chase watched on, hoping and praying she would hit the boosters in time. The pace of her descent was far greater than he'd anticipated, but he knew better than to interrupt with contradictory advice in her moment of focus, and he had to trust that she knew what she was doing. Their rover's sound-isolating abilities ensured that neither Bo nor Chase heard the carrier's landing directly. What they did hear, however, was the beautiful sound of victory. Rachel's breathy and involuntary vocalization of delirious relief was closer to a festive ho-ho-ho sound than a humorous ha-ha-ha, but it only meant one thing. "Easy there, Santa," Chase laughed, beaming the widest smile of his life as he gazed out at the upright and intact carrier along with Bo, who shook his head in disbelief that she had actually pulled it off.
"Just hurry the hell up, cowboy,"
Rachel replied, now lucid but still ecstatic.
"This sleigh's leaving in 3 minutes, so you better climb in."
Chapter 37. In an ironic twist of fate, Holly and Grov's drama-free landing back on Terradox after their long return journey from the rendezvous point near Arcadia came within an hour of Rachel Berry's ultra-dramatic landing on asteroid NGB-2. The distance between them meant that Holly didn't see any carrier cam footage of Rachel's touchdown until after the trio had safely departed from the asteroid. Such was the nature of the communications delay. But this was of little meaning since she watched it all as live and lived every second as though she was there. The helplessness of not being there, allied with the guilty feelings of having okayed a mission that looked utterly doomed until Rachel pulled a rabbit out of her hat with a selflessly risky and perfectly executed manual landing, had taken a real toll. Even Grov, normally able to maintain an air of quiet detachment, was shaken. Between this and the recent events on Arcadia, he felt as though he had aged 20 years in the past few days. The emotional roller coaster had been like nothing else he could remember, with the lowest of lows followed by the most overwhelming sense of relief he had ever felt. That both crises had passed without any fatalities was testament to the professionalism and skill of the inner circle Holly had cultivated over the years, all of whom were now running things in her absence. Even on Terradox, still under her charge, the fact that Holly's lengthy absence had caused no problems likewise reflected well on the capacity of her understudies, and bode very well for the future. Grov similarly took heart from his security officer's success in keeping everything on Terradox in check. He had never feared any problems. It wasn't that kind of place, largely thanks to his vigilant screening of potential colonists. But it was one thing to think they could oversee things without him, and something much better to now know that they could.
"They don't need us anymore," Holly mused, as she finally felt the surface of Terradox under her feet once more, a fully positive lilt in her voice. "We didn't do anything to solve either of these problems, and they made it through both. They don't need us on Arcadia, they didn't need us on the asteroid, and they didn't even need us here."
"I still need us, Hollywood," Grov said, no humor or anything else but genuine feeling behind the words. Holly looked at him and smiled.
"Then it's a good thing we're not going anywhere." Chapter 38. On Arcadia, a lot had happened in the space of 4 days. Since the successful evacuation from the biomedical center, careful study and analysis of the site had enabled botanists on Arcadia and beyond to reach several conclusions. Some were more welcome and reassuring than others, such as the data-backed consensus that there had been no foul play involved. The precise mechanism by which the root system of a genetically engineered plant species led to atmospheric toxicity when it breached the surface of an area where it didn't belong was still up in the air, but precautions had already been taken to eliminate the chance of anything similar happening again. The most welcome news came within the Mound, where the Ospinov family and many others had been quarantined for what felt more like weeks than days. Conditions were physically comfortable but naturally unsettling, right up until Arcadian medical analysts grew confident enough to announce that no one was any longer exhibiting the virus-like symptoms which had marked the toxin's emergence in the BMC. Tests and observations confirmed an earlier suspicion that the supposedly contagious virus had never been internally carried by people so much as the pseudo-allergenic toxin had been transferred via the skin and clothes of those who'd been directly or indirectly exposed to the initial spore burst in the BMC's Ground Zero sector. Some of those who had fallen most seriously ill were still being treated and monitored, but this was no longer motivated by a desire to keep them away from the healthy many, but rather simply because their symptoms had reached concerning levels of severity before Ramesh Kohli and Robert Harrington had managed to weaken the toxin's effects via timely atmospheric manipulation. No one remained in quarantine, and the emptying of the Mound coincided perfectly with the imminent return from asteroid NGB-2 of Chase Jackson, Bo Harrington, and Rachel Berry. A welcome party had already been arranged to greet them, and Viola and everyone else previously cooped up in the Mound could not have been happier that they were going to make it. They had all watched with their hearts in their mouths as the ASLive video came in from the asteroid a few days earlier and showed how close to death the trio had been, with Rachel's selfless decision to risk her own life in a last-ditch effort to save the others having gone down particularly well. There was no news regarding analysis of the samples the trio had collected, but in light of the narrowly avoided human disaster, this was the furthest thing from most people's minds. As morning turned to afternoon, and the hours until the big return ticked by, a stress-busting welcome party presented something worth looking forward to. At the same expansive site which had hosted Arcadia's anchor-raising party what felt like a lifetime ago, almost the entire population gathered to welcome home the returning trio of heroes. The party began long before the carrier came into view, but it reached new heights at that point. In the few minutes the entry and landing took, the trio's immediate friends and family positioned themselves separately from the crowd. Rachel, piloting the carrier, had been informed of the party ahead of time and was more than happy to land nearby rather than in the usual spot at Arcadia Central Station. Unlike Chase and Bo, she had no immediate family on Arcadia, but she had certainly won plenty of friends with her actions on the asteroid. Viola, Peter, and Katie Ospinov stood with Robert to welcome Bo, while Nisha Kohli was ready to greet Chase. The whole of Arcadia was ready to greet them all, truth be told, but those at the front would be the first faces they saw. Chase emerged first at the insistence of his colleagues, and looked very much like he had made an effort to look presentable. The same couldn't be said for the utterly exhausted-looking Bo, while Rachel fell somewhere in the middle. Young Katie broke ranks first, sprinting forward to leap into the arms of her Uncle Bo. His exhausted air lifted in an instant. It was difficult for anyone to hear much over the cheers and rapturous applause from the crowd, but those at the front heard Chase tell Nisha he was sorry. "You can't keep doing this to me," she said more quietly as they hugged as though they'd been apart for a year rather than a week. "I'm done dodging bullets," Chase promised. "From now on, I'm all yours. I mean it." Peter made his way to Chase and took a long look in his eyes. "I'm not going to say I told you it was a bad idea to go," he said, breaking into a sudden smile and patting his friend on the shoulder. "But I am going to tell you that you were lucky to make it back, cowboy. No more of that, okay? Robert stepped up to the plate to deal with the outbreak, and I don't think we should make a habit of disagreeing with him or each other about the best courses of action.
Holly wanted us to rule by consensus as often as possible. Are we on the same page?
Chase's expression appeared uncharacteristically confused.
With the part about Holly, yeah. But Robert,
Outbreak? He asked, his eyes flitting to Nisha and then back to Peter.
I feel like there's maybe something you haven't told me yet.
You'll probably want to sit down for this, Nisha grinned. It's not the shortest story you'll ever hear.
Epilogue.
This place, Hollywood, Grav sighed, warmth in his tone. If you can tell me with a straight face that you thought there was any chance you would grow to love Terradox back when we first crash-landed here, you are a better liar than I thought.
She laughed, soaring high above the surface in a TE-500, en route to Christian Jackson's office in the Botanical Gardens, where they were all set to toast his son's safe return to Arcadia. Jillian would be there too, as soon as she was finished up with her work for the day, and a quiet night with their closest friends was just what Holly and Grav needed.
I definitely never thought we'd be able to cover so much ground so quickly, she replied. Think of this, compared to those walks on the first few days.
I played a lot of video games as a kid, and this was exactly how it always went, Grav said. At first, you toil across the land. Then, at the end, you have new transport or abilities, and you can cover the ground in no time. What used to be difficult terrain with a surprise around every corner ends up looking like nothing.
Holly got the point, but when she looked down, she certainly didn't see nothing.
Do you want a shot?
She suddenly asked, gesturing to the vehicle's decidedly joystick-like control.
These things do practically fly themselves.
I am a better passenger than pilot, Hollywood. You will just have to trust me on that one.
Moments later, passing over the top of the mountain peak where they first reunited after crash landing in separate landers so long ago, brought a whole flood of memories back to Holly. It wouldn't get cold tonight like it had back then. They had long since tamed Terradox. But the clarity of the memory led Holly to think about everything else that went along with it. She thought back to falling into the pool of water in a hidden cave, only for Viola to dive in and save her. She thought of the beach, of Netherdox, of David Boyce and Remy Bouchard, and then right back to discovering Beau hiding in the Ospanov's quarters after Grav had broken rank to help sneak him onto the station-bound carrier inside of a suitcase, back before she knew Grav had a human heart beating in that bear-like chest of his.
Remember back then, when you thought I was the bad guy? Grav asked, equally nostalgic in the face of everything that had been going on.
You turned up alone with a blood-stained shirt in your bag, she chuckled. What was I supposed to think? And really, Grav, have you ever looked in a mirror?
Christian's office was just a few more minutes away, and Holly touched down outside it just in time.
Have we missed their landing? She asked, hurrying into the office.
Jillian answered from inside.
No, they will be there by now, but we haven't seen it. You know how the delay is. For us, they're just about to touch down.
Holly made herself comfortable and looked happily at an Arcadian video feed on Christian's viewing wall. There were fireworks and a Ferris wheel and countless smiling faces gazing upwards in the hopes they would catch the first sight of the carrier.
They really did make it through 2 crises without our help, she said. Robert really stepped up, and so did Rachel. We always knew what we'd get from Viola and Peter, and from Chase and Beau, but double confirmation never hurt anyone.
Jillian Jackson, whose emotional state when Chase had been seemingly stranded on the asteroid Holly couldn't even begin to imagine, wore a look of serenity as the footage showed her son emerging at last from his carrier and waving to the adoring people of Arcadia. Several key figures, Chase included, addressed the crowd during the early stages of an Arcadian blowout that would run way past sunrise. Viola was first, celebrating the fact that the BMC problem had been handled on Arcadia, and the landing problem had been handled on NGB-2 without any external input.
We owe everything we have to Spaceman, to Holly and Grav, and to the Rusevs, she said. But they wouldn't and don't want us to be dependent on them. As Arcadians, we stood up and rose to the occasion. We ran into trouble, and we thought and fought our way out of it, because that's who we are, and that's what we do.
Chase was next, and he took his opportunity to whip up excitement over the limitless potential of RKS Arcadia and other romokinetic spheres which would soon be fabricated by Rachel's team in the shipyard. I don't know how much I'm supposed to tell you, but we didn't just find signs of life on that asteroid, he said. We found actual microbial life. The cheers which followed his impromptu announcement of this groundbreaking discovery were music to his ears and justified the whitest of all lies. In truth, he knew he was allowed to reveal the findings of remote data analysis conducted primarily on the Venus station, but presenting it like this made it feel even more special to those in attendance and those watching from each of humanity's population bases. And let's remember something here. This asteroid came to us. It happened to be passing fairly close by at an opportune time. Think of everything we're going to find as we continue venturing out into space, and particularly when we have further colonies expanding outwards into space in multiple directions. The new age of exploration is now, and the universe is ours. More applause followed, and back on Terradox, Chase's parents wore smiles of pride eclipsing even Holly's. When Rachel spoke, greeted by a deafening roar of appreciation as she stepped forward, Holly's own smile grew further still due to the closing line of a rousing and clearly well-rehearsed speech.
Whenever I have to make a tough decision, I always ask myself what Holly would do, Rachel said, rounding off a quick explanation of why she had risked everything to give Chase and Bo a chance of making it home. And that makes it easy, because the answer to that question is always the same. Whatever it takes. From then, the Arcadian party really kicked off, and no further speeches were made. I don't even know what to think, let alone what to say, Jillian said, smiling with tears in the corners of her eyes. It's not just Chase. It feels like they've all just flown the nest and succeeded on their own. But I can hardly think straight. It's all been so up and down.
As long as it ends on an up, I'm happy, Christian said, reaching under his desk and producing an unlabeled bottle before proceeding to generously fill 4 glasses with priceless Terradox wine.
To them, Holly toasted. Without us.
Not quite, Hollywood, Grav said, raising his glass and successfully inviting the others to do the same. To them, beyond us. Thank you for listening to Terradox Beyond. Written by Craig A. Falconer. Narrated by Stephen Barnett. Text copyright 2019 by Craig Falconer. Production copyright 2023 by Craig Falconer.